You ugly fool. How dare you dream of marrying the crown prince? Go away. The crown princess can only be me, Feng Tianqian. At the edge of a towering cliff, a woman was pushed down from the top, falling straight into the icy pool below. Feng Qingyan felt a bone-chilling cold all over her body. As soon as she opened her eyes, she choked on a mouthful of water. She realized she was lying at the bottom of a pool. Completely confused, she thought, wasn't I betrayed by my closest family and shot to death? Could it be that she hadn't died? Without time to think, Feng Qingyan reached upward, grabbed onto something like 2 pillars, and pulled herself to the surface. Have you touched enough? Let go of me at once. Just as she caught her breath, a cold voice came from above her head. Only then did she notice that what she was holding onto was actually a man, and what she had just grabbed. She quickly let go and jumped away from him.
I'm sorry.
I was just trying to save myself. Please forgive me. Feng Qingyan felt terribly embarrassed. When she looked up, she was stunned by the man's breathtaking appearance. What kind of heavenly face is this? His features were sharp and perfect, as if carved by a master's hand. There was a natural air of nobility and calm about him, distant yet captivating. Especially his deep eyes. One glance was enough to draw anyone in. Even the most popular stars couldn't compare to him. How could someone be this perfect? If you dare to keep staring, I'll make sure you regret it, the man said coldly, clearly annoyed by her gaze. Did this woman have no sense of propriety? She had just grabbed him, and now she was staring so boldly. Seriously? Feng Qingyan was irritated. She, the powerful leader of the mysterious Feng family, was being threatened? It was just a glance. Was that really such a big deal?
Wait.
Are you filming a drama? She asked suddenly. Something felt off. The man was dressed in ancient clothing, and he had just called himself this king. Had she stumbled onto a movie set? She looked around and realized she was standing in a secluded valley, with not a single person in sight. Feng Qingyan's eyes shifted slightly as she carefully studied the man before her. There was no trace of makeup on his face. Still doubtful, she reached out and tugged lightly at the edge of his cheek, even pulling at his hair. It was real. What on earth was going on? Just then, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind. The original owner of this body was also named Feng Qingyan, the beloved eldest daughter of a general's household. But later, her father, General Feng Zhan, died in battle, and her mother passed away soon after. The general's estate was taken over by her uncle's family. She was then drugged and lost her senses, becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital. Because she had been engaged to the crown prince since childhood, and the time to fulfill the engagement was approaching, her cousin Feng Tianqian, who coveted the position of crown princess, pushed her off a cliff. Goodness gracious. She had actually traveled through time. Was this some kind of joke? Before Feng Qingyan could fully process everything, the man before her spoke again. Who are you? How did you get in here? Xiao Minji narrowed his eyes, glaring angrily at the strange woman before him. He had set traps and barriers all around. How had she entered without him noticing? If he weren't currently unable to move, he would have already sent this overly curious woman flying with a single strike. Sir, don't be so angry. Anger harms the body. Be careful not to make your condition worse. Although Feng Qingyan had accidentally touched the wrong place earlier, as a top expert in medicine and toxins from the 22nd century, her sharp senses quickly told her that this man was deeply poisoned. And it seemed to have been that way for quite some time. He was soaking in the cold pool to suppress the poison's effects. In his current state, he could barely move. That gave her a chance to catch her breath. Even so, the man radiated a powerful and dangerous aura. If her leg hadn't cramped just now, she would have already run away. Hearing her words, Xiao Minji's expression changed, his sharp gaze sweeping over her.
You.
Who exactly are you? Very few people knew about the poison in his body. Who was this woman? Could she have been sent by someone from the palace? Xiao Minji's voice was as cold and sharp as the winter wind, carrying an air of unshakable authority. Feng Qingyan felt a chill run down her spine. What a powerful presence. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to offend you. I just wandered into your territory by accident. I'll leave right away. Having just arrived in this strange world, Feng Qingyan preferred to avoid trouble and quickly explained herself. But as soon as she turned around, a group of men in black rushed into the valley. Xiao Minji glanced at them, then looked back at Feng Qingyan. This is what you call an accident. Clearly, he misunderstood. Feng Qingyan froze. I'm not with them. Now, no matter what she said, it would be hard to clear her name. If she didn't run now, when would she? She dove into the water, swimming so fast that even a world champion would be left behind. The men in black charged straight toward the cold pool. Xiao Minji didn't have time to worry about Feng Qingyan. He broke through his restraints and leapt out of the water. Xiao Minji, your time has come. As soon as he landed, the men in black surrounded him. The ones who should be afraid are you. Xiao Minji's expression darkened. With a single strike, several of them were thrown back, coughing blood, falling lifeless to the ground. Feng Qingyan had just reached the shore and was stunned by what she saw.
Wow.
That's incredible. Is he one of those legendary martial arts masters? Her heart was pounding wildly. Good thing she hadn't tried to fight him earlier, otherwise, she'd be the one in trouble now. The men in black were clearly shaken by Xiao Minji's power, hesitating to move forward. Don't be afraid. He's poisoned and his legs are injured. He's just pretending to be strong. Let's attack together. Their leader shouted, forcing himself to stay calm. Their master had ordered that Xiao Minji must die today. Xiao Minji stood firm, his clothes fluttering though there was no wind. Even surrounded, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Anyone who came close was swiftly defeated. But he was outnumbered, and after many rounds of fighting, his strength began to fade. As he used more of his inner power, the poison in his body spread rapidly. After clashing palms with the leader of the men in black, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Xiao Minji, today is the day you die. The men in black were overjoyed and rushed forward to attack. At that moment, behind a rock, Feng Qingyan accidentally slipped, making a noise. The men in black immediately noticed her. Feng Qingyan's heart tightened. This was bad. Although she had been skilled in martial arts in her previous life, the body she now inhabited was far too weak. These men were all highly trained, and she was no match for them barehanded. If only she had a gun right now. Feng Qingyan focused her thoughts. In the next instant, a gun appeared out of thin air in her hand. Heavens above! Her family's inherited intelligent space had traveled through time with her? Feng Qingyan had once been the head of a mysterious hidden family in the 22nd century, gifted and highly skilled. Her healing hands could save lives and mend bones. She was a master of both medicine and toxins. With her intelligent space, she possessed an arsenal, a medical bay, and a full supply system. Everything she could ever need. She could control the space with her mind, storing and retrieving items freely, and even enter it herself. But she had been betrayed by those closest to her, poisoned, and unexpectedly transported to this strange world. Feng Qingyan raised the silence gun and fired several shots at the men in black ahead, then quickly hid behind a rock again. Before the men could figure out what had happened, several of them had already fallen to the ground. Be careful. She has hidden weapons. The rest of the men in black were terrified and backed away. The commotion on Feng Qingyan's side gave Xiao Minji a brief chance to recover. He quickly sealed his pressure points, barely suppressing the surge of blood within him. Go over there and deal with her, the leader ordered, sending more men in her direction. Xiao Minji was gravely injured and poisoned. He had no way out and was as good as dead. Feng Qingyan realized that the men in black now saw her and that man as allies, and they would not let her go. Since that was the case, she might as well strike first. With her intelligent space at her side, she feared no one, not even the king of himself. Feng Qingyan peeked out from behind the rock and fired several more shots at the men in black. This time, the men in black were clearly prepared, and several of them quickly dodged her attack. Feng Qingyan flipped over and charged forward, engaging them in close combat. Let me show you the Feng family's secret weapon, Feng feather needles. She moved swiftly, like a shadow weaving among the men in black. The silver needles in her hand flew with precision, each one striking a vital point. In an instant, several enemies fell to the ground. When the remaining ones tried to attack again, they suddenly realized they couldn't move at all. Feng Qingyan had secretly scattered a colorless, scentless powder into the air. Soon, the poison would take effect, leaving them powerless. Meanwhile, Xiao Minji was fighting fiercely against the leader of the men in black. The clash of blades echoed non-stop, and the air was thick with tension. One by one, the enemies fell before Xiao Minji. At last, the leader, terrified by Xiao Minji's relentless attacks and cold gaze, tried to flee, only to be struck down by Feng Qingyan's precise shot. She didn't want to leave any loose ends. Xiao Minji looked toward Feng Qingyan in the distance, then suddenly coughed up dark blood and collapsed. Feng Qingyan frowned slightly. As a healer, she couldn't ignore someone in need. It went against her principles. With compassion, she stepped forward to examine him. Besides being poisoned, she discovered that both of his lower legs were broken. No wonder his movements had seemed stiff. Even with broken legs, he had forced himself to stand using inner strength. What a determined man. Consider yourself lucky to have met me today. Otherwise, even the best doctor couldn't save you. Feng Qingyan took out a pill from her storage space and placed it in his mouth. If one looked closely, they would see that it was the legendary universal antidote, a priceless medicine sought after worldwide in the 22nd century. The poison is cleared. Whether you survive now depends on your own fate. As for your legs, I'm no miracle worker. Being hunted by so many enemies, she couldn't tell whether this man was good or bad. She didn't want to get involved in such trouble. Curing his poison was already more kindness than she owed him. Feng Qingyan dragged Xiao Minji to a hidden spot behind a rock, then left the valley. Along the way, she slowly accepted the fact that she had traveled through time. Since she was already here, she might as well make the best of it. With her intelligent space and her many skills, she believed she could live well in this ancient world. She decided to treat it as a new life experience, a journey without plans or limits. Inside her space, Feng Qingyan cleaned herself up. Looking at the face in the mirror, identical to her previous life, she couldn't help but sigh. The world was vast and full of wonders. Maybe past and present lives really did exist. After leaving the space, Feng Qingyan wandered aimlessly until she reached a fork in the road. Just as she was about to step onto the left path, a sharp pain struck her head. It felt as if a voice inside her was struggling to speak. After thinking for a while, she realized it must be connected to the body's original owner. "Do you want me to return to the capital and take revenge for you?" she asked softly. Sure enough, when she turned toward the road leading to the capital, the pain disappeared. The original owner had lived a pitiful life. Her parents were gone, and her only loving grandfather was now bedridden. Her uncle's family had taken over the general's mansion and treated her cruelly. Her cousin Feng Qianqian, jealous of her beauty and intelligence, had drugged her, leaving her confused and weak. To marry the crown prince, that cousin had even pushed her off a cliff. These people are truly wicked. Don't worry, I'll make sure they pay for everything they did to you, Feng Qingyan promised in her heart. She had always stood for justice, and now that she shared a bond with the original owner, it was only right to fulfill her last wish. Back in the valley, Mu Qing hurried back and was terrified to see the ground covered with the bodies of men in black. When he found Xiao Minji safe behind the rock, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Your subordinate failed, my lord. I thought your protective formation was foolproof, but we fell for a diversion. Please punish me," Mu Qing said, kneeling. Xiao Minji had woken up not long after Feng Qingyan left. "Get up," he said, his eyes darkening slightly. His protective formation was broken, probably because he and that woman accidentally entered the valley. Otherwise, those men in black would never have found the entrance so easily. Mu Qing stood up and looked at Xiao Minji with concern. Your Highness, your poison. Should I call Yi Tianyi to come over? Yi Tianyi was a famous doctor in Daxia. For years, he had stayed by Xiao Minji's side, treating his cold poison. Xiao Minji nodded. The poison in his body had already flared up, and after fighting, the consequences could be serious. Yi Tianyi hurried over. After examining him carefully, his expression turned grave. He even began to doubt his own medical skills. Your Highness, do you feel any discomfort? Xiao Minji's pulse was completely normal, showing no signs of poisoning. Yi Tianyi had studied this poison for years without success. How could it suddenly be gone?
I feel fine.
How is the poison in my body? Xiao Minji asked calmly, as if he was already used to such things. From your pulse, everything seems stable. The poison appears to be completely gone. It's unbelievable. Yi Tianyi still couldn't believe it, no matter how he thought about it. The poison is gone?
How could that be?
Xiao Minji was also surprised. No wonder he felt not only fine but even lighter and more at ease. The cold spring water can suppress the poison, but it can't cure it. Did your Highness experience anything unusual during this time? That was the only explanation Yi Tianyi could think of. Xiao Minji paused. An image of Feng Qingyan flashed in his mind, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Seeing him smile, Yi Tianyi was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. It was a rare sight indeed. It seemed their prince truly had an extraordinary encounter. Whoever that person was, to cure such a deadly poison in such a short time, they must be remarkable. If possible, Yi Tianyi would love to learn from them. Just as he was about to ask more, Mu Qing interrupted. What? You said His Highness's poison is gone? That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Mu Qing didn't care about any mysterious encounter. The moment he realized the poison was gone, he grabbed Yi Tianyi's arm excitedly, almost jumping for joy. Mu Qing, make the arrangements. We will return to the capital at once. Xiao Minji rubbed the jade pendant that Feng Qingyan had left behind, lost in thought. He believed they would meet again soon. As night fell, Feng Qingyan finally found an inn before it got completely dark. Boss, where's your WeChat or Alipay payment code? Still half-dazed, she took out her phone, ready to scan and pay. After searching for a while and finding no QR code on the counter, she suddenly froze. Right. She had forgotten she was in ancient times. What code? What pay? The innkeeper looked utterly confused, staring at the strange object in her hand. I just remembered something I need to do. I won't stay tonight after all. Feng Qingyan was speechless. She quickly hid her phone away and left the inn. She had wanted to experience what an ancient inn was like, but it seemed she would have to sleep in her own space tonight. Walking along the road, she thought about what she could take out from her space to exchange for some silver so she could return to the capital. Just then, a man appeared in front of her. Young lady, it's late. Why are you out here alone? What if you meet someone with bad intentions? The man was dressed elegantly and carried himself with grace. If not for the way his eyes lingered on her, he might have seemed quite decent. Feng Qingyan looked up at him, and a wave of anger rose in her heart. After searching the original owner's memories, she realized this man was her former fiancé, the crown prince, Xiao Jingyi. He had often mocked the original Feng Qingyan in public for being foolish and unattractive, and even showed affection to Feng Qianqian right in front of her. Xiao Jingyi was the kind of man who couldn't resist a pretty face. No wonder the original Feng Qingyan had held such deep resentment. Feng Qingyan smiled softly. She had just been worrying about how to get some silver, and now a perfect opportunity had come to her door. Thank you for your concern, sir. I came to the capital to visit relatives, but I was robbed on the way. My silver and carriage were taken, and my maid went missing while trying to protect me. If she wanted to trick him, she had to set the trap first. Feng Qingyan wiped away imaginary tears, looking so pitiful and beautiful that it could move anyone's heart. Xiao Jingyi couldn't help but stare in surprise. Is that so? May I ask your name, miss? What are your relatives' names in the capital? Do you need any help? Because the original owner of this body was very beautiful, Feng Qianqian grew jealous and often painted her face to look ugly. Naturally, Zhao Jingyi didn't recognize that the person before him was actually Feng Qingyan herself. My name is Li Xiangwan, daughter of the governor of Jiangnan and a granddaughter of the prefect of the capital. Using the original owner's memories, Feng Qingyan made up an interesting false identity. Li Xiangwan was known as a large, unattractive woman who had once joined Feng Qianqian in bullying the original owner. Since Zhao Jingyi liked to flirt, wasn't he just looking for a romantic encounter? How could she not play along? No wonder you seem so graceful and well-mannered. So you're the governor's daughter. Do you know who I am? Zhao Jingyi smiled proudly, ready to reveal his identity as the crown prince. Li Xiangwan was not only said to be beautiful but also the daughter of a powerful official. If he could bring her into his household, it would help his future ambitions. How could he miss such a chance? This is His Highness, the Crown Prince. Show your respect. The prince's attendant spoke up at the right moment. Truly a loyal follower, he knew exactly how to please his master. So it's the Crown Prince? I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Feng Qingyan pretended to be shocked, as if completely frightened. Expect her to bow to Zhao Jingyi? That would happen when the sun rose in the west. There's no need for such formality, Wanner. Zhao Jingyi spoke in a familiar tone and moved a little closer to her. Feng Qingyan rolled her eyes. Seeing that the moment was right, she asked, Your Highness, do you know if there's a pawn shop nearby? Wanner, do you need money? Zhao Jingyi quickly asked, eager to show his generosity. Feng Qingyan smiled slightly. The fish had taken the bait. To tell the truth, I came to the capital to celebrate my grandfather's birthday, but I have no money with me. I'm too embarrassed to face my family like this. I can only a family heirloom for now, and redeem it later when I return to Jiangnan. Feng Qingyan casually took out a cheap dog tag necklace from her space and showed it to Zhao Jingyi. If it's a family heirloom, how could you it so easily? If you trust me, Miss Wanner, you can leave it with me for now. Just tell me how much silver you need. Zhao Jingyi reached out to take the dog tag necklace. Seeing the strange symbols on it, he thought they were a family emblem and didn't suspect anything. I need. Feng Qingyan had no idea how much ancient silver was worth, so she casually raised one finger. 10,000 taels? Zhao Jingyi asked thoughtfully. He had just taken out a silver note worth 10,000 taels when Feng Qingyan said softly, Yes, 10,000 taels of gold will do. Might as well take the chance. She had just noticed that Zhao Jingyi gave out 10,000 taels of silver too easily. If she missed this chance, there wouldn't be another. Zhao Jingyi was short on money lately, and 10,000 taels of gold was no small amount. But he had already spoken boldly. He couldn't back down now. He gritted his teeth and painfully handed her 9 more silver notes. Wanna, I fell for you, at first sight. Let this be our token of affection. When we return to the capital, I'll officially propose and marry you with all the proper ceremonies. What do you say? He had already spent so much. He wasn't going to let her slip away. Feng Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. Her fiancé, who had been trying to break off their engagement every day, was now seriously proposing to her. How ridiculous. As far as I know, Your Highness is already engaged to the eldest daughter of the general's mansion. How could I interfere with someone else's marriage? Feng Qingyan's mind turned quickly. No matter what, she had to ruin that engagement today. Zhao Jingyi froze. Years ago, the royal astrologer had predicted that the general's eldest daughter was the fated phoenix star, so the engagement was arranged. He had wanted to cancel it many times, but his mother had always stopped him. If it weren't for the Feng family's control of 300,000 soldiers, he wouldn't want anything to do with that ugly girl. Don't worry, Wanner. That Feng Qingyan is plain and foolish. How could she compare to you? Once we return to the capital, I'll end that engagement right away. I won't let you suffer any injustice. Zhao Jingyi said gently. He didn't expect Li Xiangwan to be so bold. Offering her the title of consort wasn't enough for her. Once he won her over, she would be completely under his control. Your Highness, do you really mean that? Feng Qingyan was almost disgusted by his calling himself brother-y, but she still pretended to be pleasantly surprised. Step back, step back, step back. She wanted nothing more than to get away. Of course it's true. Doesn't Wanner believe her brother, E? I'm truly sincere toward you, Xiao Jingyi said sweetly, reaching out as if to pull her into his arms. With his looks and status, what kind of woman could he not win over? The young lady naturally believes in your highness, Feng Qingyan said, slightly turning her body to avoid his touch. Between her fingers, a silver needle flicked lightly, and she gave him a small but painful sting. Men like Xiao Jingyi, who toyed with others' feelings, deserved a lesson so they wouldn't keep hurting innocent women. Xiao Jingyi's body trembled suddenly. He felt a sharp pain and wanted to react, but since Feng Qingyan was still there, he forced himself to endure it. Just then, his personal guard Hao Jian hurried over and whispered something in his ear. Xiao Jingyi's expression changed. He turned to Feng Qingyan and said, Wanner, I have urgent matters to handle. Wait for me in the capital. I'll come to marry you. Ignoring his discomfort, he quickly left with Hao Jian. With the money in hand, Feng Qingyan didn't return to the inn. She found a quiet place, entered her secret space, and fell into a deep sleep. The world was vast, but nothing was more important than rest. The body she now inhabited was too weak. After just one fight, she felt as if all her bones were falling apart. She needed proper care. The next morning, Feng Qingyan disguised herself with plain makeup, hired a carriage, and headed straight for the general's mansion in the capital. As soon as she entered, she ran into Feng Qianqian, who was about to go out. Feng Qianqian had done something terrible the night before and hadn't slept well. Now, seeing Feng Qingyan standing before her, she froze in fear.
You.
Are you a person or a ghost? After all, she had personally pushed Feng Qingyan off a cliff. There was no way she could still be alive. Feng Qianqian, I died so miserably. Give me back my life, Feng Qingyan said playfully. She stuck out her tongue, rolled her eyes, and reached out her hands as if to grab Feng Qianqian's neck, while playing a spooky soundtrack from her phone for effect. Help! There's a ghost. Don't come near me. Stay away. Feng Qianqian's face turned pale with fear. Trembling all over, she stumbled and crawled toward the general's mansion. Feng Qingyan moved in a flash and appeared right in front of her. Give me back my life. Feng Qianqian tried to run again, but Feng Qingyan appeared before her once more. Don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. Feng Qianqian was so terrified that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the ground.
Ugh.
So, easily scared? What a useless person, Feng Qingyan muttered, looking down at her. Feng Qianqian had done countless cruel things to the original owner. Simply ending her life would be too easy for her. Besides, if Feng Qingyan wanted to take revenge for the original owner, she couldn't just act recklessly. She needed a better plan. With a wave of her hand, Feng Qingyan sprinkled a handful of white powder over Feng Qianqian. She likes calling others ugly, doesn't she? Then let her see what true ugliness feels like. After entering the general's mansion, Feng Qingyan went straight to a courtyard on the east side. If she wanted to take back the mansion from the second branch of the family, she needed strong support. The original owner's grandfather, Feng Biting, had once fought alongside the former emperor, helping to found the nation. He was a famous general in his time. Unfortunately, the death of the original owner's parents had deeply affected him. His old injuries from the battlefield returned, leaving him bedridden. The original owner had lost her only protector. As soon as Feng Qingyan entered the courtyard, she heard the voice of the original owner's second uncle, Feng Yuyan. Father, I'm your son too. How can you be so unfair? You'd rather give the Feng family army's command token to an outsider than to your own son. Feng Yuyan was furious. When Feng Zhan was alive, he had always been favored by Feng Biting. Feng Zhan was brave and respected, a general who never lost a battle. Meanwhile, Feng Yuyan had only managed to become a minor official in the capital. Now that Feng Zhan was finally gone, Feng Biting had given the army's command token to Feng Zhan's adopted son instead. Feng Yuyan even began to doubt whether he was truly his father's son. How could he not feel resentment? The The Feng family army is the result of generations of hard work. Do you really not know your own limits? Feng Yunyang had always been timid and weak since childhood. He was bad at everything except eating. If the Feng family army ever fell into his hands, no one knew what kind of disaster would follow. Those soldiers had fought side by side with him and Feng Zhan for years, so Feng Baiting would never hand them over to Feng Yunyang. Father, you've only ever cared about my older brother. To you, I'm worth nothing. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unfilial. I'll ask one last time, will you give me the military token or not? Feng Yunyang's eyes were filled with cold hatred. There was no trace of father and son affection left between them. I will never give you the token. Give up this idea. Feng Baiting was deeply disappointed in him. Could power really make a person lose their true self? He had always believed he treated both sons fairly, even being stricter with Feng Zhan. But Feng Yunyang was hopeless and refused to live quietly. Father, are you really going to be so heartless? Don't you care most about your granddaughter, Feng Qingyan? Do you want her to end up like my brother, disappearing without a trace? Feng Yunyang's face twisted with anger. He had always hated Feng Zhan for overshadowing him.
You.
What did you say? Was my son's death also your doing? Feng Baiting stared at him in shock and grief. He had always felt Feng Zhan's death was suspicious. Could it really have been this ungrateful son's fault? Father, have you lost your mind? My brother died in battle. What does that have to do with me? You'd better think about how to save your foolish granddaughter instead. Feng Yunyang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly changed the subject. You ungrateful child. If you dare harm Yenner, I'll fight you with my last breath. Feng Baiting was furious. He tried to stand, but anger overwhelmed him, and he suddenly coughed up blood, falling from the bed. Grandfather, are you all right? Feng Qingyan couldn't stand it any longer. She rushed in, helping Feng Baiting back onto the bed. Feng Yunyang was truly worse than a beast. Yenner, you're safe. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Feng Baiting held Feng Qingyan tightly, trembling with relief. He was already old and frail, and his own life no longer mattered much to him. What worried him most was his poor granddaughter. Grandfather, don't worry. I'm fine, Feng Qingyan said softly. She could feel how deeply Feng Baiting loved the original Feng Qingyan. In her previous life, she had also lost her parents at a young age and had been raised by her grandfather alone. He had given up everything for her. So, facing this version of Feng Baiting, she felt a strong sense of closeness. Feng Qingyan? You. How are you here? When Feng Yunan saw her, his eyes were full of shock. Hadn't his precious daughter said last night that she had pushed Feng Qingyan off a cliff, leaving no chance of survival? Why can't I be here? Or is it because you've done something you don't want others to know about? Feng Qingyan turned around and gave Feng Yunan a cold glance. As expected, no one from that side of the family was decent. From their earlier conversation, it wasn't hard to guess that her father's death was probably connected to them as well. Feng Yunan, you heartless man, what did you do to Qingyan? Although Feng Baiting had been bedridden for a long time, the commanding presence of a former soldier still surrounded him. He pointed angrily at Feng Yunan, the veins on his forehead bulging, his fury almost tangible. Feng Qingyan, stop making false accusations. You're standing here perfectly fine, aren't you? Feeling the heavy pressure from Feng Baiting's anger, Feng Yunan's back went cold. He hurried to defend himself, but his words only made things worse, confirming his guilt. Feng Baiting's chest rose and fell sharply. Sensing his unstable condition, Feng Qingyan quickly inserted a silver needle into the back of his neck to calm him. You know very well what your family has done. You're not welcome here, second uncle. Please leave. Her expression darkened as she gestured toward the door. Feng Baiting's condition was serious, and she needed to treat him right away. Feng Yunan wanted to argue again, but when he met Feng Qingyan's icy gaze, his heart tightened. When had this foolish girl gained such a powerful presence? Just then, a servant's anxious voice came from outside the door. Master, something terrible has happened. The second young lady is in trouble. Hearing that Feng Qianqian was hurt, Feng Yunan didn't dare delay another second and rushed out immediately. He still hoped his daughter could marry into the crown prince's household, so he could soon become the emperor's father-in-law. Naturally, he treasured her dearly. As soon as Feng Yunyang left, Feng Qingyan quickly inserted a few needles into Feng Biting's chest to protect his heart. "Grandfather, your energy and blood are flowing the wrong way. I've used silver needles to hold it down for now, but you must not get angry again. Yenner, when did you learn medicine?" Feng Biting looked at her in disbelief. Her needlework was smooth and precise. Even the imperial physicians might not be this skilled. Feng Qingyan froze for a moment. She had been focused on saving him and completely forgot that the original Feng Qingyan had been simple-minded and could not possibly know medicine. Thinking quickly, she said slowly, "To be honest, grandfather, a year ago I went to play in the back mountain and accidentally fell down. There I met a wise hermit. He not only cured my illness but also taught me all his knowledge. Look, these are the medical and martial arts books he gave me." To make her story more believable, Feng Qingyan hurriedly took 2 books from her robe and handed them to Feng Biting. These 2 books were family heirlooms from her previous life, kept safely in her private space. One was a classic on medicine, and the other contained the Feng family's secret martial arts. Since she had to live as the original Feng Qingyan, it would be impossible to hide all her skills. It was better to create a convincing story, so she could openly show her true abilities later. Feng Biting naturally trusted his granddaughter completely. He flipped through the books briefly. Though he didn't understand medicine, he could tell the martial arts manual was a rare treasure. "Yenner, to have such a chance is truly heaven's blessing. Now, even if I leave this world, I can rest in peace." Feng Biting's eyes grew moist. He had been bedridden for years, suffering constant pain. The only thing keeping him alive was his love for Feng Qingyan. Now that she had recovered and gained the ability to protect herself, he could finally feel at ease. "Grandfather, please don't say that. I will definitely cure you." Feng Qingyan's heart ached, and her eyes turned red. In her past life, her grandfather had also cared for her deeply, but in the end, he was harmed by wicked people. She would never let something like this happen to Feng Biting again. Feng Biting smiled with relief, though deep down he didn't hold much hope. Even the imperial doctors couldn't cure his illness, and he had already accepted his fate. He only wished to see Feng Qingyan safe and well in his final days. Feng Qingyan placed her hand on his chest, closed her eyes, and focused carefully. "Grandfather, did you suffer an internal injury long ago, especially a serious one to your lower back?" Feng Biting's meridians were badly damaged, and his energy was greatly weakened. The injury to his spine had caused pressure on the nerves, leading to numbness, weakness, and paralysis in his legs. "That's right. I was badly injured in the lower back during a battle years ago, and my heart meridian was also damaged. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so remarkable, Yenner." Feng Biting was overjoyed. He had thought that even if Feng Qingyan had learned from a great master, it would take her a long time to achieve results. He never imagined she would have such talent. "Don't worry, grandfather. I said I would heal you, and I will. Please take this first." Feng Qingyan took out a great rejuvenation pill from her storage space and handed it to him. It was a medicine she had developed in her previous life. It could promote cell regeneration and quickly repair damaged meridians. Feng Biting didn't want to disappoint her, so he swallowed the pill right away. He didn't know why, but at that moment, he truly believed that Feng Qingyan could cure him. "Grandfather, try to slowly guide your energy so the medicine can spread through your body," Feng Qingyan said. Feng Biting followed her instructions carefully. At first, he didn't feel much, but soon he noticed the pill's amazing effects. "Yenner, this is incredible. I already feel much lighter." After adjusting his breathing, Feng Biting could clearly sense the changes in his body. "The healing of your meridians will take some time, grandfather. There's no need to rush. For now, the most important thing is to repair the damaged tissue in your lower back so you can stand again." When Feng Qingyan examined him earlier, she discovered a tumor on his spine that was pressing on the nerves in his legs, causing the paralysis. Fortunately, because of his strong body from years of training, his legs had not weakened. The tumor only needs to be removed through surgery, followed by proper recovery, and he will be able to stand again. Yenner, what did you say? Grandfather can stand again? Feng Biting, who had faced countless challenges in his life, could not stay calm at that moment. He had dreamed of standing again for so long. Feng Zhan's death was suspicious, and since his body was never found, Feng Biting had to uncover the truth and seek justice for his son. He also wanted to see Feng Qingyan get married and have children. Grandfather, don't you believe me? You don't need to worry about anything now.
Just close your eyes and rest.
When Feng Qingyan gave Feng Biting the healing pill, she also added a mild sleeping medicine. To heal his legs, she needed to bring him into the intelligent space for surgery. That intelligent space was a secret she could never let outsiders know about. I believe you, I believe you. After what had just happened, Feng Biting now trusted everything Feng Qingyan said. As the medicine took effect, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Feng Qingyan sprinkled some protective powder around the room to keep others from entering. Then she brought Feng Biting into the intelligent space. The Feng family's inherited intelligent space was divided into 3 parts: a medical center, a weapons vault, and a supply storage. The medical center was like a large, advanced hospital, equipped with the most modern medical devices and medicines from around the world. The weapons vault contained the latest military technology, including firearms and ammunition. The supply storage was more diverse, filled with food, drinks, and daily necessities. In short, Feng Qingyan's intelligent space was incredibly powerful. It was a secret creation of the Feng family's ancestors, and only family members could inherit it. That was also why Feng Qingyan had been betrayed and envied by her own relatives. Feng Qingyan brought Feng Biting into the treatment room of the medical center and said softly, "Xiao Yi, open the intelligent medical system." In an instant, the entire medical center lit up, and all the equipment began to operate. Every device in the room was powered by artificial intelligence, far more advanced than anything in the modern world. This showed just how extraordinary Feng Qingyan's mysterious family background had been in her previous life. She put on a sterile suit and administered full anesthesia to Feng Biting. Once the anesthesia took effect, she carefully made a Y-shaped incision on his lower back. After exposing the back part of the vertebra, the spinous process, lamina, pedicle, and transverse process were removed, and the tumor in the vertebral body was completely excised. Next came the bone grafting between the vertebrae and the spinal fixation, followed by careful control of bleeding. Although the spinal tumor surgery sounded simple, it was actually very complex and tested the surgeon's skill. If an important nerve in the lower back was accidentally damaged during the operation, it could lead to lifelong paralysis. However, for Feng Qingyan, who was known as the miracle doctor, this was an easy task. In her previous life, she had performed countless surgeries, often saving people from the brink of death. With the help of advanced medical equipment, the operation went smoothly. After giving Feng Biting a full examination and confirming that his vital signs were stable, she moved him out of the treatment space. At the same time, in the backyard of the general's mansion, Feng Qianqian lay on her bed. As soon as she opened her eyes, she began shouting like someone who had lost her mind.
Ah,
A ghost. There's a ghost.
help.
Qianqian, what's wrong? Look carefully, I'm your mother. Rongmin quickly held her daughter, asking with concern. Mother, there's a ghost. I just saw Feng Qingyan's spirit coming to take revenge on me. Feng Qianqian clung to her mother, glancing nervously around the room. It's broad daylight. How could there be a ghost? You're going to be the crown prince's consort one day. Look at yourself now. How can you be so timid? Rongmin glared at her daughter in frustration. All she had done was push that foolish girl off a cliff, yet she had scared herself half to death. No wonder she still hadn't won over the crown prince. Mother, I really saw Feng Qingyan. She was at the gate, reaching out to grab me by the neck. No matter how fast I ran, I couldn't get away. Thinking of that moment, Feng Qianqian trembled all over again. Rongmin frowned deeply, almost wanting to slap her daughter to bring her back to her senses. Just then, Feng Yunan walked in, puzzled. What's going on with Qianqian? Father, you came just in time. Feng Qingyan's spirit has come back for revenge. Please invite Master Xianqing to the mansion to perform a ritual and drive her away. When Feng Qianqian saw Feng Yinian, she looked as if she had found her savior and immediately began to cry and complain. What ghost? Isn't Feng Qingyan still alive and well? I just saw her in your grandfather's courtyard. I was about to ask you what was going on. Feng Yinian looked at Feng Qianqian with confusion. She's not dead? That Feng Qingyan is really lucky. She fell off a cliff and still survived. And she even dared to trick me. Just wait, I'll make her pay for this. Only then did Feng Qianqian realize that she had been fooled by someone she thought was foolish. She jumped up in anger, ready to leave the bed and confront Feng Qingyan.
Wait. Qianqian, you can't go after Feng Qingyan right now.
Feng Yinian hadn't yet received the military token from Feng Biting. Acting rashly against Feng Qingyan would only anger him. Father, how can you just watch your daughter be bullied by that foolish girl? Feng Qianqian protested unhappily. Don't worry, Qianqian. I won't let you suffer for nothing. It's just not the right time yet. Later, I'll make sure she pays you back many times over. Feng Qingyan was Feng Biting's weakness, and keeping her alive was still useful to them for now. Feng Qianqian was about to say more when she suddenly felt an unbearable itch on the back of her neck. Mother, please look at my neck. It's so itchy. Before Rongmin could check, Feng Qianqian started scratching herself. The more she scratched, the worse it became. As if she couldn't feel pain, her nails dug into her skin, and her neck quickly became covered in scratches. Then she couldn't stop and began scratching her face as well. Qianqian, what's happening to you? Stop scratching yourself. Seeing this, Rongmin rushed forward to stop her. Someone call the doctor quickly. Feng Yinian also ordered the servants to fetch the family doctor. If Feng Qianqian's face was scarred, how could she ever become the crown prince's wife? But Feng Qianqian couldn't think about that now. The itching was unbearable. She pushed Rongmin away and kept scratching her face, leaving red marks all over. Still, it wasn't enough. It felt as if countless ants were crawling all over her body, biting her skin. She finally fell to the ground, rolling back and forth in pain and panic. She felt so itchy that she wanted to rub all the skin off her body. Feng Yinian and Rongmin were terrified by Feng Qianqian's condition and quickly ordered people to tie her up with ropes. But Feng Qianqian went completely out of control. When she couldn't move her hands, she started biting wildly and even tried to hit her head against the wall. The itching wasn't an illness, but it was enough to drive anyone mad. In the end, Feng Yinian had her mouth covered and tied her to a chair. A short while later, the family doctor finally arrived, but after checking her, he could only shake his head. How is Qianqian? Feng Yinian asked anxiously. Master, I am ignorant and have never seen such a condition before. I truly have no way to help. Please forgive me. The doctor was sweating and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Feng Yinian was known for his bad temper. He often scolded or beat his servants, and sometimes even worse. Useless doctor. Take him away. Feng Yinian shouted in anger. If people outside found out about Feng Qianqian's madness, what would they think? Master, please calm down. Let's invite other doctors to take a look, Rongmin said quickly, trying to comfort him. Although she was Feng Yinian's wife, she had only given him 2 daughters. Without a son and with her youth fading, it was hard for her to keep her position. So she put all her hopes on her 2 daughters. Rongmin knew Feng Yinian wanted Qianqian to marry into the royal family so their whole family could rise in status. Now that Qianqian was like this, she was more worried than anyone. Feng Yinian sent for several more doctors, but none could figure out what was wrong. Finally, after much effort, they found an imperial physician who managed to stop the itching. However, no one could tell whether the scratches on her body would leave scars. Mother, it must be that jealous Feng Qingyan. She couldn't stand that the crown prince liked me, so she tried to ruin my face. We can't let her get away with this. Looking at her swollen, blistered face in the bronze mirror, Feng Qianqian was filled with hatred. Her twisted expression made her look even more frightening. She looks terrible, Rongmin thought, but she's still my daughter. Qianqian, just rest and recover. Leave Feng Qingyan to me. If she really dared to harm you, I'll make sure she pays dearly. Rongmin's eyes were sharp and cold. His fierce expression made it clear he was not a kind person. Xiao Minji sat in his wheelchair, dressed in a robe of fine silk. His elegance carried a natural air of nobility. Though his body was weak, his presence remained powerful. So this was the man everyone in Daxia both respected and feared, the god of war, Prince Xiao Minji. He was the late emperor's son, born when the emperor was already old. His mother had once been the fiancée of the crown prince of the previous dynasty. Because of her extraordinary beauty, the late emperor fell in love with her at first sight and made her his noble consort. When Xiao Minji was born, the sky was filled with golden clouds and light, a sign that a great destiny had arrived. Sadly, his mother died during childbirth. A newborn without a mother's protection in the deep palace, and one said to be born with the fate of an emperor. How could the empress allow him to live peacefully? Even with the emperor's protection, young Xiao Minji often faced poisonings and accidents like nearly drowning. When the emperor grew old and knew he could no longer protect him, he sent Xiao Minji to the army, entrusting him to a loyal brother-in-arms. Before his death, the emperor left a decree to ensure the boy's safety. Xiao Minji was gifted. In just a few years, he became a legendary general admired by all. He commanded great armies, fought bravely for his country, and won countless battles. But the current emperor, Xiao Ju, grew fearful of him. He secretly allied with an enemy nation and set a trap that left Xiao Minji's legs crippled. A strange poison in his body also tormented him every full moon, causing unbearable pain. Even so, his enemies never gave up. Assassins continued to come for him year after year. Mu Qing and Mu Yun entered the room one after another. Mu Qing bowed and reported, "My lord, the men in black from the valley have been confirmed to be the crown prince's people." Mu Qing and Mu Yun were Xiao Minji's most trusted aides. One worked openly, the other in secret. Xiao Minji had already guessed as much and nodded slightly. Besides that father and son in the palace, who else would be so eager to see him dead? "How is the other matter I asked you to investigate?" he asked calmly. He didn't care much about the emperor and crown prince. Let them play their petty games. Their tricks were nothing new to him. But the woman he had met in the valley, that was someone who had truly caught his attention. "Your Highness, according to my investigation, that jade pendant does belong to the Feng family of the general's mansion. It should be the possession of the eldest daughter, Miss Feng Qingyan. However," Mu Qing frowned slightly as he recalled what he had found about Feng Qingyan. "However what?" Xiao Minji looked up at Mu Qing, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "However, Feng Qingyan is said to be simple-minded and unattractive. She has also been engaged to the crown prince since childhood. She doesn't match the description you gave at all, Your Highness. Could there be a mistake?" Mu Qing couldn't connect the woman his master described with the supposedly foolish and plain eldest daughter of the Feng family. Perhaps the jade pendant didn't belong to that woman after all. Simple-minded? Unattractive? Interesting. Xiao Minji thought of the moment when Feng Qingyan had emerged from the water that day, her makeup washed away to reveal a naturally beautiful face. He couldn't help but smile. "Your Highness, should we continue the investigation?" Seeing Xiao Minji smile, Mu Qing and Mu Yun exchanged puzzled looks. Their master had always kept his distance from women. Now that he finally showed interest in one, they were determined to find her and bring her back to the 9th prince's mansion. But Feng Qingyan was said to be foolish, unattractive, and engaged to their rival, the crown prince. She couldn't possibly be the woman they were looking for. No need to investigate further. "You may leave." Xiao Minji was almost certain that Feng Qingyan was the woman from the valley. He unconsciously recalled the moment in the cold pool when Feng Qingyan had clung to him for support. A faint blush crept up his ears. He didn't understand why he was acting this way. It was the first time he had ever cared so much about a woman. Because of his striking looks and noble status, countless women had tried to get close to him over the years, some even sent by the palace. But he had always felt nothing but disgust toward those women. Feng Qingyan was different. Thinking about her engagement to Xiao Jingyi, the crown prince, made him feel uneasy. Was she pretending to be foolish and plain because of that engagement? Feng Qingyan moved Feng Biting out of the hidden space and gave him 2 bottles of medicine. Before long, he slowly regained consciousness. He truly was a man who had fought his way through countless battles. Despite years of illness and pain, his body remained remarkably strong. After settling Feng Biting, Feng Qingyan stepped out of the room and immediately sensed that someone was watching the courtyard. For years, Feng Yunan had used Biting's illness as an excuse to keep him locked inside the mansion, even assigning people to monitor his every move. He had always wanted to get the military token in Biting's possession. Qingyan smiled faintly and flicked her wrist. 2 silver needles shot out from her sleeve. Before the 2 spies on the wall could react, they fell to the ground, lifeless. She quietly stored their bodies away and slipped into Feng Yunan's room, placing them on his bed, ready to give him a little surprise. She was no longer the timid woman from before. It was time to fight back. Following the memories of the original owner, Qing Yan arrived at her own quarters in the general's residence. The small, shabby room looked worse than a servant's quarters, messy and broken down. Her head buzzed with anger. The second branch of the family had gone too far, forcing the eldest daughter of the general's house to live in such a place. "Miss, you're finally back. Where did you go last night? I was so worried. Did the second young lady bully you again?" Chuntao, her personal maid, rushed out as soon as she heard movement. She had grown up with the original Qingyan and was the daughter of her nursemaid. Because Qingyan's mother had once helped them, both mother and daughter had always been loyal to her. Even after Qingyan lost her senses, Chuntao never abandoned her. Her nursemaid had even lost her life protecting her from Rongmin and Feng Qianqian schemes. "Chuntao, I'm fine. Don't worry. From now on, I won't let the second branch bully us again." Having been betrayed by her own family in her past life, Qingyan couldn't help but feel warmth toward this loyal girl before her. "Miss you." Chuntao stared at her in disbelief, sensing something different about her. "As you can see, I've recovered completely," Qingyan said with a gentle smile. "You're all better? That's wonderful. Miss, you're finally well again." Chuantao's eyes turned red with emotion. Ever since Qingyan had lost her mind, she had been tricked by Feng Qianqian and had grown distant from Chuntao, who had suffered much because of it. Now that her lady had truly returned, Chuntao couldn't hold back her joy. "Enough tears," Qingyan said softly. "I promise, from now on, I'll never let you be wronged again. By the way, Chuntao, have you seen my jade pendant?" Feng Biting had just told Feng Qingyan that the Feng family had an elite guard unit called the Feng Guard, and the jade pendant she carried was their command token. The Feng Guard was made up of many skilled people. They did not serve the court but were completely loyal to the Feng family, following only the heir who held the jade pendant. Once, Feng Biting had almost lost the will to live, let alone investigate Feng Zhan's death and seek justice for him. But now, because of Feng Qingyan, his fighting spirit had returned. Naturally, he began to plan for what needed to be done next. "That jade pendant has been with you since you were born, Mississippi. You've never taken it off. How could it be lost?" Chuntao knew how important the pendant was to Feng Qingyan. Feng Biting had repeatedly reminded her mother about it, saying that the pendant could even save her life in times of danger. Feng Qingyan frowned deeply. If the original owner had always kept it close, and after falling off a cliff and into the water, where could it have gone? "Forget it. I'll think about it later. I need to go out for a while. Grandfather needs someone to look after him. Go and take care of him for me." Feng Qingyan took Chuntao to the east courtyard. Before leaving, she sprinkled a circle of medicinal powder outside the gate and told Chuntao not to let anyone in without her permission. Then Feng Qingyan left the general's mansion and went straight to the market. She had no one by her side, and Feng Biting was still bedridden, making everything inconvenient. so she wanted to see if she could find a few capable people there. Fortunately, she had tricked Xiao Jingyi out of 10,000 taels of gold that day. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have money to buy help. But she wasn't worried. With her skills and modern knowledge, she had plenty of ways to make money. After walking around for a while, Feng Qingyan didn't find anyone who caught her eye. Most were weak young maids, rough older women who did heavy labor, or men who only did odd jobs. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze on her. She quickly turned around and saw, behind a group of young maids, a boy in tattered clothes. When he noticed her looking at him, he didn't try to hide. In fact, there was a hint of hope in his eyes. "Boss, how much for that boy?" Feng Qingyan asked, pointing toward the corner. "This young lady, this is just a little beggar I found on the road. I thought I could sell him for a few silver coins, but his hands and feet are injured, and he can't speak. He's not of much use. Why don't you take a look at these others? They're all in better shape than him." After explaining, the shopkeeper quickly pointed to a few strong men nearby, trying hard to make a sale. "I only want him." "Name your price," Feng Qingyan said firmly, unmoved by the shopkeeper's words. "How about 5 taels of silver?" The shopkeeper hadn't expected her to insist on buying the beggar and was overjoyed. Feng Qingyan tossed him some broken silver and walked straight toward the boy. She gave him a quick check and found that his hands and feet had been badly damaged. The method was cruel, and she couldn't imagine what he had gone through at such a young age. Feng Qingyan took out a healing pill from her storage space and helped him swallow it. She also checked his throat. It seemed fine. Borrowing some bamboo boards from the shopkeeper, she carefully set and fixed his twisted limbs. Then she gave the shopkeeper another piece of silver to find a stretcher and have the boy carried away. Not far away, in a carriage, Xiao Minji had seen everything. He hadn't expected to meet Feng Qingyan again here. Her medical skills were indeed impressive. She must have been the one who cured his poison. Watching her face covered in colorful makeup, Xiao Minji's lips curved slightly. Even when she tried to make herself look plain, her lively spirit still shone through, making her seem even more charming. Mu Qing, arrange for a few people to be sold to the general's mansion. Make sure they're clever ones, Xiao Minji ordered quietly. He thought Feng Qingyan might not trust the people she bought, so he decided to help her by arranging some himself. Mu Qing looked at Feng Qingyan's departing figure, speechless. Was something wrong with their lord's eyes? He had never cared for the many beautiful women who tried to get close to him, yet now he seemed interested in Feng Qingyan, who was deliberately disguising herself as unattractive. And she was even engaged to the crown prince. Did their lord have some unusual taste? Why are you still standing there? Seeing Mu Qing frozen in place, Xiao Minji gave him a cold glance. Yes, right away. Mu Qing shivered and hurried off to carry out the order. If their prince knew what he had just been thinking, he would probably have him torn apart and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Feng Qingyan wandered around the market for a while longer. She bought 2 clever young maids, 2 older women for washing and cooking, and a few strong men for heavy work. Then she took the young man back to the general's mansion. When they returned to the east courtyard, Feng Qingyan quickly assigned everyone their duties and arranged their living places. Only the young man had not yet been settled. "Chuntao, take him to my courtyard," she said. Feng Qingyan's courtyard was small, the house old and messy, but at least it was a place to stay. Once she finished her current tasks, she planned to deal properly with the second branch of the family. It was time for the general's mansion to have a new person in charge. Feng Qingyan had the young man placed on the couch in the room and looked down at him from above. "I know you can talk. Tell me, why do you want to follow me?"
"How?
How did you know?" The young man's eyes were full of shock. His voice was dry and hoarse from not speaking for a long time. He hadn't expected Feng Qingyan to see through his thoughts so easily. Feng Qingyan turned, poured a cup of water, and helped him drink. Then she smiled lightly. "Don't worry about how I knew. If you want to stay by my side, I need to know your name and your purpose." In her previous life, Feng Qingyan had studied psychology. She wasn't able to read minds, but she could understand people's thoughts through small expressions and body movements. Besides seeing through the young man's thoughts, there was another reason she had bought him. His eyes were sharp, his spirit unyielding, and his willpower extraordinary. With proper training, he would not be an ordinary person. And he looked very much like her younger brother from her past life, especially those eyes. If not for the fact that he showed no sign of recognizing her, Feng Qingyan might have thought her brother had also crossed into this world. She wondered how he was doing after she left. "I want revenge," the young man said firmly, though he could barely move. "Who is your enemy?" Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. That answer suited his current situation. The young man clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "It's the current emperor. But how can you be sure I can help you? And why should I?" Feng Qingyan was truly puzzled. In everyone's eyes, wasn't she supposed to be a fool? So, why did this young man choose her? Xiao Ju was the current emperor. If he wanted revenge, could he really just take it? Did he think the emperor was someone to be trifled with? "I know you're not as foolish as the rumors say. And I can tell you for sure, your father's death is connected to the emperor." The young man looked at Feng Qingyan with certainty. That was also the reason he had chosen her. Feng Qingyan was slightly startled. It seemed this young man's identity was far from ordinary. But she could also tell he was a friend, not an enemy. The emperor feared the general's manner for holding great military power and overshadowing the throne. The second branch of the family had long coveted that power. Jealousy could drive people to madness. It wasn't impossible that they had joined hands with the emperor to harm their own kin. From the conversation between Feng Yunan and Feng Biting, this could be confirmed. So, judging from that, what the young man said about her father's death being tied to the emperor was most likely true. "Seems you came prepared. But with your current state, do you really think you can take revenge on the emperor?" Feng Qingyan glanced at him.
Revenge?
He was lucky if he could even stay alive. The young man's heart ached. His once bright eyes dimmed instantly. His situation was indeed dire. So when he saw Feng Qingyan, he placed all his hopes and his life on her. If it came to death, so be it. As long as there was a sliver of hope, he would fight for revenge. That was the only reason he kept going. "Do you want to get better?" Seeing the sadness in his eyes, Feng Qingyan felt a flicker of emotion. In her past life, her younger brother must have wanted to avenge her too after she died. "Of course I do." The young man nodded immediately. He had seen Feng Qingyan's abilities with his own eyes. "But why should I help you?" Feng Qingyan never liked doing things that brought her no benefit. Seeking revenge against the emperor was no simple matter. If handled poorly, it could even bring disaster to the general's manor. Still, if Feng Zhan's death truly had something to do with the emperor, then with Feng Biting's temperament, no matter how hard it was, he would surely seek revenge. But everything had to be planned carefully. "As long as Miss Feng is willing to help me, I will be your sword from now on. Whoever you want me to fight, I will fight. I swear to be loyal to you, no matter the danger." The young man spoke each word with solemn determination.
"Deal.
"But if you want revenge, you must follow my orders in everything," Feng Qingyan said slowly. She was now completely drawn into the grudges and conflicts of the body's original owner. Her enemies were powerful, and endless trouble was sure to follow. She needed to build her own power. Someone like this young man, strong-willed and loyal, was exactly what she needed. And they shared the same goal. He could become a valuable ally. But since he was alone and had nothing to lose, his hatred might make him act recklessly one day, ruining everything. He needed some restraint. "I will obey all your orders. If I ever disobey, may I be punished by heaven," the young man said. He was clever and understood what Feng Qingyan was worried about. His desire for revenge was not just to take a life. That would be too easy. He wanted his enemy to lose everything. If Feng Qingyan knew what he was thinking, she would probably say, "Your dream is big, but reality is harsh." "Keep going, young man. What is your name?" she asked. "Please give me a new name, Master." Since he now had a master, he should forget his past identity. All he needed to remember was his deep hatred for the emperor and his vow never to forgive him. Feng Qingyan saw that he didn't want to speak of his past, and she didn't press him. Keeping his old name might even bring danger. So she named him Feng Yin. The name Yin symbolized perseverance, loyalty, and integrity, courage to move forward, and strength that could not be stopped. Feng Qingyan hoped this young man would have a bright and promising future. His tendons had been severely damaged, so Feng Qingyan gave him anesthesia and brought him into the medical room in her special space. She carefully cleaned the wounds on his wrists and ankles, disinfected them, and removed the damaged tissue before stopping the bleeding. Then she stitched the muscles and blood vessels with precision. When the surgery was done, she applied the best medicine to help his bones and tendons heal quickly. Feng Yin was still young and growing, so as long as he kept up with his recovery training after the surgery, he would heal faster than an adult. After everything was prepared, Feng Qingyan moved Feng Yin out of the space. As soon as she stepped out of the room, she heard loud shouting outside, like someone was screaming in anger. "Useless girl! Tell that foolish young lady of yours to get out here. How dare she try to harm my Qianqian? Who gave her the courage? If I don't teach her a lesson today, I'll change my last name." Rongmin stormed into Feng Qingyan's small courtyard, shouting at Chen Tao. She always acted like the dignified mistress of the general's mansion, but right now she looked more like a loud, unreasonable woman. "Chen Tao, did a pig from someone's backyard escape? It's so noisy out here," Feng Qingyan said casually as she walked out on purpose. "Feng Qingyan, who are you calling a pig?" Rongmin snapped, furious. Was this foolish girl trying to rebel? How dare she insult her? "Whoever answers must be the one I'm talking about," Feng Qingyan said with a shrug and a small smile. It wasn't her fault if Rongmin took the insult personally. You foolish girl. Do you even know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Rongmin was stunned by Feng Qingyan's boldness. When did this silly girl become so sharp-tongued? "Oh, it's you, second aunt. Perfect timing. I was just about to look for you. Your family has taken over the general's mansion for quite some time now. I'll give you 3 days to move out. If you don't blame me for what happens next." In such a large mansion, her courtyard was the smallest, oldest, and most remote. If she wanted to deal with the second branch of the family, she would start by taking back control of the mansion. "Feng Qingyan, have you lost your mind? Do you believe I won't have you locked up and left to starve?" Rongmin was so angry she almost laughed. Had Feng Qingyan gone completely mad today? She hadn't even settled the matter with Feng Qianqian yet, and now this girl dared to tell them to move out? "I've had enough of your threats. Do you really think this mansion belongs to your branch of the family?" Feng Qingyan's expression turned cold as she stared at Rongmin. What does the century-old foundation of the general's mansion have to do with their second branch of the family? In the previous generation, it was Feng Baiting who laid the foundation for the mansion, and in this generation, Feng Zhan's repeated military victories had brought even greater honor to the family. Feng Yunan, however, spent his days indulging in pleasure and causing trouble everywhere, becoming the disgrace of the general's mansion. Rongmin went around flaunting the title of the mansion's mistress, showing off wherever she went. You. What are you trying to do?" Rongmin's heart trembled as she saw Feng Qingyan walking toward her. Usually, this foolish girl would be terrified at the slightest scare, but today she seemed completely different, bold and unafraid. "What am I trying to do? Why don't you guess?" Feng Qingyan smiled faintly. The original Feng Qingyan had often been locked in the woodshed by Rongmin, left without food or water. Now it was time to settle old scores. Rongmin felt uneasy under her smile and quickly ordered the 2 maids behind her. "What are you standing there for? Grab her and make her kneel before the second young lady to apologize." Feng Qianqian was now wrapped up like a mummy, unable to show her face, and had been demanding that Feng Qingyan be punished. Ignoring Feng Yunan's earlier warning not to provoke Feng Qingyan, Rongmin had come to seize her anyway. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much." Before the 2 maids could even touch Feng Qingyan's clothes, each was pricked by a silver needle. They fell to the ground, crying out in pain. What did you do to them?" Rongmin stared in horror at the 2 maids writhing on the floor, her face turning pale. Just a small lesson. Would you like to try it too, Aunt? Feng Qingyan smiled as she slowly stepped closer. No, don't come any closer. Terrified, Rongmin tried to run, but suddenly realized her legs wouldn't move.
Don't want to?
Then maybe I should let you and your precious daughter keep each other company. You wouldn't want her to suffer alone, would you? Feng Qingyan took out a small packet of powder from her hidden space and pretended to sprinkle it toward Rongmin's face.
No.
Feng Qingyan, you can't do this to me. The master will never forgive you. Rongmin was so frightened that she could barely speak, desperately invoking Feng Yunan's name in an attempt to scare Feng Qingyan off. She has been out of favor for many years. If she ruins her appearance again, she probably won't keep her position as the head lady of the household. Oh, really? I want to see how he plans to let this go, Feng Qingyan said with a light smile. I wonder how Feng Yunyan will react when he finds out about the gift I gave him. Seeing that Feng Qingyan is completely unthreatened, Rongmin finally becomes truly afraid. Feng Qingyan, you don't do anything reckless. If you want the courtyard, we will move out. Forget everything else. First, I must protect my own reputation. I give you 3 days to move out. Take your people and leave quickly, Feng Qingyan said. Then she poured the powder from her hand into her mouth and smacked her lips twice. Honestly, this powdery ice cream tastes sweet and sour, really good. Rongmin was about to explode with anger. This Feng Qingyan was actually playing her. But after being humiliated by Feng Qingyan, Rongmin didn't dare to make a sound when she returned home. If the little concubines in the backyard found out, they would probably mock her behind her back. Feng Yunyan definitely wouldn't agree, especially since they still had the prince backing them. So Rongmin didn't take this matter seriously. That night, Feng Yunyan returned to his room. Because he didn't turn on the light, he was pleasantly surprised to find someone lying on the bed. He thought it was his new concubine, Lu, coming to climb into his bed again. Little fairy, let the old master love you properly, he said with a lecherous look, suddenly pouncing on the person on the bed and biting her. While biting, he was also thinking, why does Lu's face look so rough today? Her face has also become much rounder. Baby, why are you still wearing clothes? Do you want me to help you take them off? He asked. After biting for a while and feeling unsatisfied, he eagerly reached his hand inside her clothes. But the more he touched, the more wrong he felt. It was flat all over, making it impossible to tell front from back. And it was hard and stiff. Most importantly, the person in his arms didn't move at all, showing no reaction. Feng Yunyan suddenly lost interest. Someone, turn on the lamp, he said softly, sitting up and calling out. A maid came in to light the lamp and hurriedly left, not daring to delay Feng Yunyan's pleasure. With the lamp lit, the room was suddenly bright.
Who are you?
How did you get on my bed? Do you really think you can climb into my bed? Are you trying to die? Believe it or not, I will have someone drag you out and deal with you right now. Feng Yunyan saw that the person in his arms was actually a man, and he immediately became very angry. He has no romantic feelings for men. He shouted for a long time, but the person on the bed still didn't move. Feng Yunyan suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly pulled back the blanket and found that there was another person underneath. Both of them had already passed away. Feng Yunyan couldn't help but feel sick. He had just been close to a corpse, touching and kissing it almost. Feng Yunyan was so angry, he felt like he might explode. He was too embarrassed to tell anyone about this. He could only secretly deal with the two bodies and investigate the matter quietly. After 3 days of rest, Feng Bailing could now sit up on his own. But his legs still needed more rehabilitation because he hadn't stood for a long time. His recovery was so quick that it exceeded his own expectations. Feng Qingyan took out a solar-powered electric wheelchair from her space and brought him outside to enjoy the sun. Feng Bailing hadn't been outside for a long time. Seeing the sunlight, he felt reborn. Over these days, he also saw how capable Feng Qingyan was, and he felt very pleased. He believed that his son and daughter-in-law must be watching over him from heaven, blessing Feng Qingyan. At that moment, a group of people passed by from a distance. They carried gifts and made a lively, festive scene. I heard the crown prince is going to visit Lord Liu, the prefect of the capital, to present a marriage proposal to marry his legitimate granddaughter, Li Xiangwan. Lord Liu is really lucky. He's benefited from his granddaughter's status. He's bound to rise in the world. That's right. Although the crown prince was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Feng family, Feng Qingyan is ugly and foolish. Both her parents are dead, and even General Feng is often ill. The crown prince hasn't shown any interest in marrying her. This marriage is probably not going to happen. Li Xiangwan marrying into the Eastern Palace might as well be her becoming the crown princess. People on the street were talking about the marriage proposal, chatting excitedly. This marriage was actually arranged by Feng Qingyan herself. She was happily eating her melon, not expecting that in the end, she would be the one to suffer from it. Don't be sad, Yenner. The crown prince is being too much. Before marrying you, he openly took a concubine. Grandfather will go to the emperor and ask for justice for you. Feng Bailing immediately became angry, his hand gripping the wheelchair tightly, veins bulging. Since Feng Zhan's death, he's been paralyzed in bed. The crown prince clearly doesn't regard the Feng family as important. This marriage was forced upon them by the royal family back then. He cannot let Feng Qingyan suffer this injustice. Grandfather, don't be angry. It's better not to marry the crown prince. Feng Qingyan kept comforting him. She could tell that this old man had a very bad temper, but that was only towards outsiders. To her, he was gentle and caring, like a protective father. Yenner, are you sincere? Or are you just angry? Feng Bailing initially didn't agree with this marriage. The royal family is very ruthless. Women in the harem fight for favor, scheming against each other. He didn't want his precious granddaughter to go through that. But the emperor insisted on the marriage, and he couldn't disobey the imperial decree. Yenner believes the crown prince is not a good match. What she wants is love, one person for life, two hearts together. What do you think, grandfather? Feng Qingyan, with a modern soul, couldn't accept the ancient practice of polygamy. If she could find someone to love and stay with her forever, that would be happiness. If not, she wouldn't force it. Life is for happiness, loving money, loving oneself, going with the flow. That's very true, Yenner. Feng Bailing also agreed with Feng Qingyan's view. In the past, Feng Lao and Lao Tai were deeply in love, and their story was well known. Feng Zhan and Feng Qingyan's mother, Chu Yimo, had a love story that others envied. But Feng Bailing still had some worries. After all, a divorce could negatively affect Feng Qingyan. Grandfather, do you know that my father's death might be related to the royal family? Feng Qingyan thought that instead of waiting for Xiao Jingyi to propose a divorce, she should take the initiative. If she ignited this fire, Feng Bailing would definitely try everything to cancel the marriage. Are you serious about this, Yenner? Feng Bailing asked Feng Qingyan, but he already had an answer in his heart. He had doubted it back then, but later his health declined, and he had no energy to think about it. His face showed sadness as he closed his eyes tightly. The Feng family has dedicated themselves entirely to the Great Summer, working tirelessly until death. However, their loyal ruler fears them and wants to eliminate them quickly. This is such a heartbreaking thing. Grandfather, don't be sad. The royal family owes us, and I will get it back little by little. Feng Qingyan's eyes are full of determination. Over these days, she has come to see Feng Baiting as her own family. Since heaven has allowed her to take the place of the original owner, she must take on all her responsibilities. Emperor Xiaoju, dressed in a golden dragon robe, is tall and serious-looking. He is currently reviewing official documents. At this moment, the palace steward comes in to deliver a message. Your Majesty, General Feng's old general and the young lady of the Feng family are outside requesting to see you. Oh? Let them come in. The emperor is slightly surprised. Isn't Feng Baiting paralyzed in bed and near death? Why would he suddenly come to the palace? Soon, Feng Qingyan pushes Feng Baiting in a wheelchair into the hall. Your Majesty, I humbly bow. My legs are not convenient, so I apologize for not kneeling. Feng Baiting looks at the emperor's expression, which is clearly displeased, as if he wants to eat someone. Feng Qingyan gently pats his back behind him, causing him to withdraw his fierce gaze. Forget it, forget it. What does General Feng want to see me about? The emperor naturally cannot say much about Feng Biting's condition. He is more concerned about Feng Biting's purpose for requesting an audience. That fool Feng Yunyan, after so many years, still hasn't managed to get the Feng family's military token. He's truly useless. Feng Qingyan, standing nearby, is silently criticizing in her mind. This ridiculous ancient system that puts the emperor above all, always making people kneel. Hearing the emperor say this, Feng Biting naturally stands there without kneeling. The emperor glances at Feng Qingyan and is too lazy to argue with her. What nonsense about destiny and the Feng star. Right now, he even wants to drag the celestial observatory out and tear it apart. Feng Qingyan notices the disdainful look from the emperor and glances at him. She sees that Xiaoju's forehead is narrow, his cheekbones are sharp, and his nose bridge is sunken. Obvious signs of suspicion, jealousy, and scheming. He dares to look down on her. Just wait and see. She will make sure he can't reach her in the future. Your Majesty, I am here today to discuss the marriage alliance between my granddaughter and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is talented and extraordinary, with a promising future. Qingyan is timid and weak, not suitable to be the Crown Princess. I wish to withdraw from this marriage on her behalf. Please, Your Majesty, grant my request. Feng Biling spoke harshly about Feng Qingyan, criticizing her in words, but secretly, he cursed the royal family fiercely.
What is Xiao Jingyi?
He doesn't deserve his precious granddaughter. Withdrawing the engagement? Does the Crown Prince know about this? The Emperor's eyes flickered slightly, and he frowned a little. Feng Biling knew well that his granddaughter was simple-minded and not beautiful. The royal family hadn't cancelled the marriage. Shouldn't he be grateful? Now he was the one trying to break it off. What is he doing? The Crown Prince is busy choosing a consort and has no time for such small matters, Feng Biling said, glancing at the Emperor with displeasure. Old, send someone to invite the Crown Prince immediately. The Emperor frowned slightly. Over the years, the marriage between the Crown Prince and the Feng family had not been cancelled mainly because General's estate held powerful troops and the Feng army was invincible. But Feng Biling was stubborn and hard to control. The Feng family army was loyal to Daxia, but they couldn't truly serve him. At this moment, Xiao Jingyi was furious in the Eastern Palace. That Li Xiangwan is really bold. I think she's lucky, but she actually considers herself a step above me. I'll see how I deal with her when she enters the Eastern Palace. Just now, the messenger reported that Li Xiangwan wanted Xiao Jingyi to fulfill the promise of breaking off the engagement with Feng Qingyan. She even returned the betrothal gifts directly. The Crown Prince was lecherous, but he was never short of women. Even if he liked someone, he wouldn't lower his status as Crown Prince. In his eyes, imperial power was supreme. Women were just playthings, tools for profit. When he was pleased, he could pamper and indulge her. When he was unhappy, even washing his feet might disgust him. Li Xiangwan's current behavior was basically courting death, provoking royal authority. Of course, Li Xiangwan didn't have such courage. If the Crown Prince wanted to marry her, she would be overjoyed. And why did she return the betrothal gifts? It was naturally influenced by Feng Qingyan. Yesterday, Feng Qingyan disguised herself as a matchmaker, met Li Xiangwan by chance, and told her that the Crown Prince would take her as his consort. However, Li Xiangwan wanted to make this good thing happen, but she had to get the Crown Prince to cancel his engagement with the Feng family first. Otherwise, she would miss a great opportunity and fail. At first, Li Xiangwan didn't believe Feng Qingyan's words. How could the Crown Prince like her? Until today, she really received the wedding gift from the Crown Prince. Thinking of Feng Qingyan's words, she decisively returned the gift and told the Crown Prince's people her request. Thus, a beautiful love story began to unfold. Xiao Jingyi received a message from the palace and immediately went to the imperial study. Your Majesty, your son bows to you. I don't know what you want to see me about? Xiao Jingyi glanced at Feng Biting and Feng Qingyan beside him, but paid no attention. He went straight to bow to the emperor. Actually, General Feng wants to discuss your marriage with Feng Qingyan. The emperor wouldn't directly tell Xiao Jingyi that they came to cancel the marriage. That would make the royal family look bad. But when Xiao Jingyi heard this, he couldn't help but think more. Are Feng biting and Feng Qingyan complaining to the emperor because he wants to marry someone? No wonder Li Xiangwan returned the wedding gift. Most likely, they were behind this. He thought Li Xiangwan wouldn't have the courage to do such a thing. Father, I want to cancel my marriage with Feng Qingyan. I don't want to marry a fool. Xiao Jingyi was furious, showing he didn't care about Feng biting and Feng Qingyan at all. A fool, and, what did he have to worry about? Since the crown prince also agrees, I ask the emperor to approve. Yenner, give the cancellation letter to His Highness. Feng biting clenched his hands on the wheelchair. Seeing the crown prince's attitude, what was there to hesitate about? Especially since there might be a deep-seated hatred between them. Feng Qingyan took the cancellation letter, walked up to the crown prince, and threw it directly in his face. Coincidentally, the cancellation letter landed right on Xiao Jingyi's face. Feng Qingyan looked scared, as if she had done something wrong, and quickly retreated to Feng biting's side. Xiao Jingyi snatched the cancellation letter with his hand, his face turning green with anger. If he didn't know Feng Qingyan was a fool, he would suspect she did this on purpose. This marriage is cancelled by me. What right does a fool have to cancel my marriage with someone as ugly as you? Once the marriage is called off, who else would want you? Xiao Jingyi pointed at Feng Qingyan and scolded her like a mad dog. He never expected that he would be rejected by a foolish, ugly person. If this news gets out, it will be a big joke. Things have developed to this point, and even the emperor wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The marriage is definitely off. But if it's off, it's off. Now, the general's residence is no longer what it used to be, and Feng Biling doesn't have many days left. He has no more worries. The royal family obviously wouldn't marry an orphaned fool as the crown princess. The crown prince's attitude is really bold. At this moment, a deep, strong voice came from the door. Mu Qing pushed Xiao Minji in a wheelchair. What wind brought the royal brother here? Are you feeling better? Xiao Ju saw Xiao Minji, and his pupils suddenly widened. He glanced at Xiao Jingyi. Didn't he say Xiao Minji was seriously injured, poisoned, and had little time left? Why is he here looking fine? Xiao Jingyi sensed the emperor's gaze and felt guilty. That day, his people did find Xiao Minji and fought fiercely. But by the time he arrived, his people had been completely defeated. He was afraid the emperor would blame him for poor handling, so he didn't tell the truth. He originally thought Xiao Minji was poisoned and then fought, so he wouldn't survive or would be badly injured. He never expected him to be fine. His complexion looks even better than before. Feng Qingyan saw who was coming and was suddenly shocked. Isn't that the man she met at the cold pond that day? The emperor called him his younger brother. Then he must be the legendary ninth uncle, the war god respected by everyone in Daxia. Noticing Feng Qingyan's expression, Xiao Minji slightly smiled and slowly spoke. Thanks to my elder brother, I am not dead for now. After saying that, Xiao Minji turned to look at Xiao Jingyi. Ninth uncle. Xiao Jingyi felt a chill down his spine, and his scalp tingle under Xiao Minji's gaze. Xiao Minji sneered disdainfully. With such little courage, he still dares to play assassination games with him. He then turned to the emperor and said, Our royal family was the one who insisted on the marriage with the Feng family. Now, it's our royal family that wants to break the engagement. Doesn't that damage the royal family's reputation? The emperor suddenly looked awkward. Initially, he was the one who insisted on this marriage agreement. Being publicly humiliated by Xiao Minji, the emperor was naturally very displeased. Since my younger brother feels it damages our royal reputation, I will personally arrange for Feng Qingyan to marry the ninth prince as his princess. Why wait for a better day? Let's get married today. How about it? But didn't Xiao Minji say that breaking off the engagement would harm the royal image? Then let him marry Feng Qingyan, the fool. Marriage is not a game. Your Majesty, please think carefully, Feng Biling quickly stepped in to advise. Everyone knew that the emperor and Xiao Minji did not get along. But their power struggles shouldn't involve his innocent granddaughter. Feng Bailing, are you trying to oppose the emperor's order? Or do you think my younger brother is not worthy of your granddaughter? The emperor looked coldly at Feng Bailing, but secretly he was pleased. Now he wanted to see how Xiao Minji would respond. If Feng Bailing refused, claiming Xiao Minji was not suitable for Feng Qingyan, he would offend Xiao Minji completely. This was exactly what he wanted to see. If Feng Bailing agreed, and Xiao Minji refused to marry Feng Qingyan, they would become enemies. Thank you, brother, for your good intentions in arranging this marriage. I really wish I could marry Miss Feng right now and start our life together, but you know my health isn't good. I've been poisoned, and I have a leg injury. I don't want to delay the girl. Could I ask for a little more time? Xiao Minji said this while glancing at Feng Qingyan, pretending to be sincere. Then I will give you 3 more months. I will immediately issue the marriage decree. The emperor thought Xiao Minji was just making excuses, not wanting to marry Feng Qingyan. He wouldn't miss this chance to humiliate Xiao Minji, so he quickly signed the marriage decree. He wanted to see how Xiao Minji could accept having a foolish, ugly wife. Thank you, brother. Xiao Minji smiled softly. He had Mu Qing take the decree from the emperor. The emperor was stunned. He had planned to humiliate Xiao Minji with this ugly girl, setting a trap. But now, Xiao Minji looked quite willing. It must be his imagination. There's nothing else. You may all leave now. The younger brother should prepare for the upcoming marriage quickly. 3 months isn't a long time, and the emperor is still waiting to celebrate your wedding. The emperor thinks Xiao Minji is probably pretending, and he's very angry inside. He's just pretending to be strong in front of him. He doesn't believe Xiao Minji would willingly marry someone so ugly and foolish. Anyway, Junwu's words are final, and the emperor can't go back on his promise. So, the marriage is decided. Feng Qingyan feels overwhelmed. Who did she offend? How did she suddenly get a new match? No one asked for her opinion. She just escaped from a dangerous place, and now might fall into another trap. Feng Bailing also feels helpless. He's unable to change the situation. The emperor is foolish and suspicious, and he has a deep grudge against their Feng family. Xiao Minji is brave and successful in battles, making him a good choice. But he's known to be cruel and not interested in women, and women who get close to him often have bad endings. Plus, Xiao Minji is poisoned, disabled, and doesn't know how long he will live. Naturally, Feng Bailing doesn't want Feng Qingyan to fall into such danger. Now, he can only wait and see, hoping Xiao Minji gets better before making plans. Mu Qing pushes Xiao Minji out of the imperial study first. Then Feng Qingyan pushes Feng Bailing to follow. When they reach Xiao Jingyi, they hear him say softly, "A fool with a, what a perfect match." Feng Qingyan rolls her eyes at him. "Don't think you're safe now. Be careful you don't end up with Qingdan later." Feng Qingyan pushes Feng Bailing out, and Xiao Minji keeps sneaking glances at her with a faint smile. Mu Qing thinks their prince is not only losing his mind but probably his wits too. Being given a foolish, ugly wife by the emperor and still smiling happily. It's strange. At the palace gate, Xiao Minji stops Mu Qing. When Feng Qingyan pushes Feng Bailing over, he slowly speaks, "General Feng, may I have a moment alone with Yenner?" Xiao Minji shows respect to General Feng, without any airs of royalty. It's not just because of their current relationship. Old Lord Feng lived a life of military service, earning many battle achievements. Every brave soldier who has fought on the battlefield deserves respect. Feng Bailing looked up at Feng Qingyan behind him, clearly feeling a bit uneasy. However, the way Xiao Minji looked at him didn't seem as cold and ruthless as rumors suggested. Most likely, the emperor was afraid of Xiao Minji and deliberately spread false stories. Feng Qingyan glanced at Xiao Minji, frowned slightly, and softly said to Feng Bailing, "Grandfather, don't worry. You go wait in the carriage. I'll be there soon." Feng Qingyan always felt that Xiao Minji's gaze on her was strange. Her intuition told her that Xiao Minji recognized her. He even called her Yenner. Are they close? But in front of Feng Bailing, she didn't want to lose her temper. Feng Bailing nodded, looked at Xiao Minji again, then controlled his solar-powered wheelchair and left. Xiao Minji's eyes brightened. What is that thing the old general is sitting in? Seeing Feng Biting's wheelchair move on its own, he suddenly felt that the expensive wheelchair he had paid craftsmen to make wasn't as impressive anymore. It's a wheelchair. Isn't the prince also sitting in one? Feng Qingyan answered casually. He wasn't sure what Xiao Minji was trying to do. How can it move by itself? Xiao Minji looked embarrassed. His wheelchair was definitely not in the same class as Feng Biting's. If a wheelchair could move on its own, it would be very convenient sometimes. It's powered by solar energy, Feng Qingyan added. What is solar-powered? Xiao Minji asked curiously, like a curious child.
He realized something.
There were so many secrets on his future bride. I told you, but you wouldn't understand. What exactly do you want from me, prince? Feeling Xiao Minji's probing gaze, Feng Qingyan grew impatient. This man was too clever, with deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. She always felt her secrets wouldn't escape his eyes sooner or later. So, it's better to keep a distance. Feng Qingyan was now very glad that her family's enemy was the crown prince. If it had been Xiao Minji, the difficulty would be much higher. I also want a wheelchair like that, Xiao Minji answered nonchalantly, without directly addressing her question. Is it too much to ask for some benefits from your future little princess? Feng Qingyan was speechless. Did he stop her just to get a wheelchair? 10,000 taels of gold for one. Anyway, she was worried about not having enough money. She took full advantage of the tradition of taking a little from everything passing by. Xiao Minji gave a command. Mu Qing looked at Feng Qingyan with dissatisfaction. A wheelchair costs 10,000 taels of gold. Why didn't she just steal it? Seeing him hesitate and count the money, Xiao Minji simply took it all and handed it to Feng Qingyan. She took the banknotes and found that there was actually an extra 10,000 taels. She returned the extra money to Xiao Minji. She loved money, but she had her limits. She wouldn't take what she shouldn't. Xiao Minji didn't take the banknotes, but looked at Feng Qingyan softly and said, "Keep it, Yener. Consider it pocket money from me for the future princess." Just now, he saw how obsessed she was with silver, and he found it quite cute. His future little princess liked silver, and luckily, their 9th prince residence had plenty of it.
Who
is your future princess? Please, your highness, show some respect. Feng Qingyan blushed. How could this person be so shameless? Who agreed to this marriage? Of course, it's you, Yener. The emperor personally granted this marriage. Do you want to disobey the imperial decree? Xiao Minji waved the marriage decree in front of Feng Qingyan, secretly feeling proud. The emperor had finally done something worthwhile after all these years.
You.
What exactly do you want? Feng Qingyan was speechless and exhausted. She had just backed out of the crown prince's marriage, and now she had attracted another old master. Was it fate that she was transmigrated here for some kind of disaster? Of course, a life-saving grace should be repaid with a life. Xiao Minji slightly curved his lips. His breathtaking, peerless face was like a fallen immortal. The smile on his face was stunningly beautiful. He had to admit, Xiao Minji truly deserved to be the top handsome man chosen by noble ladies in Daxia. He was indeed worthy of the title. Feng Qingyan's eyes darkened. This Xiao Minji had indeed recognized her. Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I didn't do it to save you. I just wanted to silence the person to protect myself. At that time, Feng Qingyan didn't think so much. She just didn't want to cause trouble. Then I can't help but wonder, isn't your purpose in giving me the antidote to save me? Xiao Minji didn't care at all. He was determined to stay close to Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan almost spit her back teeth out of frustration. She felt that doing good deeds only brought her trouble. If she had known, she wouldn't have saved him in the first place. What poison? I don't know. Grandfather must be worried. I need to leave now. It was all a misunderstanding. Please, Your Highness, kindly ask the Emperor to revoke the marriage proposal. In the end, Feng Qingyan could only pretend to be naive. She shoved the extra silver note into Xiao Minji's hand and slipped away. Words can be harsh, and kindness can be taken for granted. That money is not worth it. The Emperor saw Xiao Minji as a thorn in his side, especially since he was poisoned and crippled. Next time, he might even lose his life. The Feng family already had enough trouble. Feng Qingyan really didn't want to get involved with Xiao Minji, this big problem. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan's back and chuckled softly. Sooner or later, he would find a way to uncover her true nature. Back in the carriage, Feng Biting looked at Feng Qingyan with concern and asked, "Did the ninth prince trouble you?" Feng Qingyan shook her head. If Xiao Minji had truly made things difficult for her, she wouldn't mind. At worst, she would just stand her ground. Feng Qingyan was born rebellious and fearless. She had never been afraid of anyone, but his sudden, deliberate closeness and gestures of friendliness confused her for a moment. "Grandfather feels that you have been wronged. Please give him some more time. He will find a way to solve this." Feng Biting felt a pang of sadness. The enemy was right in front of him, yet he was powerless. He couldn't even protect his own granddaughter. However, he still had the Feng army as a trump card. Since the emperor was unkind, he wouldn't hesitate to act unjustly. The Feng army was loyal to the great Xia, not to the emperor. Long ago, when the former emperor was alive, he secretly discussed the succession with a few old generals. The current emperor lacked ambition. If it weren't for the support of his maternal clan, he would never have ascended the throne. The former emperor favored Xiao Minji, but Xiao Minji was young and weak at the time. So, the former emperor left him a secret edict for his safety. Feng Biting suspected that the contents of that edict were related to the throne. Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't have been so restless all these years, determined to eliminate Xiao Minji. So, for Feng Lingyan's happiness, Feng Biling could use this card to negotiate with Xiao Minji or reach some agreement. "Grandfather, don't worry. Yenner is really fine. The ninth prince only wants a wheelchair like yours. Look, this silver was paid by the ninth prince." Feng Lingyan saw how upset Feng Biling was and felt very sad. She quickly explained. From her understanding of Xiao Minji, he is not a truly evil person. There are still 3 months left. She can make Xiao Minji voluntarily break off the engagement within this time. You child." Feng Biling shook his head helplessly. Daring to ask the ninth prince for money, his granddaughter might be the first in history. But this also shows Xiao Minji's attitude. Feng Biling thinks things might not be as bad as he imagined. Of course, he also considers that Xiao Minji might have other motives. Having a goal means there is room to negotiate. Feng Biling feels less worried. In the end, he has to break with the emperor, and Xiao Minji is the emperor's biggest enemy. An enemy's enemy is a friend. The emperor thought he was gaining the upper hand with his clever move, but he didn't realize he had tied 2 strong opponents together. After Feng Lingyan and Xiao Minji left, the emperor's expression immediately darkened. You said Xiao Minji was badly injured and would surely die? Why does he appear here, now looking fine? What's going on?" When the emperor heard that Xiao Minji was close to death, he was very happy. But it turned out to be a false alarm. He was naturally very displeased with Xiao Jingyi. Xiao Jingyi is not the most outstanding among the princes, but he has a powerful maternal clan. By appointing a mediocre crown prince, the emperor doesn't have to worry about his throne being threatened. He can also use the influence of Xiao Jingyi's maternal clan to oppose Xiao Minji. If both sides end up hurting each other badly, he can sit back and profit. The royal family is truly ruthless. The emperor even plotted against his own son. Reporting to Father Emperor, Xiao Minji indeed had a poisoning attack and was seriously injured. I don't know how this happened. Normally, just the poisoning would be enough to take Xiao Minji's life. Plus the fighting, he wouldn't survive or would be severely weakened. It is impossible for him to be as fine as he is now. Xiao Jingyi also couldn't understand. Can't even handle this small matter properly. I think you no longer want to be the crown prince. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and have someone investigate. The emperor was furious. Everyone knew that the great summer's war god, Xiao Minji, was brave and skilled in battle, with great achievements, admired by all, and considered the protector of the people. Where do they place him as emperor? Of course, the emperor couldn't accept Xiao Minji. Even now, Xiao Minji was poisoned and disabled, the emperor still didn't let him go. Another important reason was that Xiao Minji had a will left by the former emperor, which might threaten his throne. This made him uneasy. Xiao Jingyi respectfully withdrew. As he turned around, his expression suddenly turned fierce. The emperor was still young and strong, with many princes. Who knew what might happen someday? Xiao Jingyi was not really foolish. He had his own plans. The emperor saw him as a sword-bearer, but how could he be willing? He was also using the emperor's privileges to benefit himself. All these scheming thoughts, what kind of father and son are they? At the general's residence, Rongmin and Feng Qingyan sat together, looking a bit anxious. 3 days are up, Qianqian. What do you think we should do now? Rongmin was almost panicking. For the past 2 days, she had been secretly observing Feng Qingyan. Since she fell off the cliff and returned, she seemed like a different person. Last time she came back from Feng Qingyan's courtyard, she was furious. She even sent a few people to teach her a lesson. But those people's bodies later mysteriously appeared in her room, without anyone knowing. She was truly frightened. Mother, do you think Feng Qingyan might really be dead? Maybe her ghost is coming back to seek revenge? That day, she floated in front of me like a ghost. If it was Feng Qingyan herself, she couldn't have done that. Feng Qianqian thought more and more that this was possible. After all, Feng Qingyan was pushed off the cliff by her own hand. Falling from that height would surely be fatal. The strange things that happen these days were too bizarre. Maybe only a ghost could do such things. Now that you mention it, I remember. That day, before she met those 2 girls, they suddenly started hurting so badly that they couldn't stand. And those young men, strong and skilled, all died quietly without a sound. Feng Qingyan never entered this courtyard. So how did those bodies end up in my room? Feng Qingyan is just a fool. There's no way she could do these things. As Rongmin thought more, she felt more scared. Every time she closed her eyes these days, she saw the images of those bodies. She also kept hearing strange noises. At night, she didn't dare to turn off the lights, and she didn't want to be alone. Mother, what should we do? Feng Qianqian was also frightened when Rongmin said this. If Feng Qingyan really was a ghost, they would surely be harmed by her sooner or later. Rongmin's face turned pale, and she was very frightened too. She paced back and forth anxiously, then suddenly had an idea. Qianqian, don't be afraid. Listen to me. How about this? You send someone to invite Master Xianqing. Later, I will send someone to call Feng Qingyan. Rongmin forced herself to stay calm and whispered to Feng Qianqian. Feng Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Okay, mother, I understand. She smiled and agreed, then quickly sent someone to find Master Xianqing. Master Xianqing was the most famous, wise man in the capital, best at driving away ghosts and demons. No matter what kind of monster Feng Qingyan was, she would have to show her true form. This time, they would be safe. Back at the general's residence, Feng Qingyan had just sent Feng Biting back to the east courtyard when Rongmin's maid ran over. Mississippi Miss, the lady asks you to come over. The young girl was trembling all over. That day, Feng Qingyan had pricked her with a needle, and it was a terrible experience. Now, just seeing her made her afraid. Got it. Feng Qingyan's eyes flickered slightly. She wasn't sure what Rongmin was planning this time. From what she knew about Rongmin, she would never leave voluntarily. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secretly sent people over several times in the past few days to cause trouble. The 3-day deadline was up, and it was time to get rid of those trash. When Feng Qingyan entered Rongmin's courtyard, she saw a Taoist priest standing in the middle of the yard. She was dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, with her hair in a high bun. In her left hand, she held a long sword, and in her right, a compass. She stood in front of the altar, muttering something constantly. She looked quite convincing. Here she comes. Suddenly someone shouted. Master Xianqing immediately opened his eyes, looked at Feng Qingyan and angrily shouted, You daring monster, daring to disturb the world in broad daylight. Show your true form now. Feng Qingyan was momentarily stunned, then realized what was happening. It seemed that Rongmin and Feng Qianqian thought she was a ghost or monster and had brought a Taoist priest to capture her. Master Xianqing threw some white powder into the air, and immediately, a blue ghost fire floated around Feng Qingyan. Mother, look. Ghost fire. Feng Qingyan is really a ghost. Feng Qianqian, hiding nearby, turned pale with fear and tightly held Rongmin's hand. Don't be afraid. Master Xianqing gave me something to protect myself. I believe he can handle her, Rongmin said confidently, though she was actually scared nearly to tears. This is just some showy trick. How dare she flaunt it in front of me? Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. She casually took a small white qilin pellet from her space and threw it near the Taoist. Suddenly, flames erupted in the air, and smoke billowed. Master Xuanqing's face and body where the white qilin fragments landed instantly burned, turning his flesh into a bloody mess. He screamed in pain, desperately tearing off his Taoist robe. The burned areas on his face, he forcibly ripped off the skin, finally ending the burning sensation. He was quite ruthless to himself. Bold monster, you dare to set fire to me. Today, I will take you down. Master Xianqing, covered in blood and disheveled, glared at Feng Qingyan and roared angrily. He never expected that after decades of pretending to be a ghost, he would be defeated by a young girl using his own tricks. The burning substance on him was clearly the white qilin pellet he had used earlier to create ghost fire. Then I want to see if you have the ability. Feng Qingyan crossed her arms and smiled lightly. She was determined to see how long this so-called Master Xianqing could keep pretending. Master Xianqing immediately stabbed the yellow talisman paper on the altar with his sword. He was still muttering, "Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, gods are no match for my old Taoist magic." Then he flicked his finger on the sword, causing the talisman paper to catch fire instantly. Next, he took a sip of the liquid on the altar and spat it onto the burning talisman paper. Suddenly, a long tongue of fire shot out from the sword, aiming straight at Feng Qingyan. Monster, come and accept your punishment. Master Xianqing still had some skill, preparing to attack Feng Qingyan fiercely. He couldn't let this young girl ruin his hard-earned reputation, or else he wouldn't be able to continue scamming for money. Feng Qingyan stood there calmly, showing no fear. Feng Qianqian and Rongmin thought Feng Qingyan was frightened by Master Xianqing, so they became braver and peeked out from the shadows. But before Master Xuanqing's sword touched Feng Qingyan's clothes, she dodged quickly. She turned and kicked him in the back. He was sent flying several meters away. Fake magic tricks. With such little skill, you dare to embarrass yourself. Feng Qingyan was speechless. This Master Xianqing was all show, with such limited ability. Master Xianqing fell hard to the ground, his old bones almost breaking apart. He didn't expect a young girl like Feng Qingyan to be so powerful. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Seeing Feng Qingyan step closer, he thought he was about to die. His eyes darted around, then quickly shouted to the corner. Black dog blood.
Pour black dog blood.
This monster has already become a spirit. Even at this point, Master Xianqing still pretended to be mysterious and kept showing off his tricks. Feng Qingyan slightly turned her head to glance at the corner, and Feng Qianqian immediately felt her legs go weak. Black dog blood is coming. Although she was terrified, she knew she had to face it bravely. Otherwise, she would die anyway. Feng Qingyan casually raised her hand, and a silver needle flew out. Feng Qianqian had just taken 2 steps forward when her legs suddenly hurt. She slipped and fell flat on her face. She tumbled into a basin of black dog blood. Feng Qianqian was covered in black dog blood, her eyes barely open. She flailed wildly like a headless fly, struggling to get up from the ground. Her appearance was so frightening that it was hard to watch. The female ghost in movies was not as realistic as her. Such a fool. Feng Qingyan looked at Feng Qianqian with disgust. She was too shocking to look at. Master Xianqing just got up and saw the situation was bad, so he quickly shouted again, "Child. Quickly, poor child. Don't let this monster escape." At this moment, Rongmin trembled as she carried a jar of child and rushed over. But before she could pour it out, Feng Qingyan teleported in front of her. She kicked and directly knocked the jar onto Rongmin's head, giving her a full bath of child from head to toe. That sour smell. Feng Qingyan pinched her nose and quickly moved away. Rongmin, inside the jar, was choked and took a few gulps of child, then hurriedly pulled the jar off her head. She looked up and saw Feng Qianqian, who had just crawled up from the ground, with a face covered in dark blood.
Ah, ghost. Ghost.
Don't come over. Don't catch me. Rongmin screamed in terror, like a pig being slaughtered. Mother, it's me, Qianqian. Feng Qianqian quickly wiped her face with her hand, barely revealing a human face. Seeing it was Feng Qianqian, Rongmin finally relaxed. Only then did they notice Feng Qingyan nearby, and they both hurriedly huddled together in fear. One was covered in dark blood, the other in child, but neither seemed to mind the other. Where is Master Xianqing? Master Xianqing. Rongmin hurriedly looked for Yunqing's figure. Stop shouting. He's already run away. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. Master Xianqing, sensing the danger, took the opportunity while Feng Qingyan was busy with Rongmin to run away. He didn't care about Feng Qianqian and Rongmin's safety anymore.
Feng
Qingyan, don't come any closer. Help. Someone help. Feng Qianqian's face turned pale as she desperately shouted for help. But the servants, seeing what just happened, had already hidden away and wouldn't come out. It was impossible for anyone to help now. Just then, Feng Inian rushed back from outside. What's going on? The general's house is in chaos. As soon as he entered, he saw Feng Qianqian and Rongmin looking disheveled. He asked impatiently, "What are you two always causing trouble for?" These two women always seem to cause problems for him every day. Master, you're finally back. It's Feng Qingyan's fault. Quickly, have someone arrest her. Seeing Feng Inian, Rongmin and Feng Qianqian seemed to see a savior and hurriedly ran toward him. What smell is that on you? Stay away from me. When they got closer, Feng Inian finally understood where the smell was coming from and quickly distanced himself from them, feeling disgusted. It's all Feng Qingyan's fault. She insisted we move out of the hospital and pretended to be a ghost to bully me and Qianqian. Rongmin's acting was very good, no blush, no guilt, and she didn't need to prepare her lies. He could tell that Feng Qingyan was not really a ghost. Otherwise, she wouldn't be afraid of even black dog blood or... But he didn't know where she learned her skills from. Could she have met some expert at the bottom of the cliff? Feng Qingyan, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your grandfather supports you. Come here, arrest her and teach her a lesson. Feng Inian had just been humiliated by Xiao Jingyi and was feeling down. Just then, several of Feng Inian's guards immediately surrounded Feng Qingyan. Harming family members ungrateful. Who do you think is the one acting recklessly, Uncle Second? Feng Qingyan looked coldly at Feng Inian. This person would even betray his own family for power. He was worse than a beast. Feng Qingyan, you keep talking nonsense. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? What are you all standing there for? Catch her and beat her hard. Feng Inian was very nervous, afraid others would see through him, and immediately ordered his men to act. Feng Qingyan's expression darkened. She pulled out a purple gold whip from her waist and swung it at the guards. The purple gold whip looked like a fierce dragon, opening its bloody mouth toward the guards. Soon, several guards were knocked over and groaning on the ground. Feng Qingyan, are you trying to rebel? Feng Inian was so frightened he kept retreating. This military estate was built by my grandfather and father. Who do you think you are? Betraying from within, showing no gratitude. You must move out of the general's residence immediately before tonight, or else you'll face serious consequences. Feng Qingyan swung her whip at the small pot that Rongmin had just placed on her head. With one strike, it shattered into pieces. Feng Inian trembled all over, feeling as if his head might be in danger at any moment. Not only did Feng Qingyan survive falling off the cliff, but she also learned martial arts. Could it be that she had been pretending to be foolish all these years? Qingyan, we will move. Of course, we will. But haven't you given second uncle some time? We can't just let second uncle's family sleep on the street. That would make our general's residence look bad. Feng Enian couldn't think too much now. Saving his life was the most important thing. However, there was no way he would agree to move out. He had worked hard to take over the general's residence over the years. He couldn't just leave it easily. I already told second aunt to give you 3 days. You must move tonight. Feng Qingyan refused to accept Feng Enian's reasoning. Letting the second house family move out of the general's residence was already generous of them. If it weren't for considering Feng Bailing and their relationship, would Feng Qingyan still keep them around for the new year? Feng Enian frowned deeply. He didn't expect Feng Qingyan to be so firm. Just now, he learned from the crown prince that the emperor had betrothed Feng Qingyan to the 9th prince. It seemed Feng Qingyan really couldn't be kept around, otherwise, she would become a big problem. While the two were arguing, a faint sound came from the large tree on the wall of the general's residence. Feng Qingyan suddenly looked up, and her silver needle shot out instantly. Have you had enough of the noise? When the person first appeared in the tree, Feng Qingyan sensed his presence. But she couldn't tell if he was an enemy or a friend. She didn't have time to pay attention to him now. Mu Qing didn't expect Feng Qingyan to be so fierce. His moment of carelessness almost cost him his life. He quickly dodged Feng Qingyan's flying needle and hurriedly jumped down from the tree. Miss Feng. Miss Feng, I am Mu Qing, under the orders of our lord, here to deliver the engagement gift list for your review. Mu Qing hurriedly stepped forward to hand the gift list to Feng Qingyan. He had been hiding in the tree for a while, watching the excitement. He didn't expect that this young lady of the Feng family was truly extraordinary. Apart from being a bit ugly, her personality was quite compatible with their lord. Take the gift list back with you, and by the way, tell your prince that I do not agree with this marriage. Feng Qingyan looked at the gift list in Mu Qing's hand and frowned deeply. Although Xiao Minji is quite handsome and has a good status, in ancient times, most men had multiple wives and concubines, especially someone like Xiao Minji. She absolutely would not share her man with anyone else. The general's residence still has many problems to deal with, and she has no plans to marry for now. Our prince guessed that Miss Feng would say this, so he would like to invite Miss Feng to his residence for a talk. Mu Qing admired Feng Qingyan a lot for this. If other women could marry their prince, they would have been happy to flatter him. But Feng Qingyan was calm and confident, not arrogant or humble, truly the daughter of the general's house. Feng Qingyan did not want to get too involved with Xiao Minji. It was better to resolve this marriage proposal now. Miss Feng, please. Mu Qing respectfully made way for Feng Qingyan. She was their future princess. Even if her appearance was not outstanding, the prince liked her. I don't want to see you at the general's residence anymore before I return. Feng Qingyan turned around to warn Feng Yuyan and then headed toward the door. Feng Yuyan watched her back with a look of hatred, wishing he could tear her apart. Noticing Feng Yuyan's gaze, Mu Qing shot him a cold look. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Our prince said that anyone at the general's residence who disrespects our future princess will face death without mercy. The 9th prince's house always protected its own, especially their future princess. After saying this, Mu Qing hurried after Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan naturally heard what he said and felt very complicated. This Xiao Minji was so eager to send the gift list, as if he was afraid she would run away. Could it be that he was interested in her because of her background in the general's house? She shook her head again. Probably not. The general's house was no longer as powerful as before, and with Xiao Minji's strength, he was not afraid of the emperor. Could he be interested in her? Xiao Minji was disabled in his legs, and the thing most likely to attract his attention was her medical skills. After all, the last time she helped him detoxify, he must have realized her medical skills were extraordinary. Understanding Xiao Minji's purpose, Feng Qingyan no longer has much to worry about. She can use this opportunity to negotiate with Xiao Minji. Feng Qingyan followed Mu Qing onto the carriage, heading toward the 9th prince's residence. She looked at the luxurious carriage and thought, Xiao Minji really knows how to enjoy life. Miss Feng, the prince is worried you might be bored on the way, so he specifically asked someone to prepare some pastries on the tea table. Since he doesn't know your preferences, He prepared a variety. Would you like to try them and see if they suit your taste? Outside the carriage, Mu Qing was driving and explaining to Feng Qingyan. Got it. Feng Qingyan looked at the assortment of pastries on the table, surprised that Xiao Minji was so thoughtful. She hadn't eaten all afternoon and was feeling quite hungry, so she ended up eating quite a few along the way. The pastries Xiao Minji arranged were actually quite good. The carriage arrived at the 9th prince's residence. Mu Qing took Feng Qingyan directly to Xiao Minji's courtyard. The style here was simple yet elegant, fitting Xiao Minji's personality. The prince is waiting inside for Miss Feng. Mu Qing brought Feng Qingyan to the door and stopped. Feng Qingyan pushed the door open and went inside. Mu Qing gently closed the door behind them. Xiao Minji was sitting in a wheelchair, reading a book at a desk. When he heard Feng Qingyan enter, he looked up at her, seeming to have been waiting for a long time. Xiao Minji didn't realize it himself, but he seemed to have some kind of inexplicable feeling for Feng Qingyan. I wonder why the prince called me here, young lady, Feng Qingyan asked as she entered. It's about the marriage gift. I want to hear your opinion. Please have a seat, Xiao Minji said, pushing his wheelchair closer. After Feng Qingyan sat down, he personally poured her a cup of tea. Prince, let's not talk about that first. How about we make a deal? Feng Qingyan said directly, without beating around the bush. What kind of deal? Xiao Minji raised an eyebrow. Few people in Daxia dared to openly negotiate deals with him like this. I will help you heal your leg, and in return, you will ask the emperor to cancel our marriage agreement, Feng Qingyan said with a smile as she glanced at Xiao Minji's leg on the wheelchair. To Xiao Minji, this offer should be quite valuable, right? Can you really heal my leg? Xiao Minji's eyes suddenly brightened, clearly surprised by Feng Qingyan's words. Although he knew Feng Qingyan was skilled in medicine, he never thought she could reach such an extraordinary level. His leg bones were broken. How could they ever heal normally? Xiao Minji had long lost hope. Even sitting in a wheelchair, he never felt inferior. Of course, if he could be cured, that would be even better. Of course, it can be done. Feng Qingyan was confident in her medical skills. She had already examined Xiao Minji's leg during their last encounter at Hantan. His lower leg was broken, and he only needed surgery to set the bones. In modern times, this would be a very common surgery, but in ancient times it was almost impossible. Then, you will be the future queen consort. From now on, it will be hard work for you. Xiao Minji ignored Feng Qingyan's earlier statement about canceling their engagement. He thought Feng Qingyan was his lucky star. The first time he met her, she helped him cure a cold poison that had troubled him for years. Now she said she could heal his leg. How could such a wonderful future queen consort just be let go? I already said I am not a prince or a future queen consort. I do not agree to this marriage. If the prince wants to heal your leg, he must get the emperor to revoke the order and cancel our engagement. Feng Qingyan felt like she was talking to a wall. Although Xiao Minji now desperately wants Feng Qingyan to help him heal his leg, he does not want to break their marriage agreement from his heart. He can't quite explain why. In short, he absolutely will not divorce Feng Qingyan. Even if he can't heal his leg, he is determined not to break the engagement. So, there's no room for discussion. Feng Qingyan feels a little annoyed. She didn't expect to be caught off guard today. Someone like Xiao Minji is very firm. Once he makes a decision, he won't change it. Feng Qingyan doesn't plan to argue further and decides to think of another way. She turns to leave. Yenner, wait a moment. Xiao Minji notices Feng Qingyan's displeasure and feels a pang in his heart. He quickly speaks up. What's wrong? Does the prince regret this now? Feng Qingyan pauses slightly and turns around to ask. She knew that in Xiao Minji's heart, nothing was more important than his leg. Xiao Minji gently shakes his head and takes out a jade pendant from his, looking at Feng Qingyan. Is this jade pendant something belonging to Yenner? So, the prince picked up this jade pendant? Thank you so much, Your Highness. Feng Qingyan's eyes light up. She had been worried about the jade pendant these days, and didn't expect to find it with Xiao Minji. It must have fallen when she saved him earlier. This jade pendant is very important to the general's residence. Whether it's for avenging her parents or building her own power in the future, it will be very helpful. Feng Qingyan steps forward, just about to take the jade pendant from Xiao Minji's hand. But Xiao Minji suddenly pulls his hand back sharply. Yener, you're so eager. This jade pendant must be very important to you, right? He looks at Feng Qingyan and smiles. Feng Qingyan always feels that his smile hides ill intentions. Her thoughts flicker, and her eyes instantly turn sad. This is the only thing my parents left me. I hope the prince can understand my feelings. After speaking, Feng Qingyan bites her lower lip tightly, her eyes slightly reddening. Xiao Minji feels a sharp pain in his heart and is momentarily at a loss. He really shouldn't joke with her like that. At this moment, Feng Qingyan takes advantage of Xiao Minji's distraction and suddenly makes a move, trying to the jade pendant back. Xiao Minji, naturally cautious, reacts quickly. Seeing Feng Qingyan's expression, he realizes that this little girl was just pretending earlier. He truly felt sorry for her. Feng Qingyan almost successfully obtained the jade pendant, but, unwilling to give up, she started to compete with Xiao Minji. The two of them played a game of wits. Even though Xiao Minji was in a wheelchair, he was not at a disadvantage. Feng Qingyan couldn't use the weapons from the space in front of Xiao Minji. At most, she could only use silver needles. However, Xiao Minji reacted quickly, faster than an ordinary person. Every time Feng Qingyan tried, she failed. In the end, Xiao Minji grabbed Feng Qingyan's hand holding the silver needle. She lost her balance and fell into Xiao Minji's arms. Are you trying to hurt your husband? Xiao Minji didn't expect Feng Qingyan to be so skilled. If he didn't have an advantage in physical strength and internal power, Feng Qingyan wouldn't be inferior to him. She kept surprising him. Xiao Minji looked down at Feng Qingyan from above, both of them very close. Feng Qingyan could even hear his heartbeat. Looking at his handsome face, Feng Qingyan's heart started to race unexpectedly. At that moment, Xiao Minji took away Feng Qingyan's silver needle and held her tightly. Beauty can be a distraction. Forget it if you don't want to give it. Just let me go. Feng Qingyan was so angry, she almost exploded. Xiao Minji's skills were too impressive. Even sitting in a wheelchair, if she didn't use her secret weapons from the space, winning would be nearly impossible. Feng Qingyan struggled fiercely in Xiao Minji's arms, trying to get up. Xiao Minji's expression changed slightly, and his ears turned red. Don't be angry, Yener. The jade pendant is yours. Seeing Feng Qingyan really getting angry, Xiao Minji quickly let her go. Feng Qingyan felt her body change as Xiao Minji moved, her face turning red with embarrassment. She hurriedly got up. She snatched the jade pendant from Xiao Minji's hand and rushed out immediately. Feng Qingyan, who was pregnant with a single child, had never been in love before. The moment Xiao Minji held her in his arms just now, her heart beat faster. Could this be what they call love at first sight? No, it couldn't be. She and Xiao Minji had only met 2 or 3 times. It was impossible. She definitely wasn't falling for that rogue. She must have been dazzled by his good looks. After Feng Qingyan left, Xiao Minji looked down at his unruly older brother with a helpless expression. He is now full of thoughts about how it felt when Feng Qingyan sat in his arms. His heart beats faster, and he feels excited. This is the first time in his life that he has experienced such feelings. Just holding Feng Qingyan made him feel an uncontrollable urge. Maybe because of his background, Xiao Minji is naturally cold-hearted. He has never loved anyone, and he doesn't even have a maid or servant around. Mu Qing and Mu Yun sometimes even wonder if there is something wrong with their prince's feelings. At first, Xiao Minji thought he was just curious about Feng Qingyan's secrets. But now, he feels it might be more than that. From the moment he saw Feng Qingyan, he felt she was different from others. Could this be love at first sight? When Mu Qing entered, he saw Xiao Minji sitting alone, lost in thought and smiling foolishly. It seems their prince is really quite pleased with Feng Qingyan. Is the prince happy about something? Since their prince finally found a bride, Mu Qing couldn't help but want to hear the gossip. Yener said she can cure my leg. Xiao Minji naturally wouldn't tell Mu Qing about what happened between him and Feng Qingyan. But if his leg can be cured, that's a huge good thing for them, and of course, it makes him happy. Really? So, does that mean the princess solved the prince's problem? At first, Mu Qing was doubtful, but now that Xiao Minji said so, it must be true.
Yes.
Why are you back so soon? Didn't you personally see her off? Xiao Minji suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. Since he asked Mu Qing to bring her here, he naturally wants her to return safely. Princess Feng didn't want anyone to follow her, and she was so angry that she rode her horse back herself. But don't worry, I asked Mu Yun to follow her secretly. Mu Qing quickly explained. Feng Qingyan is going to be the future lady of their prince's residence, so how could he neglect her? Xiao Minji nodded slightly. Mu Qing is always careful in his work, which is why Xiao Minji trusts him. Prepare the wedding gifts properly. I will personally go to the general's house tomorrow to issue the marriage proposal. Feng Qingyan is so eager to cancel the engagement with him, even willing to show her strength in front of him. He might just fulfill her wish. Xiao Minji has lived for over 20 years. He finally found someone he likes and is determined to marry her no matter what. As for Feng Qingyan, he believes he will make her fall in love with him. He is truly a blindly confident man and is not afraid of being proven wrong.
I have noted that.
By the way, when the prince went to the War King's residence today to pick up Miss Feng, he discovered. Mu Qing briefly told Xiao Minji about what the second household of the Feng family did to Feng Qingyan. Xiao Minji's face immediately changed. He was surprised to learn that Feng Qingyan had been living such a life in the general's residence, and he felt very sorry for her. This second household of the general's residence is really bold and reckless. The death of General Feng probably has some connection to these people. You should also investigate what happened back then, and have someone keep a close watch on the second household. If they dare to be rude to Yen'er again, give them a lesson. Xiao Minji keeps track of the emperor and crown prince's actions and knows a lot about the Feng family's second household. Feng Qingyan is eager to divorce Xiao Jingyi. Could it be that she found out the death of General Feng was also related to the crown prince? If so, he and his future wife would share a common enemy. Xiao Minji curled his lips. Feng Qingyan is destined to become his little princess. Prince, don't worry. You don't know how Miss Feng dealt with the second household today. Mu Qing described how Feng Qingyan handled Rong Min and Feng Qianqian to Xiao Minji again. Hearing this, Xiao Minji burst out laughing. His little princess is really too funny. Mu Qing saw Xiao Minji genuinely smiling and felt relieved about Feng Qingyan. At first, he thought Feng Qingyan's appearance was not suitable, but now he thought, let her be ugly if she is. As long as their prince is happy. Their prince hasn't smiled like this sincerely in many years. Moreover, Feng Qingyan not only helped cure their prince's poison but also healed his leg. He would even be willing to worship her as an ancestor. Mu Qing made up his mind to hold tightly onto their future princess. Feng Qingyan rode her horse at full speed. In her past life, she often went to the horse farm to ride, so riding was easy for her. Feng Qingyan reached a remote, deserted place. She suddenly pulled on the reins, jumped off the horse, and loudly declared, "Everyone come out now. What kind of hero hides and sneaks around?" This group had been following Feng Qingyan from a distance. She deliberately found an open space to stop, making it easier to fight if needed. She hadn't fought in a long time, so she decided to stretch her muscles. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of men in black suddenly surrounded her from all sides. "Brothers, kill Feng Qingyan and wait for your reward," one man in black spoke, and the others, holding swords and knives, rushed toward her. Feng Qingyan's expression changed. She drew her purple-gold whip from her waist and faced them directly. The whip moved like a living creature, very fast and powerful. Her whip was made of special metal, soft yet very tough. Ordinary swords and knives couldn't break it. In a short time, some weapons were cut in half by her whip, and others were wrapped up and stabbed into their own bodies. Basically, Feng Qingyan was easily defeating them all by herself.
Wow.
That's amazing. Muyan wanted to step forward to protect her heroically, but seeing the scene, he couldn't help but marvel. Did their future princess really need his protection? She was easily beating these black-clad men. He wondered if their future prince knew how strong she was. Feng Qingyan quickly finished off the group of black-clad men. She was about to get on her horse when she turned her head slightly and looked at a big tree not far away. Mu Yun's legs went weak, almost falling down. Oh no, she was spotted. He hurriedly jumped down from the tree and went straight to Feng Qingyan. Your Highness, I am Mu Yun, sent by the prince to you safely back to the palace. Mu Yun was so excited he called her Your Highness directly. Stop calling me that. Who do you think you are? Go back and tell the prince he doesn't need to worry. Feng Qingyan was still angry from her recent return from Xiao Minji. Now she had a perfect reason to vent her anger. She was going to scold him. Mu Yun secretly made a note in his heart. No wonder he didn't come himself to her. He wanted Mu Yun to do it instead. It seemed their future princess wasn't in a good mood, and he was sent to take the blame for her. Miss Feng, our young master is also worried about your safety. These people seem to be from the Hidden Gate organization. It looks like someone wants to harm Miss Feng. Mu Yun stepped forward to check the black-clad men. To his surprise, they were indeed from the Hidden Gate. Feng Qingyan's expression darkened. She would remember this debt. The Hidden Gate is a group that kills people for money and to eliminate trouble. These men are just the ordinary assassins of the Hidden Gate. They also have 4 main leaders and 2 protectors, all very skilled. Miss Feng, you must be very careful in the future. Mu Qing didn't know who wanted to kill Feng Qingyan, but the Hidden Gate always refused to give up until they achieved their goal. Since the task wasn't finished, he believed another group would be sent soon. He had to report this to their lord quickly. Thank you for the warning. I will take my leave. Feng Qingyan had a smart space system, so she wasn't too worried. Thinking carefully, the only people eager to kill her were probably from the second household. It seems they are really stubborn and won't give up easily. Feng Qingyan mounted her horse and continued toward the general's residence. Mu Yun still followed behind her. There could be danger at any moment on this road. He couldn't rest easy until Feng Qingyan was safely back at the residence. After all, she was their future princess. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Feng Qingyan also noticed Mu Yun following her. She didn't stop him and simply went along. Sure enough, not far from where she was, they encountered another group of black-clad men. This group was clearly more powerful than the previous one. Mu Yun didn't hesitate and immediately joined the fight. Stop that person who was with her. Feng Qingyan, leave it to me. The leader, a cold-blooded man in black, gave the order and charged straight at Feng Qingyan. He looked fierce, matching his name perfectly. Who sent you here? Feng Qingyan's expression darkened. Given Feng Yuan's scheming, he wouldn't spend so much silver to hire 2 groups to kill her. Stop talking nonsense. Our secret door never reveals the buyer's information. Feng Qingyan, prepare to die. The cold-blooded weapon is a very sharp curved sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and charged straight at Feng Qingyan. Be careful. Mu Yun saw Feng Qingyan standing still, fighting the man in black, and quickly warned her. This man is one of the 4 main leaders of the secret door, Cold Blood, and his strength is extraordinary. He is cruel and quick with his attacks. Mu Yun's heart was in her throat. At this moment, Feng Qingyan's lips curled slightly, and she suddenly moved like a shadow, directly behind Cold Blood. Her silver needle shot out instantly, aiming straight at him. Cold Blood sensed something was wrong, quickly turned sideways to block with his sword, but the needle still pierced his back. He was startled. Wasn't the buyer told that Feng Qingyan was just a fool? How could she be so quick and agile? Feng Qingyan, you little brat, how dare you plot against me? Prepare to die. Cold Blood forced out the silver needle from his back and attacked Feng Qingyan again. This time, his attack was even more fierce and ruthless. Maybe you should worry about whether you have the chance to live first, Feng Qingyan sneered. She drew her purple gold whip from her waist and faced him head-on. In martial arts, speed is everything. Although Feng Qingyan was not as strong or fierce as Cold Blood, she was very fast. The length of the purple gold whip was also an advantage for her. After a few moves, Cold blood hadn't been able to get close to Feng Qingyan, and several whip marks could be seen on his body. The wounds were deep enough to see the bones. This shows how powerful the purple gold whip is. Feng Qingyan, I will fight you. Cold blood, beaten by a young girl, lost face and dignity. He couldn't bear it anymore. He went crazy and charged again, swinging his curved sword wildly at Feng Qingyan. His attacks were fierce and brutal. Feng Qingyan kept retreating, then suddenly swung her purple gold whip, wrapping it around his leg, and pulled hard. Cold blood was thrown into the air, and Feng Qingyan leapt forward, kicking him hard in the chest, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Bloodthirsty fell heavily to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. Is that all you've got? Still think you can kill me? Feng Qingyan snorted coldly and stepped closer. Bloodthirsty lay on the ground, feeling as if all his bones were broken. This time, he truly understood fear. Someone come. Quickly stop her. Stop her now. Soon after, two people quickly stepped in front of Feng Qingyan. She casually waved her hand, throwing a handful of white powder at them. They didn't expect her to use poison. Before they could react, blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and they collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Bloodthirsty didn't hesitate. He took the opportunity to use light skills to escape. He shot out into the distance instantly. Feng Qingyan casually took out a rifle from her space, aimed at the back of his head, and pulled the trigger. The shot hit perfectly. She quickly retracted the gun into her space. Bloodthirsty fell straight from the sky, crashing hard onto the ground. He was buried in the dirt, unable to dig himself out. The group of black-clad men hadn't figured out what was happening yet when they saw their leader had already fallen. They all panicked. Muyan was also slightly stunned. He hadn't even seen clearly how Feng Qingyan made her move before Bloodthirsty fell without reason. The black-clad men panicked and wanted to retreat. Trying to run? Not so easy. Feng Qingyan took out 2 grenades from her space and threw them at the group. The black-clad men didn't understand what Feng Qingyan was doing, only hearing a loud explosion. Immediately after, they screamed and wailed, torn apart and bloodied. This time, Muyan was not just stunned but completely dumbfounded. The top assassin was so scared her legs went weak. He wanted to go home and find their lord. What exactly did Feng Qingyan do? The power was too terrifying. Feng Qingyan wiped out everyone and glanced at Muyan with a disdainful smile. Now you can go back and report to your lord peacefully. She did this intentionally to let Muyan see her strength clearly, so he could pass the message to Xiao Minji. Feng Qingyan was not a soft person. She didn't need his protection, nor would she compromise with him. She had her own bargaining chips. Did he just get looked down upon by their future wife? He is the top secret guard of the great Xia dynasty. How could he be so disrespected? Muyan was about to argue, but when he saw the broken limbs and arms around him, he quickly swallowed his words. He chose to disappear on the spot. Just pretend he never came. It's too humiliating. When he returns, he will teach Mu Qing a lesson. Feng Qingyan finally returned smoothly to the general's residence. It was getting late, so Feng Qingyan first checked on Feng Baiting in the east courtyard. Feng Baiting had recovered well these days. His leg was feeling better, and he could exert slight force. Every night, Feng Qingyan would help him with acupuncture to improve blood flow. As soon as Feng Qingyan entered the house, she saw Feng Baiting sitting in a wheelchair in the hall, apparently waiting for her. "Yenna, you're back." Feng Baiting's face looked a bit troubled, but he relaxed slightly when he saw Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan didn't know what had happened. She pushed Feng Baiting to the inner room, helped him onto the bed, and began acupuncture while asking, "Grandfather, what's wrong? Why are you still awake so late?" "Yenna, you've been wronged. Grandfather has something to tell you." Feng Baiting looked sad. He was very disappointed in Feng Yian. "Grandfather, go ahead."
I'm listening."
Feng Qingyan inserted the last silver needle into the acupuncture point on Feng Baiting's leg, then looked up at him. She guessed that what Feng Baiting was about to say was very important. "Your second uncle is not your grandfather's biological son.
Do whatever you want with him.
Feng Biting also heard about what happened in the front yard today. He truly did his best regarding Feng Yuan. He believed he had never wronged him since childhood, but Feng Yuan was ungrateful and harmed his close family members. Even if Feng Qingyan didn't act, once his body recovered, he would personally punish the second family. Feng Biting felt very pleased and talked a lot more with Feng Qingyan. Through their time together, Feng Qingyan gradually saw Feng Biting as a true family member. After leaving Feng Biting's courtyard, Feng Qingyan went to see Feng Yin. Feng Yin was growing quickly. His recovery was amazing. In the past 2 days, he could walk with a cane and do rehab exercises by himself. You're not fully healed yet, so your rehab should be gentle. Don't rush, or it might backfire. Seeing Feng Yin still doing rehab so late, Feng Qingyan reminded him kindly. She understood how much a person filled with hatred longed to become strong quickly. But intense training could sometimes slow down recovery. Thank you for your reminder, young master. I will go at my own pace. Feng Yin was very respectful and full of admiration for Feng Qingyan. Her medical skills were simply amazing. Not just in Daxia, but across the entire 9 provinces. No one could match her. Lie down quickly. You need acupuncture again tonight. To help Feng Yin's limbs recover, Feng Qingyan gave him daily acupuncture to promote the flow and regeneration of his meridians. Feng Yufei's needle technique was a family secret passed down from the Feng family. Feng Qingyan mastered it perfectly. A silver needle could save a life or be used as a hidden weapon. Feng Qingyan helped Feng Yin lie on the bed. Just as she was about to roll up his pant leg, Feng Yin quickly sat up. No need to trouble the young lady. I'll do it myself. Feng Yin's face was flushed, shy like a young boy experiencing love for the first time. He had seen how beautiful Feng Qingyan's true face was behind her exaggerated makeup. Feng Qingyan focused entirely on Feng Yin's ankle, not noticing his unusual behavior. She checked the healing of his joint and used silver needles to stimulate acupuncture points, activating the nerves in his foot. How does it feel now? Any sensation? Feng Qingyan gently twirled the silver needle and asked Feng Yin. It feels a little swollen and warm. Feng Yin wouldn't say that Feng Qingyan's small hand was lightly touching his ankle, which made him feel a bit ticklish. It itched deep inside his heart. Yes, everything is normal. You're recovering well. Keep it up. From now on, take 1 pill each day. Feng Qingyan handed Feng Yin another bottle of medicine to help restore his energy. She knew Feng Yin had a good foundation in martial arts and naturally wanted him to grow stronger quickly. Whether for her use or for his own future. Her jade pendant was found, and Feng Qingyan still needed to find the location of the Feng Guard. The Feng Guard is different from the Feng Army. The Feng Guard belongs privately to the Feng family, so it's more reliable and easier to control. As for the Feng Army, it is ultimately the army of the Great Xia dynasty and cannot be easily used for personal purposes, unless she overthrows the emperor. Thinking of this, Feng Qingyan realized she could actually cooperate with Xiao Minji. That would save her a lot of trouble. After all, Xiao Minji's strength is obvious. It's a shortcut. But Xiao Minji is not someone who would suffer losses easily. He is too clever. Feng Qingyan was worried she might get caught in the middle. So, unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to take that risk for now. It seemed Feng Qingyan completely forgot that she was now betrothed to Xiao Minji, bound to him. Seeing Feng Qingyan deep in thought, Feng Yin was worried for her. Master, once I recover, I won't let the people of the second house bully you again. Today, Feng Yin learned what the second house had done and was eager to rush to the front yard to stand up for Feng Qingyan. But he couldn't even stand properly now, only adding to his trouble. Don't worry. The people of the second house can't hurt me. Rest quickly. If you want to help me, get well soon. Feng Qingyan looked at Feng Yin, gently patting his head, and smiled with relief. It was as if she saw her younger brother from her past life, caring for her so much, not wanting her to suffer any injustice. Feng Yin, this boy, just needs to be grateful, and it's not a waste of her effort to save him. Feng Qingyan helped Feng Yin straighten his blanket, then turned back to her room. Feng Yin watched her back, a faint feeling stirring in his heart. Feng Qingyan not only gave him new life, but also endless warmth. Knowing that his identity might bring trouble, she still took him in and treated his illness. She promised to help him seek revenge. He truly had no way to repay her. Today, I spent the whole day busy. When I returned to my room, Feng Qingyan asked Chen Tao to prepare hot water for her. She comfortably took a bath and then fell into a sweet dream. Meanwhile, the second household couldn't sleep. Feng Inian waited all evening but didn't receive any news about the secret door. Instead, he learned that Feng Qingyan had returned to the residence. Master, what should we do? Are we really going to leave the general's residence? Rongmin was truly worried this time. She often showed off outside as the head lady of the general's residence. If they just moved out, she would be laughed at by the noble ladies. How could she go out and meet people in the future? It's all your fault. You insisted on provoking Feng Qingyan. Now, what if we don't move? You're good at ruining things. Feng Inian angrily slapped Rongmin hard across the face. This time, he probably wouldn't get another chance. Feng Qingyan is the future 9th princess consort, backed by Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji is someone they must not offend. What can they do now? Their lives are at risk. If they don't move, they have to. Father, calm down first. Feng Qingyan has been pretending to be crazy for so many years. She must be eager to see us fail. We can't let her succeed. Moving out of the general's residence is just a matter of course. Feng Qianqian saw this and quickly tried to persuade him, her eyes flickering. Finally, she leaned close and whispered something in Feng Inian's ear. His eyes suddenly lit up. Is what you said true? Absolutely. Feng Qianqian smiled proudly. Once she becomes the crown princess, she won't care about the general's residence anymore. Great. We'll move out tomorrow. Feng Inian was very happy. The general's residence was now just an empty shell. All the valuable things were controlled by their second household. As for the Feng family army, after Feng Bailing's death, it would eventually belong to him. In the Ikuan palace of the imperial palace, the lights were bright. Reporting to the empress, the people from the secret door failed. A secret guard hurried in from outside and knelt before the empress to report. Are the people from the secret door all useless? Can't they even kill a fool? According to my subordinates, it seems that someone from the 9th prince's group is secretly protecting her. The secret guard shivered and spoke again. The empress has always been unpredictable, and those around her are somewhat afraid. A fool? Xiao Minji really treats her like a treasure. At this moment, Xiao Jingyi scoffed disdainfully. Your Majesty, your father is getting forgetful, and you are too? Even if Feng Qingyan is a fool, she still has the general's residence behind her. If you push her to Xiao Minji, aren't you just strengthening his power? The empress was almost driven mad with anger. The emperor actually married Feng Qingyan to Xiao Minji just to spite her. Does he only care about petty tricks? And Xiao Jingyi, she had told him countless times not to break off the engagement with Feng Qingyan, but he refused to listen. The emperor is foolish and incapable, and now his son is just as clueless. She felt truly exhausted. Mother, Feng Bailing won't live much longer. Feng Qingyan is just a fool. The general's residence and the Feng family army will eventually fall into Feng Yuyan's hands. Feng Qianqian is eager to marry into the palace, and everything is under my control. Feng Yuyan has always been useful to us. What are you still worried about? Xiao Jingyi didn't understand why his mother insisted on harming Feng Qingyan. She's just a fool. What big trouble could she cause? How can you not understand? Why would Xiao Minji agree to marry Feng Qingyan? Is he the kind of person who willingly accepts humiliation? Unless he has some other plans for her. The empress's thoughts were truly deep. Whenever there was even a slight change involving Xiao Minji, she would carefully analyze it. Mainly because she had suffered too many losses from him before. Mother, do you mean Xiao Minji is deliberately doing this? Hearing this, Xiao Jingyi thought carefully and frowned slightly. At that time, Xiao Minji indeed didn't get angry over the emperor's insult. In fact, he looked quite pleased. That's possible. The empress narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. It's true. Experience makes one wise.
So, what should we do now?
Xiao Jingyi, who usually had no strong opinions, asked nervously. It seems we can only find a way to get rid of Feng Qingyan as soon as possible. The Empress's expression was fierce. Xiao Minji had finally been suppressed because of his leg injury, and they couldn't let him regain his strength because of Feng Qingyan. If Mu Qing and the others heard this, they would probably laugh out loud. The queen is being too naive. They, the ninth prince's residents, simply don't bother with them, yet they still think he is afraid of them. The next morning, the second household family got up early to pack and prepare to move. Years ago, Feng Zhan won a great victory, and the Western Liang Emperor gave him a house. Feng Yinian, being shameless, forcefully took it away. Now, it's just right to use it. Rongmin asked the servants to call a few carriages to move the valuable items from the storeroom. When she opened the storeroom, she was stunned. The storeroom was completely empty. Master, something's wrong. The general's residence has been robbed. Rongmin's first thought was that she was doomed. She had kept the keys to the storeroom herself, and now all the gold, silver, and treasures inside were gone. Feng Yinian would definitely want to kill her. What are you shouting for so early? This is not proper. Feng Yinian had just come out of the gentle embrace of his concubine and was feeling a bit impatient when he heard Rongmin's shout. Master, please come and see. Everything in the storeroom has been stolen. Rongmin's heart was bleeding. Those were treasures she had saved over many years. How could they just disappear out of nowhere? Hearing that the storeroom was robbed, Feng Yinian immediately became alert. He hurriedly followed Rongmin to check the storeroom. But they found it completely clean, not even a single hair left behind. He almost fainted from shock. Wasn't the key to the storeroom always in your possession? What exactly is going on? So many things, how could they just vanish? Feng Yinian was known for loving money. The treasures in the storeroom were his savings. Having it stolen was like losing his life. I don't know. The key has always been with me, and there are no signs of forced entry. Besides, how could so many things just suddenly disappear? Rongmin was trembling and afraid to make a sound after Feng Yinian's shouting. She couldn't understand what was happening. Go and investigate immediately. No one in the house should be spared, Feng Yinian shouted at Rongmin. With so many items missing from the storeroom, it was impossible for everything to be quietly taken away in a short time. He suspected there was an inside traitor in the house. Even a traitor wouldn't be able to empty the entire storeroom. He couldn't understand why. News of the commotion at the mansion quickly reached Feng Qingyan. It was obvious that this matter was related to her. She didn't let the second household take anything when they moved out. Most of the items in the general's house storeroom were saved by the original owner's parents before they passed away. Feng Yunyan's small salary wasn't enough for the second household's daily expenses. They had been relying on the family's assets all these years. After benefiting for so long, they still wanted to take things when they left? So last night, Feng Qingyan went to the storeroom, took everything, and moved it into her space. Chun Tao, let's go see the excitement and also collect some debts, Feng Qingyan said with a light smile. The storeroom was filled with gold, silver, jewelry, and accessories. But some land and house deeds were still in Rongmin's hands, so she couldn't let them get those easily. And she also wanted to get some interest from the revenge she sought last night. Okay, Mississippi, wait for me. I'll prepare some sunflower seeds and a small stool. You can't enjoy snacks without them, Chun Tao said, now a big fan of Feng Qingyan. In just a few days, she had learned many words from Feng Qingyan and spoke confidently now. Feng Qingyan swaggered to the storeroom, glanced at the trembling servants standing outside, then looked toward the door, slightly smiling. What are Uncle Heir and Aunt Heir doing? Just moving house. Why are they scaring people? Are they missing something valuable? Seeing Feng Yunyan's face slightly changed. Could all this be Feng Qingyan's doing? But the door lock of the storeroom showed no signs of damage. And with so many items, where could Feng Qingyan hide them? He had already searched the entire mansion thoroughly but found no trace. Those things couldn't just disappear for no reason, right?
It was truly strange.
Feng Qingyan, is that you? Rongmin suddenly snapped, pointing at Feng Qingyan and demanding an explanation. She completely forgot the trouble she had earlier with Feng Qingyan. And heir, don't accuse without proof. Do you have any evidence? Feng Qingyan said with a light smile. What if she was the one causing trouble? If they had the guts, they should find some proof.
You.
Who else could it be? Roman was sure that this matter definitely involved Feng Qingyan. If Second Anne insists on falsely accusing me, then don't blame me for being rude. Feng Qingyan coldly glanced at Rongmin, then moved her neck and wrists. She was just itching to act. What do you want to do? Rongmin sensed Feng Qingyan's gaze and immediately remembered what happened yesterday, trembling with fear. I don't want to do anything. I just want to take back what belongs to me. The shops my parents left me as dowry are probably in Second Aunt's care, right? You've made quite a bit of money from them over the years, haven't you? Second Aunt wouldn't try to secretly take everything for herself, would she? Feng Qingyan stepped closer to Rongmin. After Feng Zhan and Qin Ling died, Rongmin took full control of the general's residence. She held the assets left by the original owners, yet she scolded and mistreated Feng Qingyan, even resorting to cruel methods. She wasn't afraid of divine punishment. Today, she had to make them pay. Feng Qingyan, you are going too far. Those shops are poorly managed, losing money and going bankrupt. Over the years, I've been funding them out of my own pocket. I haven't made any profit, and I've lost a lot of silver. When her own interests were involved, Rongmin's earlier fear vanished instantly. She shouted at Feng Qingyan with all her might. She was willing to lie and even prepare a draft just to emphasize how much money she had lost. Money was more important to her than her life. Second Aunt, are you so foolish? You think everyone is stupid? How can a shop that's losing money still operate for so many years? Are you full of in your head? Feng Qingyan refused to buy Rongmin's act. Today, she was determined to make them all spit out what they had gained. Feng Qingyan, how can you be so? You're truly unworthy of being a daughter. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the general's residence? Rongmin's face turned green with anger, and she spat out vicious words. Feng Qingyan was not the original owner and couldn't fully empathize, but she was also furious. If anyone should be ashamed of the general's residence, it's Uncle Second and Second Aunt. She sneered disdainfully. Feng Yinian was notorious in the capital for drinking, gambling, and womanizing. Almost everyone knew about it. Rongmin, proud of her status as the head wife of the general's residence, often boasted and caused many jokes. At this moment, Feng Bailing heard the commotion and hurried over. Just now, Rongmin's words all fell into his ears, and his face immediately darkened. Feng Yonian saw Feng Bailing arrive and seemed to see a savior. He quickly moved closer, not noticing Feng Bailing's unpleasant expression. Feng Bailing values family the most. Over the years, Feng Yonian has done many wrong things, but he was never expelled from the general's residence because of it. Father, you've finally come.
Qing
Yan actually wants to drive us all out of the general's residence and settle the family estate. We are a family. Father, can't you bear to see her treat us like this? Feng Yunian looked heartbroken. Now he was playing the emotional card again. He really has no shame. Yan's decision is my decision. By the way, I have the list of wedding gifts from Qing Yan's mother. I remember it clearly. If it's yours, you can take it. If it's not, don't even think about getting it. Feng Bailing looked serious and commanding without anger. Although Feng Yonian is not his biological son, he was raised with love, so he must have feelings for him. Unfortunately, Feng Yonian is even worse than an animal. Father, how can you be so cruel? Feng Yonian didn't expect Feng Bailing to be so heartless. In the past, no matter how reckless he was, as long as he begged, Feng Bailing would eventually compromise. Take care of yourselves. Once you leave the general's residence from now on, you and I are no longer father and son. Feng Bailing closed his eyes. This was the biggest concession he could make. Although Feng Zhan's death wasn't directly caused by Feng Yunian, he was sure Feng Yunian had a hand in it. If he behaved himself in the future, Feng Bailing might spare his life. But if he kept pushing his luck, even heaven wouldn't save him. Father, you can't do this. I am your real son. I don't want to cut ties with you. Please don't do this. I really can't bear to leave you or the general's residence. Hearing Feng Bailing wanted to cut ties with him, Feng Yunyan was completely panicked. He knelt down and hugged Feng Bailing's leg, crying loudly, showing deep affection for him. Over the years, his biggest support outside was Feng Bailing. Now that they were expelled from the general's residence, and Feng Bailing wanted to cut ties with him, how could he survive? Feng Bailing frowned fiercely. This time, he would not be soft-hearted again. Feng Qingyan was very speechless about Feng Yinyan's fake and pretentious behavior. She was about to step forward to stop him when she heard a voice from the gate of the general's residence. Mu Qing, clear out all the idle people from the general's residence for me. Don't delay my important matters. If anyone refuses to leave, kill them without mercy. Xiao Minji's voice was cold and sharp, and the temperature on the scene immediately dropped a few degrees. Lord Feng, please go ahead. Mu Qing quickly moved to Feng Yinyan's side and spoke. He almost had a sword at his neck. Your servant bows to the 9th prince. 9th prince, please calm down. We will leave right away. Seeing that Xiao Minji was so frightened he looked like his soul had flown away, Feng Yinyan hurried forward to bow. At this moment, there was no time to care about the warehouse's belongings. Saving his life was the most important. Rongmin and Feng Qianqian also bowed and tried to slip away. Wait a moment. If you want to leave, first hand over all my property deeds and land titles. Running away was not that easy. Feng Qingyan immediately blocked Rongmin and Feng Qianqian in front of her, giving Xiao Minji a disdainful look. This person only caused trouble. Xiao Minji noticed Feng Qingyan's gaze and turned to look at Rongmin. Rongmin felt a chill run down his back and could only obediently produce some of the land and property deeds. Chun Tao, check the list carefully. If anything is missing, no one will leave this door. Seeing Rongmin's guilty look, Feng Qingyan decided not to bother with him, and all the documents were handed over. Xiao Minji spoke at the right moment. Mu Qing immediately understood and drew his sword from his waist. Rongmin trembled all over with fear and quickly handed over another batch of deeds to Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji's lips curled into a small smile, as if waiting for his wife to praise him. Feng Qingyan was too lazy to bother with him and turned to Rongmin to continue. By the way, the silver earned from these shops over the years, I'll give my second uncle and second aunt a discount, maybe 100,000 taels. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. People's greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. If Feng Qingyan still kept them alive, they should be grateful. Rongmin was being watched closely by Mu Qing, so he dared not make a sound. He could only obediently do as told. Reluctantly, he took out another silver note and handed it to Feng Qingyan. Second aunt, are you sure you got the right amount? I am willing to pay 10,000 taels of gold. Feng Qingyan glanced at the silver notes in her hand and spoke again. Feng Qingyan, why don't you go and seize it? Rongmin gritted her teeth in anger, feeling heartbroken. She was reluctant to spend any more money. It felt almost the same as losing her life. Mu Qing. Xiao Minji looked impatient and spoke again. If these people interfere with his important wedding day, none of them will have a good outcome. Prince Jiu, please calm down and don't be angry. Feng Yinyan's scalp tingled. He quickly signaled to Rongmin with his eyes. Rongmin could only helplessly give Feng Qingyan 9 silver notes worth 10,000 taels each. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Power from the emperor really works. Just a few words, and everything is settled. She didn't even need to make a move. Feng Qingyan counted the silver notes in her hand, satisfied, and tucked them into her. The second household family left in disgrace. Before leaving, Feng Qianqian, who had not spoken all along, looked at Feng Qingyan with a very vicious gaze. It was as if she wanted to swallow her alive. Today, she kept all her grudges in her heart, including the previous incident where Feng Qingyan ruined her appearance. Once she becomes the crown princess, she will definitely tear Feng Qingyan into pieces and repay her tenfold. After the second household left, Feng Qingyan finally looked directly at Xiao Minji. What is the prince's purpose in coming here? Her attitude clearly showed she didn't welcome him. The emperor's marriage decree has been issued, and I am here to deliver the bride price. Xiao Minji smiled and looked at Feng Qingyan, pretending to speak nonsense seriously. When did he start listening to the emperor's orders? Seeing the boxes of bride gifts being carried into the general's residence, Feng Qingyan frowned slightly and turned to look at Feng Biting. This matter seemed a bit difficult to handle. Yenner, please invite Prince Zhou to sit in the main hall. Feng Biting, although unhappy with this marriage, knew that Xiao Minji was a prince and should observe proper etiquette. He also wanted to discuss this marriage with Xiao Minji. Prince Zhou, please. Feng Qingyan reluctantly said to Xiao Minji. Please, don't trouble Yenner to help me. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan and showed no displeasure. He spoke slowly. Feng Qingyan was speechless. Does this person not have hands? Mu Qing is just idling around too, isn't she? Mu Qing received a warning signal from her prince family member and immediately turned around, silently repeating to herself, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. In the end, Feng Qingyan still pushed Xiao Minji to the main hall. On the way, Feng Qingyan deliberately kept some distance from Feng Biling. Xiao Minji, we already discussed yesterday at the 9th prince's residence that I do not agree with this marriage. She had said so much, yet he still shamelessly came to propose marriage. I really don't understand what he is trying to do. I'm just following the imperial decree, after all. Xiao Minji sighed and looked troubled. Feng Qingyan wanted to curse. Since when did he start taking the imperial decree seriously? When they arrived at the main hall, Feng Biling directly asked Xiao Minji straightforwardly, Old Minister, may I dare to ask the 9th prince, what are your thoughts on the emperor's marriage proposal? And why did you agree to this marriage? Feng Biling knew that as long as Xiao Minji was unwilling, the emperor couldn't force him. Even though Xiao Minji was now disabled, many noble families still wanted their daughters to marry into the 9th prince's residence. His granddaughter was very precious to him, but her appearance was lacking, so she definitely wouldn't catch Xiao Minji's eye. Xiao Minji agreed to this marriage probably had some purpose. General Feng, to be honest, I fell in love with Yenner at first sight, and I have no other intentions. Xiao Minji clearly understood Feng Biling's meaning. Regarding this marriage, besides Feng Qingyan herself, he truly had no other plans. Feng Biling was slightly stunned and looked up at Feng Qingyan. From Xiao Minji's words, he wondered if they already knew each other, or if something had happened that he didn't know about. No wonder he always felt their relationship was very subtle. Xiao Minji, what do you really want? I do not agree with this marriage. Feng Qingyan really wanted to tear Xiao Minji's mouth apart and tell him he was talking nonsense. It's ridiculous to say he fell in love at first sight. She still remembered at the cold pool when she accidentally climbed onto Xiao Minji. He looked at her as if he wanted to eat her up. Could he be seeking revenge on her? Yenner, don't be rude to the 9th prince. 9th prince, Yenner is just naive and impulsive. She means no disrespect to you. Please be more understanding. Feng Biting quickly stepped in to stop her, secretly sweating for Feng Qingyan. Xiao Minji is the most noble 9th prince, the war god of Daxia, known for killing countless enemies, always cold and emotionless. This girl is too bold. She actually called Xiao Minji by his full name directly. It's okay. I like how innocent and carefree you are in front of me. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with a gentle smile, full of affection, and was not angry at her calling him by his full name. On the contrary, he loved her natural and straightforward attitude, free from the pretenses of noble ladies. Xiao Minji's status and position make others respect and fear him, but Feng Qingyan is an exception. Feng Biling was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Minji to answer like that. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Feng Qingyan. If Xiao Minji truly cares for Feng Qingyan as he said, he might be a good choice. After all, revenge in the future will be very difficult, so he would naturally consider Feng Qingyan's safety. Xiao Minji is definitely a reliable protector. Of course, the final decision still depends on Feng Qingyan herself. General Feng, can I have a private talk with Yenner? Xiao Minji knew it wouldn't be hard to win over Feng Biling, but the real challenge was Feng Qingyan. Feng Bailing and Feng Qingyan exchanged a glance. Seeing her nod, he stepped back. I wonder what the prince wants to discuss with me? With Feng Bailing gone, Feng Qingyan had nothing to hold back. She lazily sat in the chair beside him and asked, of course, about our marriage. As long as Yenner agrees to marry into the 9th prince's residence, I can handle all those troublesome people for you. Xiao Minji's eyes sparkled with intent, hinting at something. To win her over, he must proceed step by step. Gradually, guide her. Those useless people can be dealt with by myself. Feng Qingyan scoffed. Does she think that will make her agree? Xiao Minji underestimated her too much. Just the second household and their family he could handle with a single finger. Isn't Yenna the one who hates trouble the most? If you become the 9th princess, in the future, even the crown prince will have to respectfully call you royal aunt, not to mention those annoying flies. Additionally, if you want to avenge your parents, becoming the 9th princess consort is the fastest way, and it benefits you without any harm. You also don't need to worry. I will never force you to do anything you're unwilling to do. Xiao Minji naturally didn't think that this little temptation would work on Feng Qingyan, so he continued speaking. Feng Qingyan's eyes shifted slightly. She had to admit that the conditions Xiao Minji offered were quite tempting. The title of 9th princess consort seemed really good, and Xiao Minji also said he wouldn't force her. So, what does the 9th prince want in return? She asked cautiously. Xiao Minji only mentioned the benefits she would get, so he must have his own plans. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to winning every battle. Xiao Minji turned his wheelchair to face Feng Qingyan, suddenly used his energy to stand up forcefully, supporting himself with one hand on the back of the chair, leaning close to her. He smiled softly, his beautiful face shining like stars, his deep eyes seeming to hold a vast universe. He had an irresistible charm. Feng Qingyan was momentarily stunned. This commanding presence felt too overwhelming. Seeing her gaze on him, Xiao Minji slightly curved his lips. Does the king not understand what I want, Yenner? His voice was deep, with a hint of charm. I don't understand, she finally managed to say, swallowing nervously. She realized she had just lost her composure. All right, she admitted she was a face-obsessed person. Xiao Minji's appearance and demeanor completely matched her aesthetic standards. Yenner really doesn't understand, he asked, gently tugging at her hair, his eyes fixed on her shy face, teasing her. Why are you so close? Sit down quickly. Do you really not want your legs anymore? He said softly. Feng Qingyan's face turned slightly red, and she quickly diverted his attention. Having been single since birth, in this life and the last, she had never even held a man's hand, so she couldn't resist Xiao Minji's charm. Are you worried about me? He asked with a slight smile, looking at her shy face, becoming more interested. It seemed he had found her weakness. I'm just concerned about you, you big fool. I'm only giving you advice as a doctor, she replied, avoiding his gaze. Did people in ancient times also know how to flirt so well? I really don't understand how Xiao Minji could look at her now with that ugly face and ask such a question. Anyway, in this world, besides Yenner, no one can heal my legs. Yenner doesn't want to help me heal them, so I don't care anymore. Xiao Minji looked sad and seemed very wronged. People who didn't know might think Feng Qingyan was bullying him. Feng Qingyan felt a little touched inside. As a healer, she naturally understands how much seriously ill patients long for health. Especially someone like Xiao Minji, a war god. How important his legs are to him. If the prince wants to heal his legs, he just needs to cancel the engagement. It's not hard for you. Feng Qingyan has never understood why Xiao Minji refused.
Does he
have feelings for her?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Feng Qingyan quickly shook her head to deny it. Then I'd rather not be healed. Xiao Minji noticed Feng Qingyan's expression and said stubbornly, as if throwing a tantrum. It seems his wife isn't indifferent to him either. As long as he can successfully win her over, healing his legs will be just a matter of time. Feng Qingyan was too tired to bother with him. She realized that Xiao Minji was just a crazy person, willing to risk anything to achieve his goal. Even his own legs. Yenner is really heartless. Xiao Minji sat back in his wheelchair, looking at Feng Qingyan with a resentful little gaze. It's getting late. You should go back, Your Highness. Feng Qingyan's fists itched again, and she coldly issued an eviction order. It seems there are still some difficulties in reaching an agreement with Xiao Minji, but it's not impossible. Her space has modern weapons, and she doesn't believe Xiao Minji isn't interested. However, unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't easily reveal her secret. So, what do you think of my proposal just now, Yenner? Xiao Minji asked persistently. He came today to propose marriage. He hadn't finished the important matter yet. How could he leave? Feng Qingyan frowned fiercely. Xiao Minji seemed very persistent about this. But if it was for the power of the general's estate, her grandfather had already made his stance clear. Xiao Minji was definitely not the kind of person who lied easily. I will consider what you said. Today, Feng Qingyan clearly had the disadvantage in front of Xiao Minji, and she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. My guard in my heart was also raised high. Now I just want to quickly send the person away. Then I will go back and wait for Yan's good news. Xiao Minji smiled happily and didn't insist on staying. Being able to get Feng Qingyan to consider means there is at least a chance. By the way, about the wedding gift, Prince, should we still have someone? Feng Qingyan hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Minji deliberately interrupted her. Just treat the wedding gift as a thank you gift for Yan for making a wheelchair for me. They are all small, worthless trinkets, so Yan doesn't need to worry about them. There's no reason to take it back now. Xiao Minji was sure that Feng Qingyan was his future little princess, and he wouldn't let go easily. No need to give away something for free if it's not wanted. Feng Qingyan realized this. Xiao Minji was determined to cling to her. It seemed she needed to think carefully about how to handle this in the future. After Xiao Minji left, Feng Qingyan went straight to the east courtyard to find Feng Biting, wanting to discuss this matter with him. As soon as she entered the yard, she was stunned by what she saw. A yard full of large and small boxes, filled with jewelry, silks, paintings, antiques, everything imaginable. Is this what Xiao Minji called worthless little trinkets? And those pairs of wild geese, the wedding documents, and other formalities. Nothing was overlooked. Yen, what are your thoughts on this matter? Today, Xiao Minji's actions really surprised Feng Biting. Whether it was his attitude towards Feng Qingyan and himself just now, or these wedding gifts, it showed Xiao Minji's sincerity. This was also Xiao Minji's cleverness. To win over a wife, you must first win over her closest family and gain his approval. Feng Biting had a good impression of Xiao Minji. A war god prince who cares for the world and the people, he naturally wouldn't be too bad. Of course, there were rumors that he disliked women. But in Feng Biting's opinion, not all of those rumors might be true. After all, the emperor was narrow-minded and capable of anything. For a prince holding heavy troops, he naturally harbored some fears. Lying and slandering, spreading rumors, secretly plotting, these were common occurrences. Our enemy is the crown prince, Xiao Minji, is a good choice. Feng Qingyan slightly frowned, then objectively analyzed with Feng Biting. She was naturally touched by what she saw before her. Xiao Minji is not only handsome but also very strong. He is definitely the type she likes. However, Feng Qingyan remains clear-headed. After all, this is ancient times, where having 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. If he can't give her what she wants, she won't expect it. Grandfather wants Yen to be happy. We can take our time to plan revenge for your parents. Feng Biling looked at Feng Qingyan with concern and said, deep hatred is unforgivable. But he only has Feng Qingyan, his precious granddaughter. He can't let hatred sacrifice her happiness. Yen knows what grandfather's worried about. Don't worry, I have my own way to handle it. Feng Qingyan could see that Feng Biling truly loved her and didn't want her to get hurt. Even though she isn't the original owner, she is touched by this family love. She has long regarded Feng Biling as her own family. As for Xiao Minji, he is indeed a good choice. They can cooperate for mutual benefit. Since Xiao Minji said he wouldn't force her, she can also keep control of this decision. The next morning, Feng Qingyan asked the servants to invite some craftsmen. She planned to renovate the entire general's residence inside and out. Last night, she roughly drew some plans based on her ideas. She wanted the craftsmen to use these as references for construction. Since crossing into this different world, Feng Qingyan still feels somewhat unfamiliar. She plans to transform the general's residence into a slightly modernized ancient-style home. It won't be too abrupt, but will add some convenience. Speaking of which, it will probably cost a lot of silver. And their future enemies are those in the palace, so they must have enough strength, which also requires a lot of gold and silver. Controlling the economic lifeline of a country is not far from overthrowing the throne. Thinking about the land deeds she recovered from Rongmin last night, she decided to take a look. In her modern life, Feng Qingyan is quite skilled at business. In this ancient time, she not only had rich experience but also advanced ideas and skills. Why would she be afraid of not making enough money? A business plan gradually formed in Feng Qingyan's mind. After finishing her meal, Feng Qingyan didn't put on heavy makeup, but instead wore a veil. Applying so many products to her face every day made her feel like she was about to ruin her appearance. "Mississippi, is your face better now?" Spring Peach saw Feng Qingyan's real face and was only slightly surprised before accepting it. Because Feng Qingyan had always been this beautiful since she was a child.
Sure.
"Don't let anyone know for now." Feng Qingyan smiled. She still hadn't finished dealing with the prince, so it was not the right time to reveal her face. Feng Qingyan and Spring Peach left the house together. They strolled and shopped along the way. The ancient times had many interesting little trinkets. Suddenly, a carriage sped quickly down the street. A child couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the carriage, flying far away. "Whose little brat dares to block my way?" So unlucky, the carriage didn't stop. A man inside looked out and spat some harsh words. Riding a horse openly in the street, he acted as if he owned the place. What's the difference from disregarding human life? "Child, my poor child, tell me where you're hurt." A woman hurried over, picked up the child, and loudly wailed. The child was covered in blood. His abdomen was cut open by something sharp, almost exposing his internal organs. He had lost so much blood that he fainted. People nearby quickly gathered around, shaking their heads in pity. "Ah, such a good child. Why is he so unlucky?" The child's condition was very serious. It seemed he might not make it. "Dr. Rong, please come quickly and save my child," a woman shouted while running desperately toward a nearby clinic, clutching her child. "Big brother, may I ask who that was just now?" Such arrogance. Feng Qingyan saw someone hurt and naturally moved closer, curious to ask. She had seen arrogance before, but never so overbearing. He hit someone and caused serious injury but completely ignored it. After insulting the person, he turned and walked away. In modern times, this would be considered hit and run, and at least he would face jail time for it. "Didn't you see that was the carriage of the Duke's family? The person inside is the current emperor's younger brother, the young master Shin Shuhai of the Duke's estate. Who dares to hold him accountable?" One older brother clearly expressed his displeasure. Feng Qingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. In this ancient society, inequality is real. Common people are oppressed and can only be angry, but not speak out.
I see.
So, who is this divine doctor? Could he possibly save this child? Feng Qingyan asked with some concern. The child's condition seemed quite serious. Feng Qingyan didn't know how advanced medical skills were in this era, especially for such injuries. She wondered if proper treatment was possible. If necessary, she would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Divine Dr. Rong is the attending physician at the Rong family clinic. He claims to be the best doctor in the capital, but judging by the child's condition, he probably won't survive. The older brother shook his head regretfully. Hearing the name of the clinic, Feng Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the clinic her mother left her? She definitely wanted to go and see it. A woman carried the child to the clinic. When the so-called #1 doctor, Rong Hao, heard the noise, he came out. He looked up at the woman holding the child, and his face immediately darkened. He said impatiently, "Take the person away quickly." Don't let anyone die here and ruin my reputation. It's bad luck. Feng Qingyan was speechless. What kind of nonsense is this about being the #1 doctor? He doesn't even have basic medical ethics. Leaving someone like him in her clinic would only ruin her reputation. Who says this injury can't be treated? If you're not skilled at medicine, don't endanger lives. At this moment, Feng Qingyan stepped out from the crowd, giving Rong Hao a disdainful look. Who is this little yellow-haired girl to speak so arrogantly? Do you know who I am? I am the most famous doctor in the capital. My master is the head of the imperial hospital. When I say it can't be treated, no one in the city can treat it. Hearing someone belittle him like this, Rong Hao was immediately displeased and started to boast about his background. His arrogant and haughty tone made Feng Qingyan want to go up and give him a big slap. If the head of the Imperial Medical Office knew he had a disciple like you, he probably wouldn't be proud either, Feng Qingyan said with a light smile. Not to mention the head of the Imperial Medical Office's disciple, even if the head himself came, such a lack of medical ethics would still be shameful.
You.
How dare you slander my master? I think your brain is probably not working anymore, Rong Hao said angrily. Who is this young girl with yellow hair? How dare she speak so wildly? If you can't save people, then get out of the way immediately. Stop barking like a mad dog here, Feng Qingyan said. The child's condition was indeed quite serious. She had just stepped back and didn't notice how large and severe the wound on the child's belly was. Right now, she couldn't bother with this person. She would deal with him after saving the child. I can't save him? I am the top doctor in the city. You, a young girl with yellow hair, don't know anything. I guarantee that even if a great immortal came today, this child still wouldn't be saved, Rong Hao said, feeling embarrassed after being publicly humiliated. He looked furious, as if he wanted to fight Feng Qingyan. If I say I can save him, Feng Qingyan looked coldly at Rong Hao. This person's character was completely unworthy of being a doctor. You, little girl, what big talk are you talking? You can only save him if the sun rises from the west, Rong Hao said, as if he heard a huge joke. Although his medical skills were average, he had been in this field for many years and knew a thing or two. The child's belly was cut open so badly that his intestines were visible. How could he possibly be saved? All right, it's a deal. If I can't save this child, do whatever you want. If I do save him, then kneel and call me Dad, Feng Qingyan said. The thing she hated most in her life was being doubted about her medical skills. What is Dad? Rong Hao looked confused. Don't worry about these details, it's just a title. Now I need some rice wine, bandages, and a place for the child to lie down, Feng Qingyan said, touching her nose. She accidentally called herself Dad. She directly handed Rong Hao a gold ingot, as she had no time for unnecessary chatter. Soon, she would show him the depth of modern Chinese medicine. You can treat here, but if you accidentally kill someone, it has nothing to do with our clinic. Rong Hao saw the gold, and immediately his eyes lit up. Put your heart at ease. Now close your eyes and prepare what I need. Feng Qingyan coldly glanced at Rong Hao. Rong Hao felt a chill run down his back. Strange, just a young girl with yellow hair, yet she has such a strong presence. I want to see how you will end things later, Rong Hao said angrily, as if watching a good show. Since there was money involved, someone was sent to prepare what Feng Qingyan needed. Feng Qingyan, tired of Rong Hao's attitude, turned to the woman holding the child. Madam, if I say I can treat your child's injury, do you believe me? In ancient times, performing sutures was indeed hard to accept. Feng Qingyan needed to communicate with a child's mother first, to avoid causing medical disputes like modern times. Miss, can you really save my child? The woman obviously couldn't fully believe Feng Qingyan could save her child, but she looked up hopefully. Feng Qingyan nodded sincerely. She had just used her sensing ability to do a quick check on the child. The injuries were all superficial, nothing serious. The most serious wound was on the abdomen. Fortunately, the internal organs were fine. This minor surgery was easy for her. Then I beg you, miss, please save him. I will kowtow to you. The woman was crying, but she was reasonable. Feng Qingyan didn't care whether she could save the child or not. She appreciated her willingness to help. Don't worry, the child will be fine. Feng Qingyan's heart moved, and she quickly supported the woman. It's truly heartbreaking for parents. Rong Hao had someone prepare a small table, and Feng Qingyan placed the child on it. While no one was paying attention, she took out some anesthetic from her space and applied local anesthesia to the child. Wearing medical gloves, she lit some alcohol to disinfect around the wound. Finally, she used her special needle and thread to sew up the wound. Isn't this reckless? Do you think sewing up the skin is like sewing clothes? Next to them, Rong Hao saw Feng Qingyan's actions and boldly said whatever came to mind. But when he saw Feng Qingyan's excellent stitching skills, he suddenly thought that her method might really work. Don't understand? Shut your mouth, Feng Qingyan said impatiently. When she performs surgery, she needs to focus completely. She hates people chattering around her. Even for small surgeries, she takes them seriously. Since the child is so young, she must sew carefully so that no ugly scars are left later. Rong Hao wanted to say more, but sensing the gazes from the people around, he quickly held back. Although the child's mother and the others didn't understand medicine, they could see that Feng Qingyan was truly trying to save the child. After a while, she finished stitching and disinfected the child's wound thoroughly. Then, using acupuncture with silver needles, she woke the child up. She also took a powerful blood-nourishing pill from her space and fed it to him. Feng Qingyan's main concern now was that the child might develop a fever or get an infection. Given the ancient environment and limited resources, sterilization was difficult, and medicines were scarce. Child, you're awake? Mother was so worried, the woman couldn't believe her eyes. She had only hoped Feng Qingyan could help save her child, even if just a last resort. But Feng Qingyan had actually saved the child's life. He's awake. He's really awake. This is so amazing. Great doctor. You're truly a great doctor. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel. Feng Qingyan's medical skills were unprecedented and extraordinary. And such a serious wound would normally cause unbearable pain, yet the child didn't cry or fuss. It must be that Feng Qingyan did something special. Her medical skills were simply incredible. I also need some medicine to prepare a treatment plan for the child. After finishing everything, Feng Qingyan turned to Rong Hao. Rong Hao was stunned. How could this be? A young girl with yellow hair having such high medical skills? He was sure that even imperial doctors at the royal hospital wouldn't be able to handle such a serious wound. What medicine do you need? I'll have someone get it for you. Hearing Feng Qingyan mention medicine, Rong Hao looked a little uncomfortable. The medicinal herbs she needed were just a minor part, mainly for show. The main focus was on matching the special medicine she developed in her space. Of course, she had to do it herself. Feng Qingyan stood up, ready to go to the medical clinic, but Rong Hao blocked her directly. Our clinic doesn't allow outsiders inside, he said. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Rong Hao. It seemed there was definitely something suspicious going on. I've never heard of a clinic that doesn't let people come in to get medicine. Why do you even run a clinic then? Or is there something secret going on inside? Could it be that all the medicines are fake? Feng Qingyan looked at Rong Hao with a surprised expression. It seemed she had come at the right time today. Otherwise, her parents' clinic might have been turned into something terrible. Little girl, I warn you, don't think just because you have some skills, you can talk nonsense here, Rong Hao said nervously, feeling guilty after being exposed. Don't you know whether I'm lying or not? Using old tree roots as ginseng, ordinary mushrooms as spiritual ginseng, there are hardly any real herbs in your clinic. You really are clever, Feng Qingyan said, quickly moving past Rong Hao into the clinic. She looked around at the many fake medicines and sighed. It's really hard for them to make money dishonestly, finding so many similar fake medicines. Using grass as medicine, what a profit. Common people want to save money, and with little knowledge about herbs, many are easily fooled.
What?
This clinic is a black shop? No wonder the medicine I bought last time didn't work at all, she said. This is so cruel. Last time, a woman sold everything she had to buy ginseng for her son's illness, But not only did it not help, she even lost her life. It turns out they were selling fake medicine, she added. People watching started talking about it. If they kept selling fake medicine for long, it wouldn't stay hidden. More and more doubts arose among the crowd. Hearing the rumors, Rong Hao's face turned green. Although what they said was true, he was furious. He glared at Feng Qingyan with anger and shouted loudly, You're spreading lies. Do you believe I won't make you pay for this? Do you even know who owns this clinic? You little yellow-haired girl, don't be ungrateful. If you're sensible, quickly get out of here. Are you upset because your fake doctor scam was exposed? Feng Qingyan was indifferent, smiled slightly, and showed no fear of Rong Hao's threats. She knew exactly who owned this clinic. The property deed was still in her possession. I think you're the one refusing to accept the truth and trying to force me out. Guards, throw her out. Rong Hao was now completely angry. If Feng Qingyan kept causing trouble, how could he run his business in the future? I think you're the one who should be thrown out. Rong Hao was even using the general's family name to do these shady deals. Feng Qingyan couldn't allow such a person to stay. Guards hit her hard. Rong Hao didn't understand where Feng Qingyan got her courage. A young girl dared to challenge him openly. He gave the order, and immediately a few people stepped forward to surround Feng Qingyan. Next to her, Chun Tao remained calm and unbothered. She had seen how powerful her young lady was now. She just stood to watch the show and clapped happily. You're overestimating yourself. Feng Qingyan slightly curled her lips. Before everyone could see what she was doing, she quickly and skillfully knocked down all the men on the ground. Lu Hao watched the men wailing on the ground and swallowed nervously. This girl was too fierce. Miss, you're amazing. Thumbs up. Chun Tao, the little fan, cheered. A few people who had been worried just moments ago now clapped and cheered along. Such a dishonest shop and clinic should be punished. Just now, I made a bet with you. If I cure that child, you have to kneel and call me father? Feng Qingyan's eyes narrowed as she looked at Rong Hao, stepping closer to him. Don't mess around. I tell you, I am the younger brother of the second wife of the general's family. Offend me, and you offend the entire family. Have you thought about the consequences? Rong Hao was so scared he kept retreating, quickly pulling out his last card. Consequences? I haven't really thought about that. Why don't you think about yours first? And look at this. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly, took out a property deed, and held it out to Rong Hao. Property deed? How could the house deed be with you? Rong Hao looked at Feng Qingyan in disbelief. This was the shop Rong Min had personally given him. This is my dowry left by my mother, so naturally, the house deed is with me. Also, our general's residence doesn't have relatives as shameless as you, pretending to be part of the general's house to deceive others. And your good sister and brother-in-law have now been expelled from the general's residence. They have nothing to do with us anymore. Surprised or not? Feng Qingyan snorted coldly. Rong Hao, being Rong Min's younger brother, truly seems just as bad as Rong Min. You are that foolish Feng Qingyan? This can't be true. Rong Hao was stunned. His sister is the head lady of the general's residence. How could she be expelled? And this yellow-haired girl is supposedly the legendary fool of the general's residence. But something doesn't seem right. You're the real fool. Your whole family is full of fools. Selling fake medicine and harming people. Have you all lost your conscience? Feng Qingyan's temper flared. She suddenly kicked Rong Hao hard, knocking him to the ground. The thing she hated most in her life was those who pretended to heal others but actually cheated and deceived. They were a disgrace to the medical community. Miss Feng, please spare me. I was wrong. You're so kind. Please forgive me this time. Rong Hao immediately begged for mercy. Feng Qingyan was too terrifying. Spare you? Did you ever think about sparing the people you harmed when you sold fake medicine? Most of the medicines in this clinic are fake. For the sake of our general's reputation, today I, Feng Qingyan, will burn all the fake medicines right in front of everyone. Feng Qingyan released Rong Hao and started throwing all the herbs from the shelves outside. Feng Qingyan, you. Stop. My medicines, my money. Rome Hao felt heartache as if he was having a heart attack, but he couldn't stop Feng Qingyan. He watched as Feng Qingyan and Chun Tao threw all the herbs out of the clinic. Soon, they piled up into a small mountain. Feng Qingyan stepped forward, took out a lighter from her space, and set it on fire. Good, Miss Feng, well done. The onlookers clapped their hands. At first, they didn't fully believe Feng Qingyan, since those fake medicines were worth a lot of money. But Feng Qingyan didn't blink an eye. This was the true image of a great doctor in their minds. After finishing the medicine, Feng Qingyan took out a whip from her waist and struck the signboard at the entrance of the clinic. The sign broke apart and fell to the ground. From today on, this place is officially renamed Rinxin Hospital. I will personally see patients here. I will not let those villains use the name of the general's residence to sell fake medicines and harm the people. Our Rinxin Hospital sincerely serves the people, and we will not let you waste even a minute or spend unjustified money. Feng Qingyan's original intention to open the clinic was not just for money. In this ancient time, medical skills were behind, but if she could use her abilities to improve medicine, it would honor the wisdom of her ancestors over thousands of years. Everyone cheered loudly. The skills Feng Qingyan just showed shocked everyone present. Now that they heard she was opening a clinic, their enthusiasm was very high. Everyone has headaches or colds sometimes. With a trustworthy clinic and a doctor like Feng Qingyan, they naturally wanted to seek help. The clinic now urgently needs experienced doctors and assistants. If you have the ability, you can negotiate your wages. If anyone knows suitable candidates, please help me introduce them. I, Feng Qingyan, thank you all. Feng Qingyan always valued talent. She believed that capable people should be rewarded, so she wouldn't treat them unfairly. Soon, a few people signed up to work as assistants at the clinic. Feng Qingyan printed a design for the signboard from her space and had someone order a new one. Then she had people clean the inside and outside of the clinic. Based on the layout, she drew a new design. She asked craftsmen to make improvements. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound, and Western medicine is also essential. Feng Qingyan planned to turn this into a combined Chinese-Western hospital. Her smart space had all the resources for Western medicine, but for Chinese medicine, she needed to find a reliable partner. Of course, if there was a chance in the future, she could grow her own herbs. Her space still had many good medicinal seed varieties. After finishing all this, Feng Qingyan didn't rest. She started offering free consultations at the clinic entrance. To have a successful business, you must first build a good reputation. Free medical clinics are the fastest and most effective way to do this. At first, no one had seen Feng Qingyan's medical skills, so they were naturally skeptical. However, as Feng Qingyan accurately diagnosed their illnesses without error, everyone had to believe her. Soon, word spread from 1 person to 10, then to 100. Since it was a free clinic, many people came just to try, including those who couldn't afford medical care, and they didn't want to miss this good opportunity. Feng Qingyan has a medical space and strong sensing abilities, so she can almost diagnose patients without even looking, just by sensing their symptoms, then prescribe medicine. People are amazed and impressed. More and more people are lining up outside the clinic. Feng Qingyan looked at the long line behind her and frowned deeply. It seems she needs to quickly hire a reliable doctor to help with consultations, since she can't stay here all the time. Just then, a figure from the crowd approached Feng Qingyan and spoke slowly. May I ask, miss, you mentioned hiring a doctor for consultations? Are there any conditions? Feng Qingyan looked up and saw the visitor, and her eyes lit up. How about this? You help me examine a few patients so I can get to know your skills better. This person seemed quite trustworthy. Free labor is not to be wasted, and she could also use this chance to evaluate him. Yi Tianyi didn't refuse and began diagnosing the patients in line. Although he wasn't as fast as Feng Qingyan, he accurately identified their symptoms without missing a detail. Seeing this, Feng Qingyan had to take this person seriously and asked with curiosity, "Your medical skills are so impressive. Why do you want to come work as a consultation doctor at my small clinic that hasn't officially opened yet?" Yi Tianyi was a bit embarrassed. Since he had been present from the moment Feng Qingyan treated that child, he had witnessed her stitching skills and how she could diagnose illnesses without even feeling the pulse. He was so amazed that his eyes nearly popped out. He couldn't believe there was someone with such high medical skill in the world. Honestly, I really admire your medical skills, especially your stitching technique, which is quite innovative, Yi Tianyi admitted sincerely. Although he knew that coveting others' medical skills was shameful, he couldn't resist his curiosity. That, isn't really difficult. With your medical experience, you should be able to learn it easily. If you really want to learn, I can teach you everything now, without charging you anything. Feng Qingyan could see that Yi Tianyi was very passionate and serious about medicine. Isn't this exactly the person she's looking for? Are you serious? Yi Tianyi stood up excitedly, almost unable to believe what he heard. Feng Qingyan was willing to teach him her unique medical skills for free. Did he get incredibly lucky? There's no need to hide it. Medical skills should be shared widely, improved, and used to help others. Otherwise, how can doctors save lives and help more people? Feng Qingyan smiled softly. She knew that in this ancient time, some doctors had their own secret techniques that they never shared. Those were their livelihood. Perhaps this mindset was why medical skills in ancient times were so behind. Miss, your sense of justice is a blessing for our great summer. I am truly ashamed. Yi Tianyi was deeply shocked by Feng Qingyan's words. He didn't expect that, despite her young age, she could have such a broad mind. It truly impressed him. Old sir, you flatter me. I am just doing what I should, with a clear conscience. Feng Qingyan didn't think she was particularly noble. It was simply because her environment and education were different. For her, this was the basic moral standard of a qualified doctor. Unbeknownst to her, this very statement made Yi Tianyi remember it for a lifetime. He dedicated all his knowledge and skills to those who loved medicine, teaching by example, and made great contributions to the development of medical skills in the Great Summer. Of course, this was all in the future. On the tea house across the street, a figure watched with interest. Even with a black mask, his delicate face was visible. Is Feng Qingyan really the so-called fool? She seems quite interesting. The leader of the secret sect, Lin Chen, smiled softly and disappeared instantly without a trace. As soon as Lin Chen left, Muyan stepped out from the shadows and called someone to report back to the 9th Prince's mansion. Although I know Feng Qingyan is very powerful, Xiao Minji still feels a bit uneasy. Moreover, she is now being watched by the secret door people, so he cannot let his guard down. Lin Chen is not like those ordinary troublemakers who are easy to deal with. At the 9th Prince's residence, Xiao Minji is sitting at his desk, carefully painting. The woman in the painting has a stunning beauty, like a goddess, and looks very lifelike. If you look closely at her eyebrows and eyes, you can tell she is Feng Qingyan, the woman who was at Hantan and had her face washed away by the water. Looking at the person in the painting, Xiao Minji's lips curl into a gentle smile, full of affection. Until he hears a knock on the door outside, he quickly puts away the painting. Your Highness, Muyan just brought news that the leader of the secret door, Lin Chen, appeared near Miss Feng. Mu Qing enters and reports the news from Muyan to Xiao Minji immediately. Right now, Feng Qingyan is not only their 9th Prince's future wife, but also the hope of their entire residence. Secret door? Lin Chen is quite bold. Does he not know that Yen'er is the future 9th Princess of this palace? It seems there's no need for the secret door to exist anymore. Xiao Minji's expression darkens, and a dangerous light flashes in his eyes. Anyone who dares to think about harming him should be prepared to face the consequences. The secret door has had the Queen and Crown Prince's support over the years, and their strength is not to be underestimated. If we act rashly, we might cause too much damage. Should your Highness reconsider? Mu Qing raises an eyebrow. Their prince has always been calm. Is this just a sudden anger for a woman? This is serious. Xiao Minji notices Mu Qing's gaze and coldly glances at him. Mu Qing feels a shiver run down his spine. He's really in trouble now. His little plan has been seen through by the prince. Tonight, he's probably in big trouble. Send someone to keep a close watch on Lin Chen. Do not let Yenner get even the slightest harm. Xiao Minji withdraws his gaze but remains calm. He kept the secret door because he didn't want trouble. The people in the palace will never stay quiet. Without the secret door, there will be other schemes. It's better to keep a familiar opponent around. But if Lin Chen insists on rushing to his death, he doesn't mind changing to a different opponent. Understood. By the way, Prince Muyan also said that Miss Feng wants to open a medical clinic. What do you think? Mu Qing is truly Xiao Minji's close guard and a very helpful assistant. Go immediately and select a group of trustworthy people to send over. Be very careful and don't let Yenner find out. Just tell them that from now on, they will serve Yenner and have nothing to do with me. It's wise of Xiao Minji to do this. He understands Feng Qingyan well. Even if it's discovered later, he is only trying to help out of kindness and Feng Qingyan wouldn't find fault with him. On the contrary, Feng Qingyan would probably be very annoyed. I'll go handle it now. Mu Qing was about to leave when Xiao Minji called him back. Wait, opening a medical clinic will need medicinal supplies. Send Su Heng there personally to coordinate with Yenner. Su Heng is the top merchant in Daxia and one of Xiao Minji's most trusted subordinates. Sending him directly shows how much Xiao Minji values Feng Qingyan. Oh, is he really falling in love? Mu Qing thought their prince was overthinking a bit, but he still agreed to go. After Mu Qing left, Xiao Minji opened the painting scroll on his desk again. Looking at the person inside, he seemed to understand the feeling of missing someone for 3 years feels like 3 autumns apart, from a cold, heartless war god prince who had cut all ties with love. Now his heart seemed to have a small flame, slowly melting the long-sealed feelings inside. Feng Qingyan had been giving free medical consultations at the clinic for 3 days straight, and her reputation was spreading more and more. Even the famous divine Dr. Yi Tianyi from Daxia was helping her. More and more people came to seek her help. The clinic's facilities were almost fully set up. Feng Qingyan kept her promise. She shared everything she knew with Yi Tianyi, especially what he wanted to learn. Yi Tianyi truly deserved his reputation as a legendary doctor. His learning and acceptance were very fast, and he was deeply passionate about medicine. Feng Qingyan found teaching him very natural, and they could even exchange ideas on some topics. She gained a lot from this experience. In the afternoon, after discussing a treatment plan for a patient with intestinal abscess with Yi Tianyi, she heard a commotion outside. Come quickly. This black-hearted clinic caused my husband's death with their medicine. Feng Qingyan, give me back my husband's life. A woman was crying loudly in front of a medical clinic, with a man lying on a cart beside her. It looked like he had already passed away. Hearing the noise, Feng Qingyan and Yi Tian hurried outside to check. The woman's loud crying immediately attracted many onlookers. Enough, stop crying like a ghost. Tell me, who sent you here? How much silver did they give you? And what is your purpose? Feng Qingyan only glanced at her and immediately knew that this woman was deliberately causing trouble. Her acting was exaggerated and emotionless. It was obviously fake. What? What purpose? I have no purpose. Your clinic's medicine caused someone's death, so I came to ask for an explanation. Feng Qingyan, I want my husband's life back. Hearing Feng Qingyan's words, the woman was slightly stunned. Then she looked confused and a bit guilty. Why was the situation completely different from what she thought? Feng Qingyan remained calm and saw through her immediately. Oh? You say your husband died after taking medicine from my clinic? Do you have proof? Feng Qingyan smiled softly. In front of so many people, she gave her a chance to defend herself. This is the prescription you gave me, and these are the remaining medicines. I just gave my husband the medicine you prescribed, and he suddenly couldn't survive. The woman took out the handwritten prescription and the leftover medicine, holding them up to Feng Qingyan. It looked like she had prepared everything thoroughly. Feng Qingyan looked at her and asked calmly, how can you prove he died because he took medicine from my clinic? He died after taking your medicine. Feng Qingyan, you want to deny it? Everyone, come see. This clinic's medicine caused someone's death. Who can stand up for me? The woman naturally couldn't prove her claim and could only resort to shouting and begging for sympathy. People around couldn't help but start discussing. In a private room at the tea house opposite Rinshin Hospital, Feng Qianqian and Rong Min sat facing each other. I think Feng Qingyan still has some tricks up her sleeve. I must ruin her reputation. She makes things difficult for us, so she doesn't deserve peace either. Feng Qianqian's face was twisted with anger. Because of Feng Qingyan's medicine last time, she was left with deep scars on her face. The imperial doctor said it was almost impossible to fully recover. She still wanted to sit on the throne as the crown princess, but Feng Qingyan had ruined her. She naturally would not let Feng Qingyan have an easy time. As soon as she heard that Feng Qingyan had opened a medical clinic, she immediately jumped in to cause trouble. Neither of the two people knew that their conversation was entirely overheard by Xiao Minji in the next room. He looked slightly angry, and the teacup in his hand instantly turned into powder. This shows how deep his inner strength is. Mu Qing was suddenly stunned. Ever since their prince's poison was completely cured by Feng Qingyan, his mood had improved a lot, and his inner strength had also increased significantly. Feng Qingyan was practically their prince's little lucky star. How does the prince want to deal with these two people? Mu Qing's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Xiao Minji and asked, "They are just two insignificant people. Let someone teach them a lesson first." According to Xiao Minji's idea, framing their future princess consort, these two should be taken out and chopped up to feed the dogs. Nothing less. But since they still have some connection to Feng Qingyan, it's better for her to decide how to handle them. These two are just like the people in the palace, using petty tricks that pose no real threat to Feng Qingyan. He believed that with Feng Qingyan's personality, she would never be the kind to suffer losses. 3 days apart, Feng Qingyan had completely won over Su Heng, to the point where she was almost offering her money to buy herbs. He truly doubted how Su Heng managed to become the richest merchant in Daxia. It seemed he had underestimated his future princess consort's abilities. Now he was even less likely to let go. So today, Xiao Minji planned to secretly see Feng Qingyan, but unexpectedly, he ran into such a troublesome matter. Your subordinate understands. Mu Qing nodded slightly, probably understanding Xiao Minji's thoughts. Feng Qingyan was not someone to be easily provoked. He was afraid these two would have a hard time in the future. Also, go to the Dali temple and check on things. Otherwise, Yena will have to handle it herself. Xiao Minji believed that with Feng Qingyan's ability, she could handle it herself. But he still couldn't resist wanting to step in. Feng Qianqian and Rong Min sipped their tea, eagerly waiting to see Feng Qingyan's good show. At this moment, a person dressed as a shop assistant entered and poured hot water for the two of them. After 2 drinks, both people simply collapsed onto the table. Mu Qing ordered her subordinates to carry the person away and threw them directly into the backyard manure pit. Feng Qianqian and Rong Min were awakened by the foul smell. Except for their heads sticking out, both of them were completely soaked in a golden bath. Feng Qianqian let out a sharp scream. Losing her balance, she quickly reached out and grabbed Rong Min nearby. As a result, both of them lost their balance together. Their remaining heads sank into the golden bath, and they were badly choked. The scene was quite vivid. In front of the medical clinic, Feng Qingyan could see that the woman wasn't really acting out of genuine concern. She was just trying to use public opinion to ruin her clinic's reputation. How could she possibly succeed? Your husband has been dead for at least 2 days. You came to me for medicine just a day ago. It's impossible that the medicine I gave caused his death. Feng Qingyan stepped forward and did a quick check on the man on the cart, immediately noticing something was wrong. You're lying. It's obviously your medicine that caused the problem. Now someone has died because of it, and you still want to deny it. Justice, come and see. In broad daylight, the young lady from the general's residence is oppressing and harming the people. The woman panicked instantly. She never expected Feng Qingyan to find out the exact time her husband died.
Oh,
Really? If I say I have evidence proving your husband's death has nothing to do with me? Feng Qingyan smiled lightly. Just as she was thinking about how to handle this matter, a stern voice came from the crowd. Who is causing trouble here? Qin Ran, the Minister of Justice, suddenly appeared from nowhere, looking somewhat impatient.
Sir.
Sir, you must decide for the people. My husband took the medicine from their clinic and died on the spot. You need to clear his name. Seeing the official, the woman suddenly seemed more confident. Now, how could Feng Qingyan deny it? The employer had said that even if she couldn't put Feng Qingyan in jail, ruining her reputation would be enough, and they would pay her twice the silver. Qin Ran, who had handled many cases, only glanced at the person on the cart and immediately understood what was going on. He nodded at Feng Qingyan and then impatiently said to the woman, "Enough. Stop crying. Send someone to invite the coroner. Qian Wu is a well-known coroner in the capital city. When he arrives, everything will be decided." The woman listens and suddenly feels stuck. If the coroner comes, won't she be exposed? But she still holds on to hope. She has done everything she needed to do, so the coroner shouldn't find anything wrong. After a while, Qin's subordinate brings a coroner over. "Sir, Coroner Qian has left the city on an errand. This is his apprentice, Li Si." "All right, go ahead and examine him." Qin slightly frowns, unsure if Qian's apprentice is reliable. If he messes up the case for the 9th prince, it will be hard to explain. Li Si steps forward and performs a thorough check on the person, then reports to Qin. "Sir, the deceased's mouth contains traces of medicine, which matches several items on the woman's prescription. Tests show the medicine is highly toxic and the cause of death was poisoning." "Exactly. My husband died from poisoning after taking her medicine. Please, you must help me. Everyone, bear witness for me." Hearing this, the woman gains confidence and starts crying loudly again. Your one-sided story is not enough as evidence in court. Someone might be maliciously framing others. Without solid proof, do not speak recklessly. You could end up in jail. Qin immediately responds, determined not to let the woman sway public opinion. "Sir, you can't protect her just because she's a young lady from the general's residence." The woman isn't stupid. She notices that Qin seems to favor Feng Qingyan. She tries to pressure Qin by involving the local people. You're talking nonsense." Qin is feeling overwhelmed now. Things are getting complicated. Even he has moments of failure. This coroner is unreliable. "Sir, I have another discovery, but I'm not sure if I should say it." Li Si, new to the profession and only having learned a little, is worried his check might be wrong, so he quickly speaks up. Qin is worried there's no breakthrough. Normally, with poisoning, the abdomen should show signs too. "But I don't understand why." Li Si hesitates and can't explain further. Feng Qingyan directly speaks up. "That is because the deceased was poisoned after death. You only checked his throat for poison. Did you also examine his stomach and abdomen?" She was speechless. The coroner Qin brought was not reliable at all. Wasn't she more professional? Feng Qingyan took out a silver needle and inserted it into the deceased's stomach. The needle did not turn black. Then she inserted the needle into the throat area, and it turned black. Master Qin was slightly startled. Not only was Miss Feng skilled in medicine, but she also knew how to do coroner work. No wonder the 9th prince liked her. "Impudent woman, do you have anything to say? Quickly tell the truth. Who ordered you to frame Miss Feng?" Master Qin immediately used his authority. "Your Excellency, please investigate. I am innocent. I did not harm anyone. My husband really died after taking medicine from their clinic." The woman, now in such a situation, could only deny everything. Whether she is guilty or not is not up to her to decide. Bring her back and interrogate her strictly. Master Qin ordered someone to take her away. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your help. I hope you find the real person behind this plot soon." Although Feng Qingyan had some suspicions, she was busy lately and didn't want to bother with those people. Let them suffer the consequences and enjoy themselves in jail. "It's just a small effort, Miss Feng. You're too polite." Master Qin showed great respect to Feng Qingyan. No surprises, she is the future 9th princess. After Master Qin left, the people at the clinic gradually dispersed. Mu Qing pushed Xiao Minji and also came to the clinic. As soon as they entered, Xiao Minji saw Yi Tianyi chasing after Feng Qingyan, asking questions and humbly seeking advice. No wonder she hadn't been around these days. She had come here. Why does the prince have free time to come to my place? Feng Qingyan was busy with her work and didn't even look at Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji was momentarily speechless. How much does the little princess dislike him? But it's okay, if he has no other skills, he just has a thick skin. I've been feeling some discomfort in my leg these past 2 days. I heard there's a divine doctor here, so I came to see if I could get some help. Yi Tianyi saw Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan interacting. He then remembered Xiao Minji's strange experience at Hantan. So, was it really a romantic encounter? Xiao Minji shot a glance at him, and Yi Tianyi felt uncomfortable. Qingyan, I need to go and take care of something. You two can chat. Yi Tianyi understood the hint and quickly made an excuse to leave. Prince, I need to use the restroom. Mu Qing's reason was so convincing that no one could argue with it. He couldn't delay the prince's important matters. Is Yi Tianyi your person? Feng Qingyan could see the little thoughts in their hearts and turned to ask Xiao Minji. Yes, but I had no idea he was here. Please don't misunderstand. Xiao Minji's heart trembled. His little wife was too sharp. He might be harmed by Yi Tianyi. Feng Qingyan didn't mind and nodded. From how they looked when they first met, she knew Xiao Minji wasn't lying. Yi Tianyi's obsession with medicine made such things possible. Who he was didn't matter much to her. But if necessary, she would give him a few words of advice. So, he wouldn't fall into certain people's traps. Tell me, what brings you here today, Prince? He wouldn't come without a reason. Recently, my leg has been feeling uncomfortable. Could you take a look? Feng Qingyan was always relaxed around Xiao Minji, so he was used to using I when talking to her. He even tried to flatter her a little. This was a privilege reserved for his future wife. I told you, as long as you cancel our marriage agreement, I will help treat your leg. Feng Qingyan could tell his words were probably false without even looking. She used the same excuse to brush him off. But isn't opening a clinic to heal people your goal? How can you be so heartless and ignore someone in need? If this gets out, it won't be good for your reputation. Xiao Minji looked pitiful and innocent, making Feng Qingyan want to slap him. In the past, she could have thrown him out immediately, but now, it seemed unfair to do so. Many people watched him come in. Wouldn't it be bad if she didn't treat him? That might ruin her reputation as a great doctor. Yenner, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to threaten you. Seeing Feng Qingyan's expression, Xiao Minji suddenly felt a little guilty. Oh no, it seems he accidentally made his little wife angry. I can treat your leg, and I won't cancel the engagement, but you must do exactly as I say. Feng Qingyan thought carefully. If she wanted to work with Xiao Minji, she definitely needed to treat his leg. It's better to take control of the situation now. No problem. Everything is up to Yenner. I will listen to her. Xiao Minji was very happy inside. He knew his little wife would never ignore him. He was ready for a long-term effort, but it was happening so quickly. While Xiao Minji was feeling proud, Feng Qingyan prepared a pre-marriage agreement and handed it to him. Take a look at this first. If you agree, sign and stamp it. What does a contract marriage mean? Xiao Minji had never heard this term before and was a bit confused. Keep reading. Our marriage is based on the name of being husband and wife, but not necessarily living as one. You help me avenge myself, and I help you achieve greatness. When that time comes, you give me a divorce paper, and I will be free. This was the best plan Feng Qingyan could think of right now. Xiao Minji raised an eyebrow. He could play this way. All right, no problem. I agree with Yenner. He hesitated for a moment, then signed and stamped the contract without hesitation. He would marry her into the palace first. After that, what he did wouldn't be entirely up to her. He still didn't believe it. One day, when they saw each other often, his little wife wouldn't have any feelings for him. Feng Qingyan was very happy. She didn't expect Xiao Minji to agree so easily. When can Yenna help me treat my leg? Xiao Minji asked eagerly. Anytime. Just follow the prince's arrangements. Feng Qingyan answered without hesitation. She had a good idea of his leg condition. Her space was fully equipped, so she didn't need to prepare anything special. Then, why not do it today? Previously, I didn't think much of it, but now Xiao Minji really doesn't want to wait even a moment longer. He wishes he could stand up right now. Sitting in a wheelchair really affects his ability to pursue his bride. Feng Qingyan wasn't surprised. Xiao Minji's legs are obviously very important to him. It's normal for him to be anxious. Yener, are you serious? Xiao Minji was joking at first, but unexpectedly, Feng Qingyan agreed. And his leg is really that easy to heal? Now he's starting to doubt Yi Tianyi's skills. Outside, Yi Tianyi couldn't help but sneeze twice. Who's thinking about me? Mu Qing looked at him sympathetically and smiled. You're clever, sneaking onto the future princess's lap without anyone noticing. Yi Tianyi was also speechless. He rarely paid attention to Xiao Minji's private matters. So before coming here, he really didn't know Feng Qingyan was their future princess. Seeing Xiao Minji look surprised, Feng Qingyan thought he had some concerns and slowly spoke. If the prince isn't ready yet, you can think about it for a couple more days. No, I believe in Yener. Xiao Minji didn't know why, but he trusted Feng Qingyan completely from the bottom of his heart. In this world, besides Feng Qingyan, there probably isn't another person who can heal his leg. Then I will take the prince to the operating room. Feng Qingyan, wanting to promote modern medical techniques, specially added consultation rooms, operating rooms, and patient care areas in the clinic. But currently, these facilities are not yet fully developed. As for Xiao Minji's surgery, she would definitely need to go into the space to treat him. After all, this surgery can't afford any mistakes for Xiao Minji. The conditions outside are not yet sufficient to guarantee the surgery's success. Yi Tianyi's assistant still needs further training. Feng Qingyan had Xiao Minji lie down in the operating room, gave him 2 injections first, and then administered anesthesia. Seeing the strange tools in Feng Qingyan's hands, Xiao Minji wisely said nothing. I've given you general anesthesia. Soon, you'll feel weak all over and naturally fall into sleep. Don't be alarmed. Feng Qingyan knew that people like Xiao Minji are very cautious. They never allow themselves to fall into situations beyond control. So, it's better to tell him in advance. Yener, just go ahead and do it, she said. In front of Feng Qingyan, Xiao Minji was unusually relaxed. He had no worries at all, just a kind of unspoken trust. He was willing to give himself completely to her. Not long after administering the anesthesia, Xiao Minji fell into unconsciousness. Feng Qingyan left the operating room, called Mu Qing and Yi Tianyi to guard the door, and told them no one was allowed to enter without her permission. Are you going to perform surgery on the prince now? Mu Qing and Yi Tianyi asked at the same time, both surprised. It was so sudden. Why did they decide to do the surgery so quickly? Was it really that easy to perform a surgery? It seemed like Feng Qingyan was saying it as casually as eating a meal. Especially Yi Tianyi, who felt like he had wasted decades learning medicine for nothing. What's wrong? Feng Qingyan asked, puzzled. Was it such a big deal? It was just a minor surgery. In her previous life, she had undergone many surgeries, big and small, and she didn't even remember how many she had done. Can I go in and help a little? Yi Tianyi asked eagerly, testing. Feng Qingyan understood his intentions. But this time, it really wasn't possible. Let's wait until next time. You know the prince's condition, and there can be no mistakes. Xiao Minji's condition couldn't tolerate any errors, and the current equipment outside the operating room was not yet perfect. Feng Qingyan decided to transfer Xiao Minji into her space to perform the surgery. Yi Tianyi understood how serious the situation was and didn't insist. Inside the operating room, Feng Qingyan directly moved Xiao Minji into her intelligent space's operating room. Xiao Yi, open the medical system. Everything was ready. Feng Qingyan changed into sterile clothes and began the surgery. Xiao Minji's lower leg bones had been crushed and broken by something hard. The fracture was clean, so she only needed to cut, realign, and fixate the bones internally. Because too much time was lost during the procedure, the broken bone edges had grown many tissue spikes, and further cleaning was needed. Fortunately, the nerve and muscle damage was minor. Feng Qingyan removed the tissue spikes, then reset Xiao Minji's leg bone, attached a steel plate, and securely fixed it with screws. After the internal fixation was done, she stopped the bleeding and rinsed the wound. Finally, she stitched the muscles, fascia, and skin layer by layer, completing the bandaging. The surgery on the left leg was easily finished. Feng Qingyan then followed the same steps to reset Xiao Minji's right leg. The entire process took several hours. Feng Qingyan was used to such long surgeries, but the two people outside were already very anxious. Should we go in and check? Mu Qing, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, felt he couldn't wait any longer. But, remembering Feng Qingyan's earlier instructions, he didn't dare to act on his own.
No.
That would be a big mistake for a doctor. I believe Qingyan can heal the prince, and I believe the prince will be fine. Yi Tianyi, though not knowing the exact details of the surgery, understood it was probably very complicated. A longer time was inevitable. He also fully trusted Feng Qingyan's medical skills. Inside the space, Feng Qingyan finished tidying up, replaced Xiao Minji's fore, and went to the lounge to take a hot shower. The long surgery made her a bit tired, so she wanted to relax. Just as Feng Qingyan left, Xiao Minji slowly opened his eyes in the operating room. He looked at the unfamiliar environment and strange objects, feeling confused. Where was he? Thinking back, Feng Qingyan had said she was going to perform surgery on him. He looked at his legs, which were bandaged. Could this be Feng Qingyan's secret? Before he could observe more, he heard sounds outside. Then he saw Feng Qingyan come in wearing a white outfit. Her hair was down from her recent shower, and she wasn't wearing a veil. Xiao Minji squinted slightly, peering through the gap, unable to see clearly, feeling a strange, hazy beauty. His heart beat faster unconsciously. Since his little princess didn't want him to know her secret, he decided to pretend he didn't notice. Feng Qingyan approached Xiao Minji and saw that the foredrip was almost finished. She carefully removed the needle. Feeling Feng Qingyan's touch, Xiao Minji's hand twitched slightly. Feng Qingyan paused for a moment. It seemed she just saw Xiao Minji's hand move. Normally, with the amount of anesthesia given, Xiao Minji shouldn't have woken up so early. Oh no, she's been caught. Xiao Minji now just wanted to use his inner strength to make himself faint again. Fortunately, after observing for a while, Feng Qingyan didn't notice anything unusual. She thought she might be imagining things from the fatigue of the surgery. But then she remembered that people in ancient times had strong inner strength, especially experts like Xiao Minji. The anesthesia's effect on them would be greatly reduced. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Feng Qingyan quickly moved Xiao Minji out of the space. As soon as she stepped out and opened the operating room door, two people rushed over. How is the prince? Mu Qing couldn't help but peek inside, looking very nervous. His expression made Feng Qingyan feel more anxious than if she were giving birth herself. Everything was fine. He needed to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation, and then he could recover gradually. Feng Qingyan explained this and told Yi Tianyi and Mu Qing to take Xiao Minji to the ward. She also gave them some precautions. When they arrived at the ward, Xiao Minji automatically opened his eyes. Prince, you're awake. How do you feel? Mu Qing hurriedly asked with concern. Xiao Minji looked around but couldn't see Feng Qingyan anywhere, feeling a little disappointed. Yi Tianyi, go tell Miss Feng that the prince is awake, Mu Qing said with a slight smile. Yi Tianyi didn't notice the little thoughts in their hearts and went to call Feng Qingyan without hesitation. When Feng Qingyan arrived at the ward, Mu Qing quickly pulled Yi Tianyi away.
What
are you doing? I still want to learn some medical knowledge from Qingyan. Yi Tianyi was unhappy as Mu Qing forcibly pulled him out. He hadn't been able to observe the surgery, and now he wasn't allowed to listen to the post-op checkup either. It felt like they were punishing him. You're just learning nonsense. Can't you see the prince and princess need some private space? Mu Qing glared at Yi Tianyi. This person is just a medical nerd. In the room, Feng Qingyan gave Xiao Minji a full-body checkup. Nothing is wrong. All the indicators are normal. You just need to stay in the hospital for a few days to rest before going home. I must say, Xiao Minji's physical strength is really strong. He shows no signs of having just undergone surgery. Feng Qingyan finished her routine check and left directly. Before Xiao Minji could say anything, Feng Qingyan was already gone. Seeing Feng Qingyan leave so quickly, Mu Qing swallowed hard. It seems his lord was ignored. Xiao Minji's face in the hospital bed darkened like a pot, with a hint of disappointment. Mu Qing, how do you make a woman like you? Mu Qing, being single, doesn't understand these things. But he also doesn't want to dampen their lord's enthusiasm. With your face and charm, just stand anywhere, and any woman would like you. Mu Qing knew very well that many women had wanted to get close to their lord before. But Xiao Minji was very against it. He finally met someone he liked, and now it's like this? Xiao Minji looked at him irritably. He also thought his face was pretty good. His future little princess seemed to like him too, but it's still not enough. Mu Qing felt very miserable. He was the one who asked Xiao Minji, but it turned into personal criticism. After a while, Xiao Minji looked at the book in his hand, unable to focus on a single word. He shifted his gaze slightly and said seriously, Mu Qing, I think my leg hurts. Go call Yenner to come and check it for me. Mu Qing looked at Xiao Minji, speechless. When did their lord become so delicate? On the battlefield before, no matter how serious the injury, he wouldn't say it hurt. Is he using a trick to gain sympathy? What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Xiao Minji felt a bit guilty and said irritably. Mu Qing immediately ran off happily to find Feng Qingyan. But Feng Qingyan didn't come back. She only brought back one sentence. Mu Qing said Feng Qingyan's exact words were, if your bones are broken, it's no wonder it hurts. If it hurts, just bear it. Xiao Minji could even imagine the small expression Feng Qingyan had when she said those words. Heartless woman. Mu Qing saw Xiao Minji get embarrassed and wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. He seemed to already see the lively scene in the future royal residence, with the prince and princess arguing and bickering every day. Who would have thought that the cold-blooded, famous warrior prince would also be bullied by a little woman someday? During these days in the hospital, Xiao Minji kept finding reasons to ask Feng Qingyan to visit his ward. 9 out of 10 times she wouldn't come. Just when Xiao Minji was about to cause trouble again, Feng Qingyan finally came to his room. Your condition has almost fully recovered now. You can go back to rest at home. The steel plate in your leg needs a year before it can be removed. I've told Yi Tianyi the other precautions. Safe travels, no need for me to see you off. Feng Qingyan was really annoyed by Xiao Minji these past few days. Is the mighty war god prince made of rubber candy? Xiao Minji has been excellent in every way since he was young, a top among his peers. This was the first time he felt such a sense of defeat. Sometimes he realized that Feng Qingyan wasn't completely indifferent to him, so why did she reject him so strongly? He just couldn't understand. Feng Qianqian and Rongmin almost died from the stench when they crawled out of the cesspit. They almost vomited everything out, and they attracted a large crowd of onlookers. The two could only wrap their faces tightly with clothes soaked in gold-colored oil and sneak back to their place in shame. Back home, Feng Qianqian and Rongmin soaked themselves in a flower petal bath, washing repeatedly. But they still felt dirty all over. Especially when they saw the golden stuff, their stomachs churned. Feng Qingyan, I will never let you go. Feng Qianqian was about to explode with anger. Just thinking about it with her toes, she knew Feng Qingyan was definitely involved. But this time, she seemed to have truly misunderstood Feng Qingyan. In recent days, because her scar hadn't healed yet, Feng Qianqian didn't dare to see the crown prince. It seemed urgent now. She must quickly become the crown prince's wife and step on Feng Qingyan. Feng Qianqian had grand plans, but Crown Prince Xiao Jingyi wasn't thinking of her at all. He was completely focused on winning the beautiful woman tonight. The residence of Governor Sun Jiqing in Kyoto was decorated with bright lanterns and filled with festive joy. The real Li Xiongwan, weighing over 200 jin, sat on the bed, nearly causing the large red firecrackers to burst. Grandfather, why hasn't the prince's wedding sedan arrived yet? Li Xiongwan was very anxious. Just thinking about becoming the prince's bride made her feel excited beyond control. Why rush? The prince cares so much about you. Are you afraid he might run away? Sun Jiqing was also very worried. He was truly afraid the prince might suddenly change his mind. He still couldn't understand why the prince was so interested in his overweight and plain-looking granddaughter for no reason. In the end, Sun Jiqing could only think that perhaps the prince just liked her for her taste. He wondered how Xiao Jingyi would feel if he found out. "Grandfather, you're teasing Waner again." Li Xiangwan's big, round face, painted like a red bottom, along with her shy expression, was quite eye-catching. He believed Xiao Jingyi would have an unforgettable wedding night. The wedding sedan from the Eastern Palace arrived at the gate, and Sun Jiqing finally relaxed. As for whether they would later be rejected, he didn't care much for now. The prince was marrying a consort, not the main princess, but Xiao Jingyi wanted to please Li Xiangwan and gain support from the Li family, so he put in a lot of effort. He even held a banquet at the Eastern Palace, inviting many officials. When those officials learned that Xiao Jingyi was marrying Li Xiangwan, their expressions became a bit strange. They had to admit, the prince had quite the unique taste. To strengthen his position as heir, he was really determined. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xiao Jingyi happily entered the bridal chamber. Since he was marrying a side consort, there was no formal wedding ceremony. Xiao Jingyi had yet to see Li Xiangwan's true face. Li Xiangwan waited inside the chamber for a long time, but saw no sign of Xiao Jingyi. She was hungry and tired. Without hesitation, she picked up the food from the tray and started eating eagerly. She was even more fierce than a man. Hearing the noise outside and seeing the mess inside, she quickly felt guilty and blew out the red candle. Then she swiftly covered her head with a veil and sat back on the bed. When Xiao Jingyi entered, he saw the room was completely dark, and a smile grew even wider on his face. "Are you shy, Waner? Quickly let Brother E take good care of you." He hurriedly rushed to the bed, pushed the person down, and started to kiss her. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Because Li Xiangwan thought Xiao Jingyi was too gentle, she became impatient and took control, gaining the upper hand. Her chest was heaving wildly, burying Xiao Jingyi's face. She couldn't speak properly and was having trouble breathing.
Who are you?"
"Stop this right now." Xiao Jingyi almost suffocated. With great effort, he managed to lift his head from her white, soft flesh. "I'm Waner, Brother E." Li Xiangwan's voice was sweet and coquettish. Xiao Jingyi almost spat out his breath. To ask Li Xiangwan to stop? That was impossible. Having lived for over 10 years, it was the first time a man showed her such affection, especially someone as noble as the crown prince. She would never let go, even if she died. Li Xiangwan roughly and boldly stripped Xiao Jingyi completely, pressing him down hard. Because Xiao Jingyi had previously ordered no one to approach the bridal chamber. Li Xiangwan was strong and vigorous, with great strength. So now, he was truly calling out to the heavens and the earth, but no one responded. All night, Xiao Jingyi was practically lost in a dream, overwhelmed. In the end, he was exhausted and fainted. The next morning, Xiao Jingyi woke up. Seeing Li Xiangwan sleeping beside him like she had seen a ghost, he sat up in shock. He quickly covered himself with the blanket, looking like a young wife who had just been mistreated.
How dare you? Who are you?"
"How dare you impersonate Waner? I, the crown prince, will cut off your head." Thinking about last night's events, Xiao Jingyi felt like it was a terrible nightmare. "Your Highness, I am your Waner. My father is the governor of Jiangnan, and my maternal grandfather is the prefect of the capital. How could your Highness forget Waner?" Li Xiangwan, hearing that the crown prince wanted to kill her, looked very wronged and clung to Xiao Jingyi, acting coquettishly. Her flesh jiggled as she moved. Seeing her, Xiao Jingyi couldn't help but think of last night and started to gag. "Stay away from me. Don't touch me." Xiao Jingyi seemed to have encountered a plague god, and he scrambled off the bed, crawling away. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out of Li Xiangwan's room. Back in his own palace, Xiao Jingyi immediately sent people to find out what was really going on. He couldn't understand how his normally gentle fairy suddenly turned into a chubby, plain woman. The answer he received was shocking. The pig-headed man he spent the night with was actually Li Xiangwan. Xiao Jingyi felt terrible. This marriage had to be called off. How could a noble prince marry someone so unattractive? When the empress learned about this, she was overwhelmed. She quickly summoned the crown prince to Jingren Palace. Since they had already entered the bridal chamber, canceling the engagement now would offend both the governor of Jiangnan and the governor of Kyoto. This was very bad. If Xiao Minji took advantage of the situation to win them over, it could cause big trouble. Son, since you've already married her, why not keep her in the back courtyard?
It's just more people there.
Don't you want Jiangnan's influence? Don't you want that position? After some careful thought, the empress decided not to cancel the marriage. Her tough love approach still worked on Xiao Jingyi. In the end, the crown prince had to compromise and accept his fate for the sake of his future throne. Being a crown prince was really frustrating. Xiao Jingyi left Jingren Palace and, to soothe his wounded spirit from last night, decided to find some beautiful women in the East Palace to enjoy himself. In the hot spring pool, Xiao Jingyi was completely surrounded by women, indulging in pleasure. But at a critical moment, he suddenly couldn't perform. Was it because of the psychological shadow from last night?
Get out.
All of you, get out now. Xiao Jingyi was annoyed and irritable and finally drove all the women away. Meanwhile, the crown prince was having a terrible time, and things weren't much better for Feng Qianqian and Rong Min. The woman who caused trouble outside Renxin Hospital finally confessed. Someone had deliberately set her up to trap Feng Qingyan. But she didn't know who that person was, only that she was a young girl. That was where the lead ended. But Feng Qianqian was foolish. That day, in her panic, she had the woman's money bag stamped with the words General's Residence. Evidence has been found, and Feng Qianqian and Rong Min are the main suspects. They have been summoned to the government office. Xiao Minji specifically instructed that Lord Qin should not be careless. Even if the evidence isn't enough to convict them now, they will definitely suffer some hardship. Miss Feng, we want to see Feng Qianqian. When Feng Qianqian and Rong Min heard they might be detained for questioning, they became very anxious. Right now, if Feng Qianqian is willing to withdraw her complaint, they won't have to go to jail. Miss Feng said that this matter is under my full responsibility, Lord Qin said. He understood their little schemes and immediately ordered them to be temporarily detained in the prison. Feng Yinian was still happily enjoying himself at a brothel outside, completely unaware that his family members had been put in jail. It wasn't until the household servant came to the brothel that he hurriedly went to the Dali Temple prison to see Feng biting, finally mustering the courage to go to the general's residence to ask for Feng Qianqian. Father, there must be some misunderstanding. Qianqian and the others would never do such a thing. Please, for the sake of our father-son relationship, let Qianqian go. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, the Dali Temple will investigate thoroughly. I can't make the decision for Yenner. I believe she would never falsely accuse anyone. Feng biting snorted coldly and didn't even look at Feng Yinian. If a father has a daughter, he will have no more feelings for her. Feng biting no longer cared about them. Feng Yinian, rejected by Feng biting, had no choice but to go to Renxin Hospital to find Feng Qianqian. Recently, Xiao Minji's leg surgery wound had almost healed. He came to the hospital to check on the healing and to remove the stitches. To make it look better, Feng Qianqian had used cosmetic stitches to sew Xiao Minji up. Now that the stitches are removed, there won't be any ugly scars. Tell Yenner some good news. The crown prince married the granddaughter of the governor of the capital yesterday. Surprisingly, she's a chubby woman over 200 jin. On their wedding night, she was so frightened she couldn't handle it. The doctors are at a loss and are seeking more medical advice. When Xiao Minji saw Feng Qianqian about to leave after removing his stitches, he quickly changed the subject.
Haha. Serves him right.
It saves him from wandering around, causing trouble for decent women. Feng Qianqian couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had just been joking at first, deliberately teasing Xiao Jingyi, but unexpectedly, it really happened. Yenner, you hold such a grudge against him. Listening to Feng Qingyan's tone, Xiao Minji felt a bit sad inside. After all, Xiao Jingyi and Feng Qingyan had a marriage agreement since childhood. Feng Qingyan was bound to have feelings for him. If she didn't like him, why would she feel resentful? Prince, you're overthinking. I have no interest in that kind of man. Feng Qingyan found Xiao Jingyi disgusting even when she looked at him twice. That kind of man? That's a very fitting description. Hearing Feng Qingyan describe Xiao Jingyi this way, Xiao Minji suddenly felt very happy. That man was just like a stallion, always flirting and causing trouble everywhere. If there's nothing else, I'll go now. Please feel free, Prince. Feng Qingyan finished speaking and was about to leave. Xiao Minji asked quickly, when will my leg fully recover? Regarding your recovery after the surgery, didn't Yi Tianyi and Mu Qing already tell you? Your leg bones haven't healed completely yet. You must not stand forcibly. You should wait at least a month before starting rehab training. Full recovery depends on your own health and healing process. Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji and felt he was just talking nonsense. But she patiently explained it to him again. Yes, I will pay attention. But sitting in this wheelchair for so long, hasn't the wheelchair you promised me been made yet? You haven't forgotten, right? Thinking about sitting in the wheelchair for so long made Xiao Minji a bit impatient. His pace of chasing after his wife was too slow. Of course, it's already done. Wait a moment, I'll go to the warehouse and bring it to you. Feng Qingyan had been so busy lately that she forgot about this, but luckily, she already had one in her space. Xiao Minji couldn't see her guilty little expression and didn't expose her. Feng Qingyan, come out. How could you be so cruel, sending your sister and second aunt to jail? Feng Yinian saw many people in the hospital and, taking a risk, loudly shouted toward Feng Qingyan's treatment room. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Minji inside and almost peed his pants in shock. They deliberately framed my future wife. Serving a few days in jail is already a mercy. What? Do you have an opinion? Xiao Minji coldly looked up and swept his gaze at Feng Yinian. Feng Yinian immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He seems to have incredibly good luck, always managing to run into Feng Qingyan whenever he looks for trouble, and he always encounters Xiao Minji. I dare not. I didn't know the 9th prince was here. I apologize for the rudeness. Feng Yinian frowned deeply when he heard Xiao Minji speak. If Xiao Minji was involved in this matter, it would be even more difficult to handle. It seems I still need to find a way through Feng Qingyan. Soon, Feng Qingyan entered the warehouse and pushed out a brand new solar-powered smart wheelchair. As soon as she entered, she saw Feng Yinian. What are you here for? Feng Qingyan asked impatiently. People don't come to the Three Treasures Hall without reason, so she guessed he was here because of the mother and daughter. Qingyan, we are all family. Please withdraw the lawsuit and let your sister and second aunt go. We are all family. Second uncle believes there must be some misunderstanding. Feng Yinian deliberately said this in front of Xiao Minji, thinking Feng Qingyan wouldn't want to appear too cold-hearted. After all, she is going to be the 9th princess in the future, and she can't be unworthy of her position. A misunderstanding? Go talk to Lord Qin from the Dali court if you think there's a misunderstanding. What do you want with me? Feng Qingyan said disdainfully. She didn't buy Feng Yinian's tricks. She hoped Xiao Minji would regret canceling the engagement with her right now. Feng Yinian was taken aback. He didn't expect Feng Qingyan to care so little about her image in front of Xiao Minji. Qingyan, your sister is weak and can't handle prison. Please be kind. Feng Yinian was most worried about Feng Qianqian's health. The child in her belly was royal blood, and he couldn't afford any mistake. Whether Feng Qianqian could become the future crown princess depended on this child. The general's residence has already cut ties with you. I don't have a sister like her, and her weakness is none of my business. If there's nothing else, the door is that way. Don't let it hit you on the way out. Feng Qingyan impatiently ordered him to leave. Feng Yinian thought he was still the same person as before. He wanted to say more, but noticing Xiao Minji's gaze, he immediately shut his mouth. Go back and tell your second household members to be careful. If they dare to have any bad thoughts about my future princess, it won't be as simple as going to jail. Now get out. Xiao Minji spoke coldly, with a strong warning tone. He openly admitted that Feng Qingyan was his future 9th princess, clearly showing he would support her. I will remember your highness's instructions. Now go away, go away. Feng Yinian was so scared that his legs went weak, and he left in a hurry. Feng Qingyan pushed the wheelchair to Xiao Minji and was about to call Mu Qing over to help, but Xiao Minji spoke first. Yenner, can you help me? Xiao Minji looked up with a hopeful expression, watching Feng Qingyan. That delicate and helpless look made Feng Qingyan feel that if she refused harshly, she would seem unkind. Oscar definitely owed him a little golden statue. Your leg must not be strained. Try to shift your weight to your upper body. Feng Qingyan didn't pay much attention and went to support Xiao Minji. It wasn't a big deal, especially since Xiao Minji had just offended her fiercely. She also owed him money and forgot about the wheelchair issue for a moment, feeling a bit guilty. It might be a little heavy. Yenner, don't drop me. Xiao Minji's eyes lit up. His little princess still cared about him. Xiao Minji almost pressed his whole body onto Feng Qingyan, as if hugging her. This was a very bold move. Feng Qingyan was touching a man so intimately for the first time, and he was a super handsome man. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably.
You
really are heavy. Xiao Minji was naturally strong and muscular, taller than Feng Qingyan, so it was a bit difficult for him. Fortunately, Feng Qingyan had martial arts skills and had been using medicine to improve her health recently. Otherwise, her small body would definitely have been overwhelmed.
Thank you, Yenner.
Your wheelchair is truly special. Xiao Minji smiled happily. The new wheelchair felt different, more high-end and comfortable. Feng Qingyan's wheelchair was not only luxurious, but also very convenient and comfortable. Xiao Minji couldn't help but feel proud while sitting in it, almost wanting to do a somersault to show Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Seeing Xiao Minji's actions, she suddenly remembered that his lightness skill was excellent. Could he have been pretending just now? Yenner, how do I control this? What is it used for? Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan's curious little eyes and quickly changed the subject. If her little thoughts were discovered, it would be very bad. This is a light. You can use it at night to see. Feng Qingyan was distracted and didn't continue to dwell on the previous topic. I see, this is amazing. How does it light up? Xiao Minji turned into a curious child again. He knew this must be related to Feng Qingyan's secret space, because during the last surgery, he saw the same kind of magical light there. I told you wouldn't understand. Feng Qingyan glanced at him and said casually. The principles inside are so complex that even if she explained for 3 days and nights, he might not understand. Xiao Minji felt like his little wife looked down on him, but he had no proof. Then let me tell you about other functions. Feng Qingyan paused slightly, realizing her words might have hurt his pride. She didn't really mean to look down on Xiao Minji. Some things are just hard for ancient people to understand. After so many years of development, human knowledge has gradually improved. Suddenly raising their understanding so much is really hard for them to accept. All right, then I'll trouble you, Yenner. Xiao Minji nodded, and his earlier mood quickly disappeared. Feng Qingyan explained while demonstrating to Xiao Minji. You should know the basic operations. Turning on the speaker, moving forward and backward, turning left and right, and speeding up or slowing down. Also, this is a small device similar to the hidden weapons on your wheelchair, used for self-defense. You can study it yourself when you have time. Because Xiao Minji's identity was special, his original wheelchair was equipped with some hidden weapons. Feng Qingyan had noticed this early on and considered it. Yenner is thoughtful. Xiao Minji felt suddenly flattered, almost showing on his face how happy he was.
Don't misunderstand.
I just enjoy researching these things. Feng Qingyan had always liked studying weapons, hidden tools, and mechanisms in her past life. She was very interested in modifying firearms and weapons herself. Knowing that Yenner is worried about me and cares for my safety, there's no need for her to explain. Xiao Minji didn't care what Feng Qingyan said. He was sure that Feng Qingyan was only concerned for his safety and cared about him. His face was really thicker than a city wall. Feng Qingyan was speechless. She had seen many narcissists, but never one so full of himself. However, sometimes she felt that Xiao Minji wasn't so annoying after all. She could tell that if it weren't for Xiao Minji, the officials from the Dali Temple wouldn't have time to bother with Feng Qianqian and Rong Min's cases. And the secret door assassination attempts also seemed to have stopped recently, probably related to Xiao Minji. Since she was entangled with this person, she might as well go with the flow. Recently, Renxin Hospital's business was booming. Feng Qingyan's medical skills were amazing, and her reputation was growing. Many patients with difficult and complicated illnesses came to her. In ancient times, she could cure many seemingly incurable diseases. One day, after finishing a consultation, Feng Qingyan was about to leave when a handsome man dressed in fine clothes entered. Although he looked charming and elegant, his eyes were dull and lacked light. It was like someone in modern times who had a terminal illness. "May I ask where this young gentleman's illness is?" While Feng Qingyan was speaking, she had already scanned the man from head to toe. Frequent headaches, dizziness, sometimes vomiting when severe, and weakness in the limbs, the man said calmly, with no emotion in his eyes. It seemed he had no hope for this consultation. "Have you also started to lose your hearing recently, see things a bit blurry, and your memory is fading?" Feng Qingyan asked. The man nodded. His symptoms matched exactly what she had just examined. "How do you know all this?" The man's pupils suddenly dilated in disbelief, staring at Feng Qingyan. Since he entered the consultation room, Feng Qingyan had only observed, asked questions, and even checked his pulse without touching him, yet she could accurately describe his recent health changes. Could it mean she knew about his illness? "You have a tumor in your brain, pressing on your nerves. These symptoms will gradually appear naturally," Feng Qingyan explained. After scanning him, she found that the tumor in his brain was pressing on various nerve centers. "If this continues, my hearing, eyesight, and even speaking might become problems.
Then,
Can my illness be cured?" The man looked at Feng Qingyan and asked this question with great courage. He had taken many medicines and seen many doctors since he was young. All of them said there was no cure. If he weren't the only child in his family, he would have given up treatment long ago for his parents' sake. That feeling of slowly heading toward death, feeling helpless, is really painful. At this moment, Feng Qingyan seemed to give him hope again. Feng Qingyan nodded without hesitation. The man was so excited that he stood up immediately. But whether it can be fully cured depends on further tests after the surgery to confirm the diagnosis. Brain tumors are quite common nowadays, with many different types. As long as it's not a malignant tumor, it can be completely cured. For malignant tumors, with advances in medicine, the chances of not coming back after surgery have greatly increased. Based on Feng Qingyan's many years of medical experience, the man's tumor is probably not malignant. Of course, she couldn't be 100% sure until the test results came back. The risks still need to be explained in advance. Open your head, cut open the brain, and still live. The man was very shocked. He clearly found it hard to believe what Feng Qingyan said. But then he remembered how she helped a pregnant woman give birth through surgery, and suddenly he wasn't so sure anymore. "There's a tumor in your brain pressing on your nerves, causing your body parts to malfunction. You must remove the tumor to recover fully," Feng Qingyan explained in simple words. "How confident are you about the surgery?"
Vilidi?
The man asked calmly, probably because he had already faced the possibility of death in the past. "No, the surgery itself is not a problem. Whether you can be fully cured depends on the type of tumor. If it's benign, there's almost a 100% chance of complete recovery. If it's malignant, medication can extend your life by several years or even longer, depending on your situation," Feng Qingyan answered honestly. The man had already accepted the possibility of facing death, so there was no need to hide it. Now, the results she mentioned far exceeded his expectations. "Do I still have a chance to be completely cured? Even if the worst happens, can treatment help me live a few more years?" The man's eyes sparkled with hope. He still had many unfulfilled wishes. Even a few more years would be enough for him. "Yes, there is a good chance. You need to have surgery as soon as possible. If you wait too long, some symptoms could cause irreversible damage. I hope you think carefully. Surgery might save you, but if you delay too much, there might be no hope left." Feng Qingyan knew that in ancient times, brain surgery was very difficult to accept. There was little she could do. She thought the man would need a few days to consider, but unexpectedly, he came back to the hospital the next day, asking her to perform the surgery. This time, his parents came with him. "I am Wang Jinyun, the head of the Wang family. Please, Miss Feng, do your best to save my son. A middle-aged man approached Feng Qingyan, looking very serious and bowing sincerely. His wife also bowed beside him. Head of the Wang family, Madam Wang, there's no need to be so formal. It's my duty as a doctor to do my best. Feng Qingyan quickly stood up. She admired Wang Jinyun's noble manner. Then, I will leave your son in your care. Wang Jinyun and his wife looked at Wang Jiwan with deep concern and sadness. Feng Qingyan turned to look at Wang Jiwan. He still looked calm and nodded politely. Feng Qingyan also nodded slightly in return. No wonder she felt Wang Jiwan was extraordinary at first sight. It turns out he came from a prominent family in the capital. Some qualities are innate and come from within. Please, elders, relax. I will do my best to treat him. I have a surgery agreement here, and I need you to sign it. Feng Qingyan took out a surgery agreement for Wang Jinyun to sign. Although it was ancient times and not like modern hospitals, she still followed proper procedures. After signing, Feng Qingyan took Wang Jiwan into the operating room, then turned to instruct Feng Yin beside her. Guard the door of the operating room. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. This was one of Feng Qingyan's rules for performing surgery. From an outsider's view, it just seems that Feng Qingyan doesn't want others to see her medical skills. In fact, her surgery was complicated and new, so for safety reasons, no one else was allowed to be present. Yes, young master, she replied. Feng Yin has now mostly recovered and is staying close to Feng Qingyan. Tumor surgery is very serious and requires further testing of the tumor. Feng Qingyan finally decided to move Wang Zifan into the space operating room for surgery. Brain surgery is very bloody and violent, involving cutting the scalp and drilling holes in the skull, but it is also very delicate work that requires full attention. It is very exhausting mentally. With the help of Xiao Yi's fully intelligent medical system, Feng Qingyan spent over 8 hours to successfully complete the operation. When she left the operating room, she was completely exhausted. How is Zifan? How is he? As soon as Feng Qingyan came out, the two elders of the Wang family immediately came over to ask. These 8 hours of waiting felt like torture to them. If Feng Qingyan hadn't told them early on that the process might take longer and to stay calm, they probably couldn't have waited any longer. The surgery went smoothly, and the young master's tumor is benign. He just needs to recover slowly after the operation, so there's no need to worry too much. Feng Qingyan also breathed a big sigh of relief. Overall, it was good news. They had also successfully saved a lively life. Thank you, Miss Feng. Old man bows to you. Wang Jinyun was so excited he didn't know how to express his feelings or gratitude to Feng Qingyan. His status as the head of the Wang family was nothing compared to the safety and health of his loved ones. At this moment, the two elders truly regarded Feng Qingyan as a compassionate goddess who saves those in need. What are you doing? This is all I should do. Feng Qingyan quickly helped them up. Healing and saving lives are the duties of a doctor. But feeling such sincere gratitude from the patient's family warmed her heart. She thought that Wang Zifan's persistence all these years was also related to his loving parents. Feng Qingyan, despite her young age, has such talent and is neither arrogant nor impatient, which is truly admirable. Then I thank Lord Wang for his kindness. It's important to accept this favor. After all, the path Feng Qingyan will take in the future, these big families will also offer her some help. Miss Feng, can we now go in and see Zifan? Wang Jinyun and Madame Wang only heard that Feng Qingyan said the surgery was successful, but they haven't seen Wang Zifan himself, so they still feel a bit uneasy. The young master still needs to be observed in the ICU for a while. He can wake up in about an hour. If you want to visit, please make sure to disinfect thoroughly to prevent infection. Also, try not to disturb him and let the patient rest as much as possible. Worried for her son, Feng Qingyan understands. But she also needs to consider the patient's condition. Thank you, Miss Feng, for your understanding. We will be very careful. They cherish their son more than anyone else, and no one cares more about his safety than they do. Feng Qingyan called Yi Tianyi, explained some precautions for entering the ICU, then returned to the temporary restroom to rest. An hour later, Feng Qingyan went to check on Wang Zifan. He had already woken up and was transferred to the ward. As soon as Feng Qingyan entered, Wang Zifan looked at her with a strange feeling in his heart. She seemed to have a light around her, giving people an invisible strength. No wonder he saw hope in her the first time he met her. "How do you feel now?" Feng Qingyan checked him while asking. She placed her hand on Wang Zifan's head and performed a thorough scan. Feeling okay, except for a slight headache. My whole body feels much lighter." Wang Zifan felt Feng Qingyan's touch, and his body tensed slightly. His ears turned red unconsciously. "Yes, all indicators have returned to normal. I believe you'll recover quickly and become the person you were before. I hope you can always stay happy, which will also help your recovery." Feng Qingyan didn't notice his unusual reaction. After the check, she released her hand. Besides physical pain, Feng Qingyan also provides psychological counseling for some special patients. Someone like Wang Zifan, who has suffered from illness for a long time and has to work hard to support his family, is actually very fragile inside. Offering proper encouragement can help them regain confidence. "Thank you, Miss Feng." Wang Zifan smiled faintly. His already handsome face looked warmer. Unexpectedly, one day he was comforted by a young girl even younger than him. But secretly, he felt a strange happiness. As Xiao Minji entered the room, he saw two people looking at each other and smiling happily. He immediately felt jealous and upset. "My leg suddenly hurts a lot. Mu Qing, help me back to the ward and ask Dr. Feng to check on me." Wow, even Yenner stopped calling him that and now called him Dr. Feng. Feng Qingyan glanced at the door's movement, then turned to Wang Zifan and said, "I have another patient to see. You should rest more." "Okay, Miss Feng, go ahead and busy yourself." Because Wang Zifan was lying down and couldn't see who was at the door, he hurriedly told Feng Qingyan to go. But he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant as he watched her back. Feng Qingyan left Wang Zifan's ward and found Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji was lying on the bed pretending to be in pain, groaning about his leg. "Your Highness, your leg hurts so much. It's quite serious. Let me give you a few acupuncture needles." Feng Qingyan approached Xiao Minji, took out a silver needle from her sleeve, and was about to insert it into his leg. No need to trouble Yenner. I don't seem to hurt that much anymore." Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan wouldn't hold back, so he quickly tried to refuse. "Say what you need to say. Why are you here again?" Feng Qingyan put away the needle, sounding annoyed. She really doubted whether Xiao Minji was still the cold-blooded war god king he was rumored to be. Why did he become so obvious in front of her? I just came to see my future little princess consort. There's no need to see her now. You can leave." Feng Qingyan was too lazy to bother with him. Xiao Minji felt very upset inside. What a heartless woman. "Fine, I'll go." "Humph. And don't forget, we are engaged. You are the future 9th princess consort. Remember your status at all times." She laughed and talked happily with others, so close that when she faced him, her nose and eyes felt unfamiliar. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. No wonder this person was so sarcastic. It was all about saving face. "Your Highness, don't worry. She's just my patient. Besides, didn't you forget? We only have a contract marriage, written clearly in black and white. I haven't broken any rules." It made it seem like she had done something wrong to him. Xiao Minji choked. It wasn't that he forgot. He had never acknowledged any contract marriage from the start. He just wanted to smoothly bring her into the 9th prince's residence. That ungrateful person. "You." I don't care. Anyway, you should watch your manners. Where do I put my face if you embarrass me?" Clearly, she had never been in love. Being jealous was fine, but Xiao Minji could act so childish. He was supposed to be cold and aloof. His image as the 9th prince was falling apart. "If your Highness wants face, you can cancel the marriage contract with me. I have many things to do, so I won't stay with you. Please, your Highness." Feng Qingyan finally retreated a little in front of Xiao Minji, feeling quite happy as she left. Xiao Minji was speechless. As a man, he understood very well the look Wang Zifan had given Feng Qingyan just now. A sharp, outspoken, and unreasonable little princess. What could he do? No one had seen her true face under the veil yet, but she was already attracting attention. What would happen in the future? So, Wang Zifan stayed in the hospital for observation these days, and Xiao Minji didn't rest for a moment. He went to Renxin Hospital every day, sometimes showing up in front of Feng Qingyan. She ignored him, as if he didn't exist. A week later, Wang Zifan was discharged smoothly, and Xiao Minji finally stopped bothering Feng Qingyan every day. But recently, Xiao Minji had been frequently visiting Renxin Hospital, attracting attention. The Empress and her son sat facing each other. "Mother, I heard that Feng Qingyan, that fool, has opened a clinic in the capital. It's said to be miraculous, performing cesarean sections, brain surgeries, even curing Feng Biting's paralysis. She's become a living goddess among the people of the capital. But I wonder if it's true or not." Xiao Jingyi was very doubtful. Are they talking about Feng Qingyan? She is just a simple-minded person. How could she suddenly become a skilled doctor? The Empress Dowager sent people to investigate, and it is true. The Empress looked worried. Feng Qingyan is now very confident and powerful, which is not good for them. If the Crown Prince hadn't broken off the engagement back then, it might have been useful for them now. What exactly happened? A fool? How did she suddenly stop being foolish and learn medicine? Since the Empress Dowager said so, Xiao Jingyi had to believe it was true. According to Feng Yunyan, Feng Qingyan fell off a cliff, but when she returned, she was like a different person. Maybe she had some lucky encounter. The Empress Dowager thought carefully and could only come up with these ideas. "That ugly girl is so lucky," Xiao Jingyi said angrily. Mother is most worried that Feng Qingyan, as the future 9th princess, might cure Xiao Minji's leg and his cold poison. If that happens, our plans will be ruined. The Empress Dowager has a longer-term view than Xiao Jingyi. Did Xiao Minji know about Feng Qingyan's medical skills before? That's why he agreed to marry her. Xiao Jingyi only realized this now. That's possible. The Empress Dowager was puzzled at first, but now this explanation seems the most reasonable. "Mother, what should we do now?" Xiao Jingyi was immediately panicked when he heard this. Xiao Minji is his biggest threat. Since Feng Qingyan is destined not to serve us, it's better to get rid of her early. The Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed, her expression showing her cruelty. She has reached her position through palace struggles. She's definitely not someone to be underestimated. But she wasn't sure how much she could win against Feng Qingyan, who traveled from the 22nd century. But let mother arrange everything. Xiao Jingyi, in modern terms, is a typical mama's boy. No opinions, completely obedient to the Empress Dowager. In a few days, it will be your father's 50th birthday. How about this? The Empress Dowager leaned close to Xiao Jingyi's ear and whispered, her eyes full of pride. "Brilliant. Mother's plan is perfect. We can sit back and watch the fight." Xiao Jingyi was immediately excited. In the 28th year of Yongqing, on the 27th day of the 3rd lunar month, Emperor Xiao Ju's 50th birthday. The emperor invited all the officials and generals to a grand banquet to celebrate his birthday. Of course, the general's residence was also invited. Now, Feng Biting has mostly recovered and no longer needs a wheelchair. His health has improved greatly thanks to Feng Qingyan's medicine, even stronger than before. The emperor's interest in the Feng family has rekindled. Most importantly, he shares the same concerns as the empress. Originally, to humiliate Xiao Minji, Feng Qingyan was deliberately betrothed to him. Who would have thought that Feng Qingyan is not only clever, but also has amazing medical skills? Now, he regrets his decision deeply. "Grandfather, does the emperor's birthday banquet have anything to do with me? Can I skip it?" Feng Qingyan isn't interested in palace banquets. It's just a gathering of people eating, drinking, listening to music, and watching dances, looking for entertainment. Those noble ladies try to show off, flatter powerful families, perform talents, and pose seductively, but she doesn't see the point. The women in the palace are all tricky. She doesn't want to join the fun. The empress specifically sent a message, asking you and Feng Qianqian to attend. It's hard to refuse. Feng Biting also dislikes such occasions. He knows everyone will just flatter each other, and few truly care about the country. Most importantly, the emperor isn't a wise ruler. Rumor has it that the empress plans to use the emperor's birthday to select a consort for the crown prince, inviting noble daughters from major families. But Feng Qingyan is already betrothed to Xiao Minji, so she shouldn't be invited. He is a bit puzzled. Feng Qingyan's expression changes. That woman doesn't seem to be a good person. She probably has some secret plans. But Feng Qingyan isn't afraid. Sooner or later, she'll face those palace women, and this is a good chance to meet the empress. Feng Qingyan returns to her room, changing into a light purple silk dress with cloud patterns. The fitted waist perfectly shows her beautiful figure. She looks graceful and lively, full of fairy-like charm. Suddenly, she remembers something and sits in front of the mirror. Her delicate face, without makeup, is as white as snow, stunning enough to topple a city. She casually places a white jade hairpin on her head, styling her hair into a bun, with the rest flowing down her back. Then she takes out her makeup kit from her space and applies a beautiful palace-style makeup. Finally, she decorated her forehead with a peach blossom hairpin and wore a veil, adding a touch of mystery. She looked like a gentle fairy. "Grandfather, let's go." Feng Qingyan came out, holding Feng Bailing's arm as they got into the carriage of the general's residence and headed to the palace. Meanwhile, Feng Qianqian and Rongmin also received invitations from the palace. "I heard the empress wants to use this birthday banquet to choose a bride for the crown prince." Since Rongmin and Empress Shunliuli are considered cousins, though not close, they still have some influence. So Rongmin is quite well informed about palace news. "A bride? Mother, what should I do about my face?" It's all Feng Qingyan's fault. "I won't let her go." Feng Qianqian's face was already not in good shape. These days in prison, she hadn't even been able to wash her face properly, just drinking water was a luxury. Her face now looked like winter bark, hard to look at. "Qianqian, don't worry. Look, I brought a secret recipe from the common people. I heard it can make your skin look young again. After applying it, your skin will become bright and tender. Why don't you try?" Rongmin was deeply concerned about Feng Qianqian's face. She had only 2 daughters. Besides Feng Qianqian, there was a younger daughter, Feng Zihui. Feng Zihui was talented from a young age and was famous in the capital as a talented girl. Now studying abroad, Rongmin was training her as if she were the heir of the general's residence. Feng Qianqian, with her outstanding looks and close relationship with the crown prince, was being trained in arts and manners according to the standards of the crown princess. Because of this, Rongmin had maintained her position as the head lady even without a son. Now she absolutely couldn't let Feng Qianqian's face ruin her carefully laid plans over the years. At the Duke of Ninth's residence, Xiao Minji was also preparing to attend the banquet. In previous years, he didn't bother to go to the emperor's birthday celebrations. Most people in the palace didn't hope for his good fortune. But this year, the general's residence was also invited, and Feng Qingyan would definitely be there, so he had to go and join the fun. "Mu Qing, what do you think of my outfit today?" Xiao Minji came out of the inner room, standing in front of him to show off his carefully chosen attire. He was dressed in a purple robe, tall and slender, with a cloud-patterned belt and a fine sheep-fat jade pendant, looking noble and grand. His black hair is with a white jade silver crown, making him look handsome and noble, yet also proud and aloof. Mu Qing is immediately impressed. When did our prince start caring so much about dressing up? And today's outfit is completely different from his usual style. Very nice. Xiao Minji's features are already perfect, so he looks good in anything he wears. Usually, he wears dull dark colors, but today he chose a bright, noble purple. He looks even more outstanding. Xiao Minji smiles happily and sits back in his wheelchair. He wonders how his little wife would react if she saw him like this. "All right, let's go quickly." Xiao Minji is quite confident about his appearance. But because he is a bit older than Feng Qingyan, and Xiao Jingyi and Feng Qingyan are the same age, Xiao Minji still feels a little uneasy. His little wife is young and lively, and he thinks she probably doesn't like someone as dull as him. He also heard that today's crown prince plans to choose a consort, which makes him a bit nervous. He clearly doesn't want to be outdone by certain people. After all, that crown prince is like an ex-boyfriend. The emperor has set the birthday banquet in the Taiha Hall. Preparations started 3 days ago, showing the emperor's importance for this celebration. This emperor, who loves pleasure, always enjoys these formal events. There are dazzling gold and silver jewelry and fancy but tasteless delicacies. The emperor and empress enter, and the officials bow respectfully. Today is just a family feast, no need for formalities. Xiao Ju wears a bright yellow dragon robe, looking energetic and spirited. Is this what people call feeling happy and lively? As soon as the banquet begins, officials start offering gifts. Rare treasures, ancient paintings, all of them are of the highest standard, the most expensive, but always aiming for more. Feng Biding doesn't bother to compete. He can still stand calmly before the emperor, showing great restraint. The princes are all trying their best, as the throne's future holder is still uncertain. The crown prince is especially creative, having traveled far to buy a rare masterpiece, the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting. Mountains and rivers stretch for thousands of miles, embroidered with beauty, the nation's fortune and long-lasting happiness. Your son respectfully wishes Father Emperor eternal stability of the land and lasting peace for the country. May Father Emperor live a long life and enjoy endless blessings. Xiao Jingyi spoke with genuine sincerity. He probably hopes the old man will pass away soon so he can take the throne. Good. Eternal stability of the land and lasting peace. The prince truly has a kind heart. The emperor was pleased by the flattery. All of this is what I should do as your son, Xiao Jingyi replied with a smile. It was a scene of a caring father and obedient son. No wonder you haven't been seen these days. You've been personally choosing congratulatory gifts for your father. The empress also praised the crown prince. Feng Qingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. This family of 3, so hypocritical, each hiding their own secrets. What a family. The final gift was a calligraphy painting by Xiao Minji, depicting a unified kingdom. The so-called painting was just a plain piece of rice paper with 4 large characters. Unify the land. There was no framing, no signature, no inscription. Especially the 4 characters, crooked and messy, even worse than a 3-year-old's handwriting. It didn't look like a proper gift at all. Your younger brother wishes the emperor 1,000 years of peace and prosperity, calling for wind and rain to bring him the world, Xiao Minji said with a tone that lacked conscience. The emperor looked at the 4 characters, feeling a complex mix of emotions. The phrase, unify the land, had a good meaning, but was the paper itself too careless? And when Xiao Minji said those words, it somehow felt different, like the meaning had shifted. Xiao Minji was actually the biggest threat to his throne, wasn't he? Thank you, younger brother, for your kind gift, the emperor said, biting back his irritation. On such a joyful day, in front of all officials, he didn't want to provoke Xiao Minji, so he could only force a smile and accept it. Feng Qingyan looked at the 4 characters, almost laughing out loud. She strongly suspected that the messy handwriting, like a caterpillar, was Xiao Minji deliberately scribbling with his left hand to annoy the emperor. That was really mean. But given the relationship between Xiao Minji and the emperor, wishing him long life and not sending him to the afterlife was already a kindness. This land is in his hands, and sooner or later, he will turn it into a mess of trouble. Seeing Xiao Minji now lively and energetic, I can't help but feel happy. The gift-giving part is over, and now it's time for the feast and performances. But ordinary singing and dancing have long bored the emperor. The empress looked at the women below and suggested, today is the emperor's birthday. Why don't the young ladies also perform to entertain him? Whoever's performance makes the emperor happy will receive a special reward. The empress's words were quite clever. They showed respect to the emperor and also made it easier to choose a daughter-in-law. It's a win-win situation. As soon as the empress spoke, the noble young women eagerly prepared to perform. Most of these women came to the palace banquet aiming to become the crown princess. One by one, they performed music, singing, and dancing. The empress, considering each woman's family background and favor, rewarded them accordingly. Feng Qianqian naturally didn't want to fall behind. My name is Feng Qianqian from the General's Mansion. I will perform a piece called Longevity Joy, wishing the Emperor good health and long-lasting blessings. She was clearly trained to meet the standards of the Crown Princess, and her dance showed some cleverness. Feng Qianqian used a special ointment from Rong Min, and her skin indeed improved. It was as if she had regained her former beauty. After all, she was once praised as the most beautiful woman in the capital, so she still had some charm. Are you the capital's #1 beauty, Feng Qianqian? Your music pleased me very much. You are quite thoughtful. The Emperor, naturally fond of beauty, couldn't help but linger his gaze on Feng Qianqian's face. Feng Qianqian noticed the Emperor's eyes on her and felt a little proud. She knew that with her looks, no man could resist her charm. The Emperor was no exception. If he weren't getting older, she believed she could win over the Empress or consorts eventually. The Emperor is flattering me. I am not worthy of such praise. It's just some idle rumors. Feng Qianqian pretended to be modest, but inside, she was as proud as a peacock. She seemed ready to show her beauty at any moment. Qianqian, don't be so modest. I can't wait to see your performance. The Emperor was quite experienced and had seen all kinds of women. Feng Qianqian's small thoughts were already clear to him, and he felt a burst of happiness. If she could join the harem, that would be nice. But he wondered how the Emperor would feel if he knew Feng Qianqian was pregnant with his child. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. My younger sister has been practicing the zither to wish you a happy birthday. I hope you can accept her sincerity. Perhaps she can play music for me. Feng Qianqian was just a fool. She knew nothing about music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Today, Feng Qianqian wanted to use this chance to humiliate her in front of everyone. Feng Qianqian wanted Feng Qingyan to understand that she was destined to be the crown princess. She was nothing in her eyes. Compared to her, Feng Qingyan was not worthy. Feng Qianqian was so arrogant. Why didn't she just fly to the sky? Feng Qingyan sat below, happily eating the delicious food in front of her. Hearing her name mentioned made her feel annoyed. Was Feng Qianqian sick? Just perform your act. Why drag her into it for no reason? She had no interest in pleasing those old men. When Feng Qianqian mentioned Feng Qingyan, everyone's eyes immediately turned to her. Your sister's deep affection is clear. I have no reason not to support her. Hearing Feng Qingyan's name, the Emperor's interest grew even more. He could see that Feng Qianqian was deliberately making things difficult for Feng Qingyan. Now, Feng Qingyan was already betrothed to Xiao Minji. If Feng Qingyan was embarrassed, it was Xiao Minji who was embarrassed. He was just waiting to see the good show. As a ruler, he was so petty. He didn't deserve to be king. Feng Qingyan looked up and saw the Emperor's gleeful expression as he looked at Xiao Minji. She frowned slightly. Why did their fights always involve her? Big sister, you won't blame me for taking the initiative, will you? I know your zither skills are not good, but with me by your side, you really don't have to be afraid. Feng Qianqian said these disgusting words, pretending to be close sisters. Xiao Minji's expression narrowed slightly, and he looked coldly at Feng Qianqian.
What are you?
Do you think you deserve to have my future wife play music for you? He was so protective. I inexplicably liked it. 9 Prince, please stay calm. Your humble daughter. I know I have done wrong. I beg for your mercy. I only did this for my sister's sake. I didn't want her to suffer so much practicing the piano without any chance to show herself. Feng Qianqian looked into Xiao Minji's eyes and felt a shiver down her spine. She quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Just now, she was only thinking about making Feng Qingyan embarrass herself, and she forgot that she is now the future 9th princess consort. And that Xiao Minji is supporting her. Brother, you're being too harsh. They are sisters after all. Since the future 9th sister has prepared for so long, I cannot ignore her feelings. Brother, please don't mind these small things. The Emperor spoke at the right moment. Now that Xiao Minji was defending Feng Qingyan, his words seemed a bit cold. Feng Qingyan really wanted to curse. Did you plan to break her leg? Listening to Feng Qianqian telling such lies. Xiao Minji wanted to say something, but Feng Qingyan took the lead. Since my sister likes me to accompany her in playing, I will do my best to help her. You want to see her embarrass herself? Who knows who will be embarrassed? It's just playing the piano. She won a gold medal at the National Guzheng competition when she was in 2nd grade. Xiao Minji raised an eyebrow. Feng Qingyan's words showed she was confident. He naturally believed in her. And he also wanted to see the future little princess's talent. See how much she still has that he doesn't know. Feng Qingyan stood up and sat at the piano, randomly plucking a few strings. Not to brag, but the feel of this ancient instrument was really different. Big sister, I'm playing Longevity Song. Are you sure you can do it? If you really can't play, don't force yourself. Otherwise, if you mess up the emperor's birthday banquet, we won't be able to fix it. Feng Qianqian quickly advised her, showing she cared. People who don't know might think she truly cares for Feng Qingyan. Isn't it that you want me to play? You don't need to worry about whether I can do it or not. Feng Qingyan rolled her eyes. Wasn't it her who insisted she accompany her just now? Now she's afraid? Afraid she will ruin her dance? If she doesn't mess up her dance today, she's not Feng Qingyan. Feng Qianqian was embarrassed. She didn't expect Feng Qingyan to really go ahead and play. What if her dance performance goes wrong? Does my sister want to dance or not? If she can't, we can find someone else. Who wouldn't criticize someone like that? Feng Qingyan quickly learned and performed. Some young ladies who didn't like Feng Qianqian couldn't help but gossip behind her back. Feng Qianqian had no choice but to go prepare. Everything was ready. Feng Qingyan played her instrument, and gentle music flowed smoothly from her fingers. Everyone was surprised. Isn't Feng Qingyan just a simple girl? They thought she was inexperienced, but she turned out to be a true master from the start. Recently, there were rumors outside that Feng Qingyan even opened a clinic and was very skilled in medicine. Are those rumors true? Feng Qianqian heard Feng Qingyan's music and paused slightly. This odd girl could really play? She actually thought it was pretty good. She got distracted, and her steps became messy, missing her marks, almost making the noble women burst into laughter. Fortunately, Feng Qianqian quickly adjusted and got back into the rhythm. She had practiced dance since childhood, so her skills were natural. Plus, Feng Qingyan's perfect music made her performance even better. But Feng Qingyan wouldn't just let her do as she pleased. The second half of Longevity Tune has 2 versions. One slow and gentle, the other lively and energetic. The lively version tests dancing skills more and requires no mistakes at all. The music also speeds up and becomes more flowing, demanding higher skill from the player. As the music entered the second half, Feng Qingyan's hand movements became faster and faster. On stage, Feng Qianqian tried to speed up her dance, but was still a bit flustered. She never expected Feng Qingyan to perform the second version. How is that possible? She missed a step and fell to the ground. Everyone was watching eagerly, but her fall ruined the beautiful scene. They all sighed in disappointment. Feng Qingyan smiled slightly and slowed the music. Little sister, are you okay? You said you couldn't keep up, so I played it slower. When Feng Qingyan said this, everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Minji looked proud as he watched Feng Qingyan. His little wife was so playful. Feng Qianqian also deserved it. She shouldn't have provoked Feng Qingyan. He couldn't easily take advantage of her, let alone others. Just now, Feng Qianqian had shamelessly humiliated Feng Qingyan, but now she was the one slapped in the face. Her face suddenly felt awkward and hard to show. Her nails dug into her skin with force, and her eyes were full of hatred for Feng Qingyan. Once she becomes the crown princess, she must cut Feng Qingyan into pieces to avenge today's insult. Feng Qianqian thought she looked quite beautiful, not noticing Xiao Jingyi's disgusted look at her. She still called herself the crown princess. Now Xiao Jingyi regretted provoking such a troublemaker and wanted to shift the blame. Feng Qianqian sensed everyone's gaze and quickly got up from the ground, then jumped up again. But because of the earlier interruption, Feng Qianqian couldn't get into her performance properly. Her dance seemed awkward and out of place. It even ruined Feng Qingyan's beautiful music. People felt it was a pity. After the song ended, everyone praised Feng Qingyan's wonderful music. Wang Zhifan, the legitimate son of the Wang family, was also invited. He had some knowledge of music and naturally could tell that Feng Qingyan's skills were quite deep. Looking at the dazzling Feng Qingyan, he couldn't help but praise her. This piece should only exist in heaven. How many times can we hear it on earth? Wonderful, wonderful. Seeing Feng Qingyan again, Wang Zhifan was both excited and surprised, but he didn't expect that she already had someone. She was the future 9th princess. He felt a bit disappointed, but he still couldn't help but be attracted by her talent. Such a remarkable woman. How could one not be moved? Unfortunately, his love was still in its infancy and was quickly suppressed before it could grow. Seeing Wang Zifan's admiring gaze at Feng Qingyan, Xiao Minji's expression darkened, and he coldly looked at Wang Zhifan. He knew that this guy had always had designs on his little princess since their time at Renqin Hospital. Wang Zhifan suddenly felt a chill down his back and realized Xiao Minji's gaze, realizing he had been too abrupt. I've never heard anyone perform this version of longevity music so perfectly. Miss Feng's music is enchanting and intoxicating. It's truly rare on Earth. Fortunately, a fellow who is also very skilled in music theory couldn't help but praise her, which eased Wang Zhifan's embarrassment. Since even the master of music theory gave such high praise, the others below naturally didn't hold back their compliments. Even the emperor couldn't stop praising. Everyone completely ignored Feng Qianqian beside them. This was not Feng Qingyan accompanying Feng Qianqian with music. Clearly, Feng Qianqian was dancing for Feng Qingyan. Dancing is fine, but because her dance skills were poor, she was disliked by many. Feng Qianqian was about to go crazy. Feng Qingyan looked at Feng Qianqian and slightly smiled. You little thing teasing me? You're still too inexperienced. The two of them slightly bowed to the emperor and empress on the main seat. The empress looked at Feng Qianqian with displeasure. A useless troublemaker, not only foolish but also causing trouble. This made Feng Qingyan stand out even more. Is this the future 9th princess Feng Qingyan? She has such excellent piano skills. It's truly impressive. Bring me the red coral bracelet I found a few days ago. I think it matches Sister Qingyan perfectly. The empress turned her head, wearing a fake smile, and said some insincere compliments to Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan almost wanted to laugh. The original owner was supposed to be the empress's future daughter-in-law. How could the empress not know what she was like? If she didn't like her, she might be gnashing her teeth right now. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Qingyan thanks the empress for her kindness. When Feng Qingyan saw the red coral bracelet the empress had brought, she suddenly understood. So, the empress was waiting for her here. This red coral bracelet had clearly been tampered with. People who didn't understand medicine wouldn't notice. But with Feng Qingyan's medical skills, she didn't care about such small tricks. She accepted the coral bracelet as usual, curious about what the empress was up to. Xiao Minji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the coral bracelet in Feng Qingyan's hand, then glanced at the empress, as if he saw through her little scheme. But seeing Feng Qingyan calmly handling it, he withdrew his gaze. Feng Qianqian looked at the coral bracelet in Feng Qingyan's hand, her face twisting with jealousy. This gift should have been hers. It was all Feng Qingyan's fault. She absolutely couldn't let her be so proud. Just as Feng Qingyan was about to turn back to her seat, Feng Qianqian suddenly reached out and pulled at her veil. Why should this ugly girl steal her spotlight and make her look bad? She couldn't let her have the upper hand. Feng Qianqian's hand was quick, but Feng Qingyan had already sensed her move. However, she didn't dodge. Since removing her ugly makeup, she had been wearing a veil. Now that her engagement with the crown prince was broken, there was no need to hide anymore. It was too troublesome. Did Feng Qianqian just want to see her face? Fine, she would satisfy her. As long as she looked and then regretted it. The moment the veil was torn off, Feng Qianqian smirked proudly. Once everyone saw Feng Qingyan's true appearance, who would still praise her. Oh my, is this really the famous ugly girl from the general's house? Someone accidentally blurted out the truth when they saw Feng Qingyan's appearance. Thinking that Feng Qingyan was now the future ninth prince's wife, everyone quickly covered their mouths in shock. Is this a fairy I've seen? This is too beautiful. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. Even Feng Bailing, upon seeing Feng Qingyan now, was stunned. Feng Qingyan had always been sweet and lovely as a child. Since she became mentally challenged, she gradually started to look like an ugly girl in people's eyes. He angrily looked at Feng Qianqian, suddenly seeming to understand something. Feng Qianqian sensed the crowd's reaction and realized something was wrong. She quickly turned to look at Feng Qingyan. At that moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. Was the person standing in front of her really that ugly girl from the Feng family? She felt she looked 10 or 100 times more beautiful. Under the veil, Feng Qingyan's skin was as white as snow, with a small, bright, rosy face. Her eyes, like peach blossoms, were full of affection, and her moist, shiny lips looked tempting. The flower-shaped jewel on her forehead added a different kind of charm. She wore a light purple cloud-patterned silk dress that perfectly outlined her stunning figure. Her black hair flowed behind her, giving her an otherworldly, ethereal look. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Although Xiao Minji had seen Feng Qingyan's true face before, he was still amazed and couldn't help but softly praise her. Time passes with a smile. A touch of rouge softens a plain face. Her natural beauty seems to carry the charm of a stunning woman, just like the young princess in his family. It makes people feel their heart beat faster, without realizing. The emperor, seeing Feng Qingyan's face, suddenly remembered something from over 10 years ago. That woman was also so bright and beautiful, so stunning among all women, but unfortunately, she never entered his heart. Back then, the emperor fell in love at first sight with Feng Qingyan's mother, Chu Qianxuan, but she already had someone she loved. The emperor kept trying to win her over until Chu Qianxuan and Feng Zhan had Feng Qingyan. Then he gave up. If Feng Zhan's death was related to the emperor, it's likely there was some connection. The emperor is narrow-minded. Feng Zhan dared to compete for women with him, so he probably faced some retaliation. The empress saw the emperor's infatuated look at Feng Qingyan and immediately became jealous and spiteful. Men are truly like big pigs, so foolish. What you can't have always stirs desire. Now, the empress thought Feng Qingyan definitely couldn't stay. Besides the emperor, Xiao Jingyi was even more surprised. Are you
Vanea?
Do you know I've been looking for you? Xiao Jingyi was completely dazzled by Feng Qingyan's beauty and excitedly stood up, grabbing her. She was the woman he had been dreaming of marrying. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please respect yourself. You have mistaken me for someone else. Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Jingyi with disgust. If the situation weren't inappropriate, she would have cut off his hand right now. Next to her, Feng Qianqian's heart twisted with jealousy, glaring maliciously at Feng Qingyan. This fool, this ugly girl, how could she suddenly become so clever and beautiful? Even Xiao Jingyi was deceived by her. She really is a fox spirit. Feng Qianqian had spent years deliberately bullying Feng Qingyan, even forgetting her original appearance. She truly thought Feng Qingyan was ugly. This sneaky move was like shooting herself in the foot. Feng Qingyan was held tightly by Xiao Jingyi and couldn't break free. Just as she was about to act, the teacup in Xiao Minji's hand flew out first. How dare you disrespect your future aunt-in-law? Xiao Jingyi, it looks like you don't want her claws anymore. The teacup brushed past Xiao Jingyi's hand as it flew by. Xiao Minji used his inner strength again, causing a deep cut along the rim of the teacup, which cut his hand. Feeling the pain, Xiao Jingyi quickly let go of Feng Qingyan.
9.
Ninth uncle, please don't misunderstand. I just mistook someone. Only then did Xiao Jingyi realize what foolish thing he had just done. The person in front of him was Feng Qingyan, whom he had personally broken off the engagement with. Feng Qingyan had also deliberately arranged for him to marry the ugly woman, Li Xiangwan. Noticing the strange looks from officials and nobles, Xiao Jingyi felt ashamed and quickly stepped back. The empress looked at Xiao Jingyi with disappointment. This man really is an animal that thinks with his lower body. Feng Qingyan is just a troublemaker. Feng Qingyan took out a handkerchief, wiped her wrist disdainfully where Xiao Jingyi had grabbed her, and sat back down. After the scene, combined with Feng Qingyan's jewelry display, no noble lady dared to perform again. The empress could only call for singing and dancing once more. Throughout the banquet, countless eyes kept on Feng Qingyan, especially the emperor and the crown prince, whose gazes hardly left her. Xiao Minji wished he could pluck their eyes out. The empress's eyes shifted slightly, giving a signal to her close maid. The maid immediately left the banquet hall. Soon after, a group of palace maids brought out a dessert. One maid approached Feng Qingyan's table, suddenly pretending to stumble and trying to splash the dessert on her.
Feng Qingyan was prepared.
She threw a fruit, and the bowl of sweet soup turned direction and splashed onto Feng Qianqian nearby. Feng Qianqian was covered in dessert and cried out in pain. Hearing the commotion, the empress saw what was happening and glared sharply at the palace maid on the ground. If she couldn't even handle such a simple task, what was the point of keeping her? Servant, how dare you? Sorry for disturbing the two young ladies. I will take them to change clothes immediately. Seeing the empress's murderous look, the maid immediately knelt at Feng Qingyan's feet to apologize and find a way to fix the situation. Feng Qingyan's clothes were not actually splashed with dessert, only a few drops. She wiped them with her handkerchief, and it didn't affect her at all. But she had already noticed that this maid and the empress were exchanging secret glances, clearly planning something. Let's consider involving Feng Qianqian as a backup. Feng Qingyan and Feng Qianqian went with the palace maid to the dressing room. The maid first took Feng Qianqian to the next room, leaving her with others, then led Feng Qingyan to a different room. Miss Feng, your clothes are ready. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything. The maid respectfully said this, then left and locked the door. As soon as the door closed, the maid's expression changed. She took out a bamboo tube from her sleeve, poked a hole in the window, and blew in some white smoke. Inside, Feng Qingyan hadn't changed her clothes. When she smelled the smoke, she slightly smiled. This kind of scene seems to happen in every palace drama. It's strange how these people keep coming up with the same ideas. After finishing her task, the maid smiled happily and went to handle the next steps. Xiao Jingyi watched Feng Qingyan and Feng Qianqian being taken away by the maid, knowing it was his mother's plan. Since the last time he shared a room with Li Xiangwan, Xiao Jingyi's little man could no longer stand up. Even the imperial doctors couldn't fix it. He hadn't been with a woman for over half a month. Thinking of Feng Qingyan's beautiful face, he felt a strange desire. Without thinking, he followed them here. He sneaked to the back window of Feng Qingyan's dressing room, poked 2 holes in the paper, and leaned over to look inside. He was surprised to find that the crown prince himself was spying. But before Xiao Jingyi saw anything, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the maid returned with 2 strong guards. She thought it was the right time, opened the door, and let the guards in. To be sure everything went smoothly, she sprinkled love potion on both guards. After completing her task, the maid was satisfied and left to report back. Not far from the dressing room, Feng Qingyan leaned against a big tree, calmly watching what had just happened. Miss Feng, if there's nothing else, please return to the banquet quickly. Don't stay outside too long. The palace isn't as simple as you think. At this moment, Wang Zhifan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, offering kind advice. He saw Xiao Jingyi follow Feng Qingyan and the others after they left the banquet, and he felt that something was going to happen. In the end, he decided to follow them. Just now, he overheard a conversation between a palace maid and a guard, which made his heart tighten. He quickly hurried over. Unexpectedly, he saw Feng Qingyan here, and he immediately relaxed a lot. Feng Qingyan had already seen through their little tricks and was waiting to see a good show. How could she leave? Thank you for the reminder, young Master Wang. I will handle it properly. It was clear that the queen and others had deliberately set a trap against her and Xiao Minji. Wang Zhiwan risking offending the queen and the crown prince to warn her was already quite remarkable. Feng Qingyan didn't want to involve him further. Wang Zhiwan knew Feng Qingyan was not an ordinary woman. Seeing that she was safe, he didn't stay any longer. As he left, Xiao Minji pushed his wheelchair over. Yenner is really charming. When you came out, the crown prince just followed, and then Wang Jiwan came after. Xiao Minji's words carried a hint of sourness in the air.
How?
Did the prince come to see me make a fool of myself? Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow, not knowing how long Xiao Minji had been there, and was too lazy to respond to his sarcastic tone. With Yenner's skills, no one will laugh at her. I'm more curious to see what big gift you've prepared for them. Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan's abilities, but he still worried. The queen was not an easy person to deal with. So, he immediately sent Mu Yun to follow her. Later, when he saw Xiao Jingyi and Wang Jiwan come out one after another, he also followed out of concern. Feng Qianqian changed her clothes and just stepped out when she heard faint, indescribable sounds coming from the next room. Her eyes flickered slightly. Feng Qingyan was right next door. Thinking of what had just happened, Feng Qianqian suddenly had a bold guess. She curled her lips into a sneaky smile. Since Feng Qingyan was trying to steal her spotlight, she could only wait for her to be disgraced. Feng Qianqian immediately returned to the banquet hall and deliberately raised her voice to shout in front of the queen. Empress, something's wrong. My sister. Feng Qianqian looked panicked, immediately attracting everyone's attention. She intentionally wanted to make everything public so that Feng Qingyan could no longer lift her head and live normally. Didn't Feng Qingyan go to change clothes? What's wrong with her? The empress pretended to be serious. At first, she was worried about how to catch someone in the act with everyone present. Now, with Feng Qianqian's big mouth, she could just use her to spread the news. If this gets out, not only will the emperor see Feng Qingyan's shame, but she can also humiliate Xiao Minji badly. If Feng Qingyan was harmed, would Xiao Minji still want her? If he did, where would her dignity go? If he didn't, their relationship with the general's residence would be broken. She wanted to see how Xiao Minji would handle this. Your Majesty, my sister was assaulted in the changing room. You must stand up for her. Feng Qianqian loudly shouted, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Feng Biting, hearing this, glared at Feng Qianqian fiercely and immediately rushed out worriedly. Feng Qianqian's boldness in speaking about this was not out of concern for Feng Qingyan. She was clearly just helping the troublemaker. Now that Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan already had a marriage agreement, they would inevitably attract the emperor and empress's attention. He should have thought of this earlier. Feng Biting felt a bit regretful. If he had known that Feng Qingyan might get into trouble during the emperor's birthday banquet, he definitely wouldn't have come. Now, he only hoped Feng Qingyan was safe. Who dares to be so bold? Do they not want their head? How dare they do this to the future 9th princess? Quickly take me to see. If something has really happened, what should we do? The empress appeared extremely angry on the surface, but inside, she was already gloating. She kept reminding everyone that Feng Qingyan was the future 9th princess. This time, the 9th prince's residence would be humiliated greatly. The empress hurriedly led everyone to the side hall's changing room, but someone seemed to be even more anxious than her. The emperor followed Feng Biting and rushed out of the banquet hall, hurrying to the changing room, repeatedly asking the palace maids at the door, "What exactly is going on? Who is inside?" The emperor was furious. Just thinking about Feng Qingyan, such a beautiful woman, being defiled by someone made his heart ache. His worried expression was completely visible. The empress arrived and saw the emperor furious, trembling with anger. Feng Qingyan, that little troublemaker, was just like her mother. She knew how to use her charming face to people. Today, the emperor saw her face for the first time, and now he is deeply captivated. Fortunately, she was prepared today. She doesn't believe that once everyone sees Feng Qingyan's embarrassing situation, the emperor won't feel uncomfortable. He will think about it later. Feng Biling is anxious and worried, not knowing what to do right now. He wants to find the people inside and punish them severely, but he is also afraid of seeing something he doesn't want to see. He feels stuck between a rock and a hard place. He hopes for a miracle, praying that the people inside are not Feng Qingyan. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I only left for a little while, and when I returned, I found something was wrong. I don't know who is so bold as to break in. The palace maid looked at the empress and gave her a reassuring glance, then quickly knelt and begged the emperor for mercy. The empress smiled happily. With that string of red coral bracelets, Feng Qingyan, no matter how clever, can't escape. Suddenly, a man's passionate voice came from inside the room. It sounded very pleasurable, and strangely, the voice sounded somewhat familiar.
Prince.
The prince. The empress's heart fluttered with worry, sensing something bad might happen. She hurriedly asked the maid beside her, could that rebellious son really do something so foolish over a woman? Someone break down the door. Bring that beast out and execute him. The emperor seemed to be stirred by something and immediately ordered. He was determined to tear that cursed beast apart. How dare he lay a hand on the little beauty he had loved for so many years? Over 10 years ago, he missed his chance, and now fate has given him another. Before he could even dream, these scoundrels ruined everything. Several guards received the order and kicked open the door. Unexpectedly, they gave everyone a live broadcast, an intimate scene. The scene inside was truly shocking. 3 people, under the influence of drugs, had completely lost their senses and were causing chaos in the main hall. The incident happened so suddenly that no one had time to avoid it. As a result, such a provocative scene was openly watched by everyone. Why are you just standing there? Drag those 2 scoundrels out for me. The emperor never expected to see such a scene upon opening the door. His head was buzzing. But it was too late to regret now. He could only vent his anger on the 2 main culprits. The 2 guards were still reluctant to let go of the beauty they were holding, even when dragged away forcefully. At that moment, the person inside finally revealed his true face. His skin was snow white, his figure slender and graceful, with messy black hair falling over his face. Because of intense passion, his cheeks were flushed with a rosy glow. When the person suddenly left, he looked a bit dissatisfied. Once everyone saw his face clearly, they were all stunned. Is this the crown prince? Oh my god, what is going on? How could the crown prince? Someone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Now everyone realized who was inside, and they couldn't pretend they didn't see. The crown prince was involved in a scandal with another man, and he was the one being embraced. This was truly shocking news. If it were in modern times, it would be trending on the top of the hot search list for 3 days straight. Everyone suddenly realized they had uncovered a huge secret and turned away quickly. It seemed like this way, they could pretend they saw nothing and knew nothing. Otherwise, they might really be silenced. Disgraceful. Foam Biling let out a big sigh of relief, then snorted and turned away. As long as the person inside wasn't his precious granddaughter, he didn't care who it was. But he was sure this was aimed at Feng Qingyan, and he wouldn't let it go easily. Foam Biling was now very glad that Feng Qingyan and Xiao Jingyi had ended their engagement. Such a licentious and unruly person was not worthy of his dear granddaughter. The empress nearly fainted when she saw the scene before her, but she forced herself to stay calm and ordered those around her. Quickly help the crown prince inside and find a doctor to see what's wrong with him. The crown prince looked clearly drugged. The empress, a woman experienced in storms and hardships, remained so calm at this moment. The emperor's face was red with anger, not knowing where to put himself. How could he have such a reckless son? This is the good son you raised. The emperor finally directly blamed the empress. Everyone could see clearly today that the empress must have done something to cause this. As for his good son, he probably didn't have a good plan either. He was just not as skilled as others. Your Majesty, you must stand up for your son. He looks confused and must have been tricked.
Who is so cruel to ruin him?
The empress cried very sadly. After such an incident, and with all the officials knowing about it, if there is no explanation, the crown prince's position might be lost. Send someone to find out what exactly happened. The emperor had no good ideas now, only trying to save face. The empress was alarmed. She was worried that this investigation might also involve her. Where is Feng Qingyan? Didn't you bring her to the dressing room? How could the crown prince be here? What are you doing? You don't even know what happened inside. The empress turned and angrily questioned a palace maid. She was eager to punish her severely. Her carefully planned scheme was ruined. And now the crown prince was involved too. Your Majesty, forgive me. I am responsible for this. I don't know what happened either. The maid's face turned pale with fear. She didn't understand how things had turned out like this. Feng Qingyan was inside, drugged. So how did she become the crown prince? Send someone to drag this useless servant out and give her 50 lashes to serve as a warning. The Empress was worried her secrets might be exposed, so she decided to silence her. Your Majesty, please have mercy. The maid desperately begged for mercy. She knew her life was probably over, but she couldn't say anything. From the moment she decided to serve the Empress, her fate and her family's were in her hands. After dealing with the maid, the Empress looked nervously at the Emperor. Your Majesty, why not send someone to find Feng Qingyan? Once she's found, the whole story will be clear. The Empress's plan was obvious. She clearly wanted to blame Feng Qingyan for everything. The Emperor slightly frowned, showing his displeasure with the Empress. But at the moment, there seemed to be no good solution. Brother, are you looking for Yenner? Yenner is with me. Do you need to find her for something? At this time, Feng Qingyan pushed Xiao Minji over. They had just witnessed a wonderful scene, and they saw everything clearly. Xiao Minji couldn't help but want to cheer for Feng Qingyan. The surprise was really amazing. You didn't go to the changing room? How come you're with the 9th prince? The Empress saw Feng Qingyan and immediately became very angry. The crown prince's matter must be her doing. I went into the changing room and found the clothes inside didn't fit. I thought of asking someone to help me change, but I couldn't find anyone. In the end, I met the prince in the garden, who was out for some air. Why are everyone here? Did something happen? Feng Qingyan pretended to be innocent and asked curiously. The Empress knew Feng Qingyan was definitely lying, but she had no proof. Yenna, are you alright? Feng Bailing saw that Feng Qingyan was safe and finally relaxed. Grandfather, don't worry.
Yenna is fine. Feng Qingyan smiled lightly.
Only they would suffer from this. At this moment, Dr. Zhang from the Imperial Hospital hurried over and examined the Crown Prince. In the end, it was found that the Crown Prince had ingested a hallucinogenic drug. Do you know where the medicine the Crown Prince took came from? The Emperor knew that women in the palace often used such drugs. But who dared to openly attack the Crown Prince? Thinking about the conflict at the banquet between Xiao Jingyi, Feng Qingyan, and Xiao Minji, could it be Xiao Minji behind this? If evidence could be found, it might be a good opportunity to confront Xiao Minji. It could also help turn the support of the old officials who supported him. That wouldn't be a bad plan. The Emperor, for his own throne, truly didn't see his son as a person. Indeed, the most ruthless royal family. Your Majesty, I found this on the Crown Prince. If I'm not mistaken, the amount of medicine he took should be related to this. While examining the Crown Prince, Dr. Zhang noticed a string of red coral bracelets. The strange fragrance emitted by these red coral bracelets caught his attention. Is there something wrong with this red coral bracelet? The Emperor's expression darkened when he saw the red coral bracelet. He turned to look at the Empress beside him. The Empress immediately felt a surge of panic. Isn't this the red coral bracelet that the Empress gifted me? I wondered why I couldn't find it. Turns out I accidentally left it in the dressing room earlier. Is there a problem with it? Feng Qingyan spoke at the right moment. Her words instantly pointed all suspicion at the Empress. Everyone present could now understand, clearly. This red coral bracelet was supposed to be worn by Feng Qingyan. If there was an issue with the bracelet, then she would be the one at fault now. Dr. Zhang looked at the Empress with a slight frown. He hadn't fully understood the situation earlier, but now that it was a serious matter, he dared not speak carelessly. One wrong word could cost him his life. Dr. Zhang, tell the truth. If you lie even a little, I will have your life. The Emperor was extremely angry. His grand birthday celebration had been spoiled by these two mother and son. Now, in front of him, the Empress was still trying to hide the truth. The Emperor no longer showed her any kindness. The Empress suddenly felt nervous. She hadn't expected the Emperor to be so blinded by Feng Qingyan. She didn't consider the current situation at all. If the Emperor insisted on making things difficult, it would do them no good. It might even give General Xiao Minji a chance to take advantage. And the general's residence might also get involved in this matter. Your Majesty, the red coral bracelet was soaked in a hallucinogenic drug, which can cause the wearer to lose clarity and see illusions. The emperor had already suspected something. Dr. Zhang dared not lie anymore and had to tell the truth. However, he kept some details hidden, such as the lingering scent of the love potion in the room. May I ask what the Empress's intention was in gifting such a bracelet to Yeno? I request your Majesty to give me an explanation. Foam Biting looked serious and questioned sternly. Now that he had evidence against the Empress, he wouldn't let this go easily. As a senior official, Foam Biting still held influence in the court. The Emperor naturally couldn't ignore this. Empress Xiao Minji coldly glanced at the Queen. If she had bad intentions toward the young princess, she should pay the price. Foam Iching, 9th Prince, rest assured. I will thoroughly investigate this matter and will not wrong Miss Foam. Queen, please tell us, what exactly is going on? With both Foam Biling and Xiao Minji pressuring her in front of many officials, the Emperor couldn't favor the Queen. He turned around angrily and stared at the Queen. Only then did he realize that things seemed to be getting out of his control. However, he was also unhappy with what the Queen and the Crown Prince had done over the years. It was time to reduce the Crown Prince's influence. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I really didn't mean to harm the 9th Prince's sister. The red coral bracelet was a small gift from someone at the general's residence. I don't know how it ended up like this. The current situation was unexpected for the Queen. From the Emperor's attitude, it was clear he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Now, the Crown Prince was also accused of having inappropriate relations, which was very bad for them. Queen, are you truly unaware? Surely no one dares to be so bold as to send gifts to you and tamper with them, right? Foam Biling didn't believe the Queen's story. He thought she was trying to frame his precious granddaughter. There was no way she would get away with such an easy trick. Your Majesty, I remember now. The red coral bracelet was sent to me a few days ago by the second branch of the general's family. Foam Qianqian, quickly tell us, where did the hallucinogenic drug on the bracelet come from? The Queen looked overwhelmed. Seeing Foam Qianqian nearby, she suddenly had an idea. Your Majesty, Queen, I don't know. I truly don't know what happened. Foam Qianqian never expected that instead of watching Foam Qingyan's show, she would end up being involved herself. And this red coral bracelet, she had never seen it before. How did it become something belonging to their second branch? She anxiously looked at Rong Min behind everyone, signaling with her eyes to ask what was really going on. Rong Min's body stiffened immediately. He had a bad premonition. Rong Min, do you recognize this item? A few days ago, when the Crown Prince was choosing a consort, you said you sent small gifts to the new consort, including this red coral bracelet, right? The Empress stared fiercely at Rong Min, her eyes full of threats. Rong Min understood clearly now. This was the Empress trying to make her take the blame. Your Majesty, I truly understand. Please, look into this carefully. I did not know that the item contained any hallucinogenic drugs. Otherwise, I would never have given it to the Empress. A few days ago, Rong Min heard that the Crown Prince was choosing a consort. Considering Foam Qianqian's pregnancy, she had some thoughts. She indeed sent some precious jewelry to the Crown Prince's new consort, and she also made some small modifications to it. But no one expected that on the second day after the wedding, because Li Xiangwan's appearance was different, the Crown Prince demanded a divorce letter. The items Rong Min sent were not given to Li Xiangwan anymore. Among the things Rong Min sent, there was a similar string of beads. But she was sure she did not send this particular red coral bracelet. Right now, she simply couldn't tell the truth. Once the Empress was involved, she knew she wouldn't have a good outcome, so she could only grit her teeth and accept it. In this way, the Empress owed her a favor. How can you not know? These things were carefully chosen and sent to the Crown Prince's side consort. Tell me, what is your real purpose? The Empress slightly smiled. Since someone was taking the blame for her, she had to make sure everything was done perfectly. She wouldn't let any flaws show. At worst, she could compensate Rong Min later. She didn't dare to argue. Your Majesty, I dare not. I have no purpose in this. Rongmin's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. She never expected the Empress to turn the blame onto her. Bring the items that Lady Feng gave me a few days ago. Let the imperial doctors examine them carefully. The Empress gave a subtle signal to her close maid, Qinglian, who went to fetch the items. Your Majesty, even if I had 100 guts, I would never dare harm you. Rongmin was suddenly panicked. Although she didn't make the red coral bracelet herself, she did tamper with the other items she sent. If the doctors found out, she would be unable to clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. You may not dare to frame me, but don't forget, those items were not meant for me. Not daring to harm her didn't mean she wouldn't harm others. The Empress originally wanted to play the game of framing and blaming, but now she saw Rongmin's behavior. She was absolutely sure that the items she sent were definitely problematic. In that case, she wouldn't be wronged. Your Majesty, the items sent by Madame Feng are all here. At this moment, Qinglian brought over a box of jewelry and nodded slightly to the Empress. Rongmin, are these items in the box you sent? The Emperor's expression darkened as he looked at Rongmin. Why yes, that's correct. Rongmin's mind was buzzing. Now, even the Emperor was starting to pressure her. What could she do? She could only cry and accept it. Dr. Zhang, go check if there's anything wrong with the items in this box. This time, the Emperor finally understood what was urgent and important and quickly cooperated with the Empress to act. Dr. Zhang stepped forward and examined the jewelry in the box. Your Majesty, Empress, these items contain 2 pieces with hallucinogenic drugs, and the rest are filled with a lot of musk. With a scapegoat available, Dr. Zhang had no reason to hold back and told everything. Rongmin, how bold of you. What is your true intention in sending these things? The Emperor was furious. He thought the Empress's accusations were baseless, but now he realized there was indeed something going on. He was puzzled about Rongmin's purpose. Could it be that she had a grudge against Li Xiangwan? Others might not understand Rongmin's motives, but Feng Qingyan saw clearly. Earlier, Feng Qianqian and Xiao Jingyi had been flirting in front of the original owner. And at the palace banquet, Feng Qianqian was dancing when Feng Qingyan noticed she was pregnant. Thinking about it carefully, everyone knew whose child it was. The second household family was probably hoping that the child in Feng Qianqian's belly would become the crown princess. Your Majesty, forgive me. Rongmin hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. She couldn't reveal her true purpose, as it would mean harming royal children and deserved death. She could only keep glancing at the Empress, trying to seek her protection. The Empress slightly frowned. In front of so many people, she had to act convincingly. The Empress said, I know Feng Qianqian has long admired the crown prince, but how could you do such a foolish thing? Rongmin, do you understand the gravity of your actions? The Empress didn't dare pressure Rongmin too hard. Currently, Feng Qingyan is very popular and has been betrothed to Xiao Minji. The military family's influence still depends on the Feng family's second branch. They needed to give Rongmin a way out. As long as she admits her mistake, she can be spared. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was momentarily confused, Rongmin pleaded. Now, she couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Following the Empress's hint, she could only obediently do as told. She just hoped the Empress would have some mercy. Your Majesty, since this matter involves the general's estate, perhaps it's better to leave the decision to General Feng. The Empress had already retreated completely. She successfully shifted the blame to Rongmin and avoided having to explain to the general's estate and Xiao Minji. She truly was the most cunning woman in the palace's power struggles, capable of anything. Feng Aiqing, since this is your family matter, why not resolve it privately? The Emperor also thought the Empress's idea was very good. If Feng Baiting wanted to explain, let him go to Rongmin himself. This kind of shifting blame was truly shameless. Your servant obeys. Feng Qingyan understood the full story clearly. Feng Baiting didn't believe the Emperor and Empress's act of shifting blame either. But since the Emperor had spoken, he couldn't openly oppose him in front of so many people, so he could only accept. The Empress is truly generous. Prince Yong has been hurt so badly, and you've let the culprit go so easily. Xiao Minji certainly didn't believe the Empress's story either. He thought he was a good actor, but he didn't buy her act. He looked up at the Empress with a mocking gaze, showing no respect. Second brother Jiu, you're overdoing it. I only did this for the sake of our future family. They are all her relatives. Xiao Minji was touching on a sensitive topic, and she was truly hard to speak about. The Empress is joking. My family only has my maternal grandfather, Feng Qingyan said with a light smile. The Empress could come up with such a weak excuse. There was no one more shameless. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of sharpness and hostility. This was also the first confrontation between Feng Qingyan and the Empress. Feng Qingyan won easily. She didn't even get a single hair hurt, but Xiao Jingyi ended up in a worse situation. He was labeled as a broken sleeve, a metaphor for a scandalous relationship. Based on Feng Qingyan's understanding of the emperor, with his narrow-minded nature, he would definitely not let the Empress go easily. As for Rongmin, she was even more unlikely to escape unscathed, as she protected the Empress and Feng Baiting wouldn't let her go so easily. Feng Qianqian had just gone on a quick trip to deliver a message, but ended up caught in the crossfire, which was quite difficult for her. Moreover, after today's events, Xiao Jingyi was like 100 yuan bill fallen into a cesspit, disgusting to pick up, but a pity to abandon. Most importantly, she was pregnant with Xiao Jingyi's child. Now that he was in this state, should she speak up or stay silent? Feng Qingyan looked at Feng Qianqian's awkward expression and chuckled softly. It seemed Feng Qianqian was about to lose her chance. And a little warning to the dear children. Premarital pregnancy is risky. Remember to protect yourselves. Everyone, disperse now. The emperor couldn't take it anymore and said impatiently. The birthday celebration had turned into such a mess, making everyone feel unhappy. The palace banquet was naturally over. A crowd of onlookers began to leave. Today had truly opened their eyes. On the way out of the palace, everyone was chattering about everything. Feng Qingyan went straight to Renxin Hospital after leaving the palace, where several patients were waiting for her to check on. Xiao Minji returned to the 9th prince's residence. Thinking about Xiao Jingyi and the emperor's gazes on Feng Qingyan, he grew angrier the more he thought about it. Mu Qing, go arrange it. Tonight, send people to completely wipe out the prince's hideout in the valley from last time. Since Xiao Jingyi dared to covet his future little princess, he was not worth feeling guilty about. By the way, Feng Qingyan's being targeted by the Empress and others had something to do with him. Mu Qing didn't hesitate and immediately followed the orders. Just then, Mu Yun briefly told him what had happened in the palace. Not to mention their prince, he couldn't bear it anymore. If they didn't teach Xiao Jingyi a lesson, they might think the 9th prince's residence was afraid of him. Daring to covet their future princess, he deserved to be beaten to death. Originally, Mu Qing had a good impression of Feng Qingyan. Now that she knows her true appearance, she realizes they are a perfect match for their prince. No wonder their prince is so obsessed with Feng Qingyan. Such a stunning beauty, who wouldn't fall in love? Meanwhile, in the palace, the crown prince finally woke up. When he heard from Dr. Zhang what had happened to him, he was so angry his face turned green. He couldn't believe it was true. But when he felt the sharp pain from behind, he had to accept this harsh reality. Cut those 2 animals into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Xiao Jingyi was lying on the bed, clutching his backside and crying out in pain. A maidservant nearby wanted to laugh, but dared not. Now, everyone in the palace knew that Xiao Jingyi had been attacked by 2 guards. People were talking about it privately. When they heard Xiao Jingyi was awake, the Empress hurried over. Son, how do you feel now? Seeing Xiao Jingyi's terrible condition, if she weren't his only son, she might not want him anymore. Mother, who is the one trying to frame me? Xiao Jingyi never expected that his moment of weakness for beauty would lead to such a terrible outcome. Feng Qingyan, the Empress, was furious. She never thought Feng Qingyan would be involved this time. She had underestimated her. Feng Qingyan? How is that possible? Xiao Jingyi thought about Feng Qingyan's beautiful face. He couldn't believe she would do such a thing. Who else could it be? You know your mother's plan. The only person in that room was Feng Qingyan. The Empress looked at Xiao Jingyi with disappointment. She wanted to warn him early, just in case he and the Emperor shared the same reckless nature. Could it be the ninth prince? Xiao Jingyi still didn't want to believe Feng Qingyan was responsible. After all, she once had a marriage agreement with him and had even been infatuated with him. How could she be so heartless? Xiao Jingyi was quite self-absorbed. Men are visual creatures. Once they see Feng Qingyan's true face, their attitude changes completely. Does it matter who did it? The important thing now is that Feng Qingyan is the future ninth princess consort and our enemy. If you still want this throne, remember that, mother. As long as you sit in that position someday, not just Feng Qingyan, any woman who stands in your way will be unable to get what she wants. The Empress was so angry she almost burst a blood vessel. Sure enough, all men in the world are the same. Feng Qingyan must be gotten rid of immediately. I will remember, Your Majesty. Xiao Jingyi nodded, but in his heart, he thought that as soon as he sat on the throne, Feng Qingyan would be his sooner or later. Mother, I advise you to put away those little thoughts. Xiao Minji is not someone to be trifled with. Seeing the Empress's expression, Xiao Jingyi knew what she was thinking, and it made her so angry she almost exploded. How could she have such a useless son? Now that the Emperor is already dissatisfied with them, provoking Xiao Minji at this time is not a good idea. The Emperor returned to the imperial study and ordered an investigation into today's events. He understood the Empress's little schemes very well. Come here. The Empress is unworthy of her position. Confine her to Jingren Palace. Without my order, she must not step out of the palace. For now, the affairs of the 6 palaces will be managed by Consort Su. Recently, the Empress and the Crown Prince had been acting suspiciously, and the Emperor was not blind. His body was still strong, yet they were so eager to act. Naturally, he had to be cautious. The art of rulership relies on balance, and the Emperor understood this simple truth. The Empress was furious after being scolded by Xiao Jingyi. Now, back in Jingren Palace, she received the order to be confined, and she was so angry she nearly exploded. Feng Qingyan, it's all her fault. She blamed Feng Qingyan for losing control of the 6 palaces. Her eyes were fierce as she smashed the teacup on the ground. Your Majesty, please calm down. If you get too angry, it will harm your health. Feng Qingyan has upset you, but what can we do? Qinglian had been by the Empress's side for many years and knew her personality well. She never showed mercy to anyone who blocked her way. That's true. Qinglian, go call Wu Ming. The Empress's gaze was firm, showing she had made her decision. Wu Ming was the Empress's personal bodyguard and childhood friend, having grown up together. He was completely loyal to her. After Wu Ming arrived, they conspired for a long time before hurriedly leaving. Renqin Hospital, Feng Qingyan guided Yi Tianyi through a simple surgical operation today. She worked until very late. On the way back to the general's residence, Feng Qingyan's carriage was halfway there when Feng Yin, who was driving ahead, sensed something was wrong. Master, there's a tail behind us. How do you think we should handle it? Feng Yin looked calm and untroubled, showing no sign of panic, truly someone Feng Qingyan trusted. He turned to ask Feng Qingyan inside the carriage. How many people are there? Are their martial skills better than yours? Feng Qingyan slightly frowned and slowly opened her eyes. There are probably at least 20 people. Most of them are likely more skilled than I am. Feng Yin felt a bit ashamed. Recently, Feng Qingyan had been training him, and his martial skills had improved quickly. But compared to those martial arts experts, he was still far behind. Stop the carriage. Fight quickly and decisively. Feng Qingyan had attended a palace banquet in the morning and worked at the hospital all afternoon. She had just closed her eyes for a moment to rest when these troublemakers disturbed her, making her a little annoyed. All she wanted now was to go home, take a hot bath, and sleep comfortably. As soon as Feng Qingyan got out of the carriage, assassins hiding in the shadows quickly surrounded her. Feng Qingyan, tonight is your last night. It's a pity, though you have such a beautiful face. Why not let your brothers have some fun before you die? The lead assassin greedily looked at Feng Qingyan's stunning face and smirked, showing no respect for her. Talking nonsense. The last person who said that to me, even the grass on his grave could grow cows. Feng Qingyan's expression darkened. She immediately drew her purple gold whip from her waist and swung it. The purple gold whip shot out like a fierce giant snake, with strong force, aiming straight at the leader's face. The assassin quickly dodged, but it was too late. The whip's tail left a bloody scar on his face. "Stinky woman, you're quite bold to hit me. I like spicy things. If you surrender now and serve me well, I might consider sparing your life." The leader wiped the blood from his face disdainfully and looked at Feng Qingyan's beautiful face with words. "I'll kick your—" Feng Qingyan, tired of arguing with this, swung her whip again to attack him. Refused to drink when offered wine, then drink the bitter wine. The assassin leader saw that Feng Qingyan was not afraid at all and took her seriously. He quickly drew his sword from his waist and charged forward. Meanwhile, Feng Yin was also fighting with other assassins. At the 9th prince's residence, Xiao Minji finished his work and practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard for a while. He looked up at the sky. It was getting dark. He didn't know if Feng Qingyan had returned. Xiao Minji's leg had fully recovered now, and the poison in his body was gone, so his martial skills had improved greatly. All of this was thanks to Feng Qingyan. However, Xiao Minji still sat in a wheelchair when outside, mainly to avoid causing trouble. If the emperor and empress found out, they might become restless again. He was busy chasing after his wife and had no time to deal with other matters. After taking a bath and returning to his room, Xiao Minji lay on the bed but felt uneasy. He didn't know what Feng Qingyan was doing now. The mighty war god prince seemed like a young man experiencing love for the first time, constantly thinking about Feng Qingyan. It seemed he had truly fallen for her. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan and Feng Yin backed to back, fighting fiercely. They had already defeated most of the assassins. Just as a few assassins attacked them again, a masked person suddenly made a move from the shadows. His target was Feng Qingyan. Feng Yin didn't have time to think much. To protect Feng Qingyan's safety, he knew he was no match for the masked man, but still fought him head-on. The masked man moved very quickly, attacking Feng Yin with his sword. But Feng Yin couldn't dodge because Feng Qingyan was behind him. Feng Qingyan also sensed the masked man's presence. Just as the masked man's sword was about to pierce Feng Yin's chest, she turned around and pushed Feng Yin aside. But she didn't have time to dodge herself. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng Qingyan, taking a sword strike meant for her. Then, the man quickly used his inner strength to strike out with his palm, knocking the masked man back forcefully. The masked man was sent flying several steps before stabilizing himself. "Who are you?" Feng Qingyan asked. The man had already investigated Feng Qingyan thoroughly. When he arrived, he wondered when such a master had appeared beside her. "Go ask the king of," the man replied coldly, without wasting words. Then he immediately launched another attack. Wu Ming knew he was no match for this person. He gave a quick signal to those around him to stop him and quickly retreated. Seeing Wu Ming try to escape, Feng Qingyan quickly took out a pistol from her space and fired a shot at his figure. Unfortunately, Wu Ming was very fast, and Feng Qingyan did not hit a vital spot, so he managed to run away. After dealing with everyone, Feng Qingyan looked at the man's chest wound and asked repeatedly, "Are you okay?" When the man approached Feng Qingyan, she immediately recognized him as Xiao Minji. That last sword was really dangerous. She didn't expect Xiao Minji to rush forward without hesitation to protect her. She felt a little shocked inside. He is a highly respected prince, yet he risked his life for her. But they're only in a contract marriage. They haven't even officially married yet. And his leg is already healed now. Even if he is protecting the general's house behind the scenes, he probably doesn't need to be so reckless. "I am fine." Xiao Minji, who was originally full of energy, suddenly looked weak and fragile when Feng Qingyan showed concern for him, swaying as if he might fall. He certainly didn't look fine. "Feng Yin, hurry back to Rinxin Hospital." Feng Qingyan's heart tightened. She quickly stepped forward to support Xiao Minji and helped him onto the carriage. Xiao Minji leaned on Feng Qingyan, secretly pleased, with a slight smile under his mask. This injury was actually nothing to him. But if his future wife showed concern, how could he miss it? At Renxin Hospital, Feng Qingyan made Xiao Minji lie on the emergency table. She quickly unbuttoned his clothes to check his wound. Her anxious manner made her seem a bit like a caring wife. "Yenna, are you in such a hurry?" Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan and couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Feng Qingyan paused her movements and shot him a cold look. She was just worried about his injury and didn't think much about anything else. In modern times, rushing to save someone and taking off their clothes for treatment is quite normal. Is it funny? Is your life so worthless? Feng Qingyan didn't know what came over her. Anyway, she was very angry because she felt that Xiao Minji didn't seem to care about his own life at all. At this moment, he still had the mood to joke. During this time, Feng Qingyan also learned a lot about Xiao Minji through various channels. He is a war god prince who cares about the people, but because of royal suspicion, he was framed multiple times, poisoned, and left disabled in both legs. The Emperor of Daxia only cares about his own pleasure and power. He is not fit to hold that position. "Are you worried about me, Yenna?" Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with hope in his eyes. When he blocked the sword for Feng Qingyan, he was in a hurry and couldn't fully dodge. But Xiao Minji deliberately avoided his vital points. So, his injuries weren't as serious as they looked. In the past, Xiao Minji didn't think much about his own life, especially after he became disabled in both legs. He felt that living didn't seem to have much meaning for him. But since Feng Qingyan appeared, he felt like his world suddenly gained color, and he had something to look forward to. "You're just worried about me, you big fool. If you want to treat your wounds, lie down quickly. If not, get lost. Don't waste my time. Time is money. Don't you know that a doctor's time is very precious?" Feng Qingyan said irritably. Right now, her heart was also a bit chaotic. Feelings are the most uncontrollable thing. She didn't like that feeling of not being able to control. Especially in ancient times, with a polygamous system, there was no such thing as pure love. So, Feng Qingyan had made it clear from the beginning that she signed a contract with Xiao Minji, just not wanting to have too many emotional entanglements. But just now, because of that sword, her heart suddenly felt a bit shaken. "Heartless woman," Xiao Minji obediently lay down, feeling a little disappointed. Is this woman's heart made of stone? But Xiao Minji is not an ordinary person. Since the first time he saw Feng Qingyan, he thought of eternity. He believed that the person he recognized was for a lifetime, and he would never give up easily. Seeing Xiao Minji's disappointment in his eyes, Feng Qingyan's heart tightened sharply. Did she say too much just now? No matter what, Xiao Minji was injured trying to save her. But now, Feng Qingyan didn't have the time to think about all that. Xiao Minji's wound kept bleeding, and it needed to be treated quickly. She lifted his inner shirt, revealing a fierce-looking wound. Although it didn't hit any vital parts, the wound was still quite deep. Luckily, the sword wasn't poisoned. First, she applied anesthesia, then used disinfectant to carefully clean the wound. Feng Qingyan's soft, boneless hand gently brushed over Xiao Minji's chest, sending a tingling sensation, as if an electric current passed through her heart. Xiao Minji's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, his whole body tensed, and his fists clenched unconsciously. The anesthesia hasn't taken full effect yet. It might hurt a little at first. The sword wasn't poisoned, but the wound is deep. If not treated promptly, it could get infected. Please bear with it. If you really can't stand it, tell me. Feng Qingyan noticed Xiao Minji's change in expression, thinking the medicine on the wound was causing pain. She leaned forward, applying medicine while gently blowing on it with her mouth to help ease his pain. Unbeknownst to her, this action was almost unbearable for Xiao Minji. From his perspective, Feng Qingyan seemed to be leaning into him, kissing him. Especially her faint breath on his chest skin made Xiao Minji feel his blood boiling. Because the wound was large, Feng Qingyan stitched it up to help him recover faster and reduce scarring. After finishing, she suddenly looked up and met Xiao Minji's eyes full of desire. Before she could speak, Xiao Minji had already kissed her tender, red lips. Feng Qingyan's pupils widened in shock, completely forgetting how to react. Seeing that Feng Qingyan didn't resist, Xiao Minji became bolder. He pressed forward relentlessly. Finally, Feng Qingyan realized what she was doing and pushed Xiao Minji away forcefully. Coincidentally, her hand landed right on Xiao Minji's wound. He cried out in pain. Feng Qingyan's face turned hot as she quickly wiped her lips and glared at him. He took advantage of her. This was her first kiss. And it was stolen by this scoundrel. Yan, I think my wound is bleeding again. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan's angry little face, then lowered his head to check his chest, continuing to act pitiful. He just couldn't help himself earlier. His little princess was too tempting, and because she was helping him treat his wound, she kept teasing him. He couldn't stand it. Next time, if you're not honest, it won't just be a simple tear in the wound. Feng Qingyan was both annoyed and angry. He really didn't want to deal with this person anymore. If it had been someone else, Feng Qingyan probably would have already had him bleeding on the spot. So Xiao Minji secretly felt lucky that his little princess was somewhat different from others. I only act up with Yenner, Xiao Minji said seriously. This wasn't exactly sweet talk. In the past, when he saw other women, he didn't even bother to think about them, let alone look at them. But since meeting Feng Qingyan, thoughts kept popping into his mind. Now that Feng Qingyan has taken off her veil, just her appearance alone is enough to attract attention. It seems he should marry his little princess to the palace sooner rather than later. Feng Qingyan felt a bit uncomfortable being watched by Xiao Minji, so she quickly lowered her head and continued to help him treat the torn wound. The wound has been treated. You should bandage it quickly, or it might open again. If it opens again, she really wouldn't care anymore. Feng Qingyan threw the gauze in her hand to Xiao Minji and ignored him. Xiao Minji took off his shirt, revealing a strong, muscular upper body. Because he had been practicing martial arts for years, Xiao Minji's physique was truly like that of a male model. His 8-pack abs were clearly defined, with perfect lines and a narrow waist, giving off a slightly restrained, serious aura. Feng Qingyan couldn't help but glance a little longer. Seeing her gaze on him, Xiao Minji immediately displayed his perfect figure like a peacock spreading its feathers. Feng Qingyan snapped back to her senses, realizing what she had just done. Her face turned bright red, and she quickly turned away. In modern times, admiring handsome men was no big deal, but in ancient times, her behavior just now was a bit inappropriate. Of course, Xiao Minji wouldn't think much of it. He knew well what kind of person his little princess was, and he was even a bit glad that his looks and figure caught her eye. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan's back, picked up the gauze, and randomly wrapped it around himself a couple of times. The gauze was crooked and uneven. Some parts that should have been wrapped weren't, while others that shouldn't have been were wrapped. Because pulling at the wound caused occasional pain, she grimaced and made sounds, trying to get Feng Qingyan's attention. Seeing that she was not affected at all, he deliberately dropped the gauze on the ground. Yenner, can you help me pick up the gauze? Bending over might hurt the wound. Xiao Minji's little scheme was quite clever. Feng Qingyan turned around, picked up the gauze, and saw the crooked bandage on Xiao Minji's body. She frowned sharply. Can't you even do basic bandaging? As an excellent healer, Feng Qingyan would never allow herself to make such a simple mistake at work. What kind of bandage is this? If others see it, it might damage her reputation. Not very good at it. Xiao Minji looked innocent. If he said he couldn't do it at all, that would be impossible, since Xiao Minji had been injured many times and often bandaged his own wounds. But now, even if he could do it, he wouldn't admit it. I'll help you rebandage. The way you're doing it now might be uncomfortable and won't protect the wound properly. So, out of her sense of responsibility as a healer, Feng Qingyan carefully took apart the bandage Xiao Minji just put on and started rewrapping it. Then I'll trouble you, Yenner. Xiao Minji immediately stood still, letting Feng Qingyan do as she pleased. Inside, he was already feeling very happy. Because Xiao Minji's injury was on his chest, she could only wrap around front and back to secure it. While she was wrapping the gauze, she was almost pressed against his chest. Xiao Minji's firm muscles were right in front of her, but Feng Qingyan tried her best to ignore it. After much effort, she finally finished bandaging Xiao Minji. Feng Qingyan let out a big sigh of relief and quickly stepped back from Xiao Minji. But in her haste, she accidentally stepped on her skirt and fell backwards suddenly. As she fell, she instinctively reached forward to grab something. Xiao Minji reacted quickly, grabbing her waist to pull her into his arms. However, because Feng Qingyan grabbed his pants, causing his balance to be unstable, they both fell together. Fortunately, Xiao Minji used his energy to steady himself and caught Feng Qingyan, cushioning her fall. "Master, are you all right?" Hearing the noise inside, Feng Yin quickly rushed in, feeling worried. He didn't know who the man who just saved Feng Qingyan was, but he knew it was not proper for a man and woman to be alone together. Just now, he hesitated whether to come in and stay by Feng Qingyan's side. But he never expected that once inside, he would see such intimate actions between the two. Especially the face of Xiao Minji, which shocked him greatly. Wasn't that Xiao Minji, the famous war god prince, Feng Qingyan's fiancé? "Little kid, do you understand the rules? What are you looking at?" Xiao Minji was a bit annoyed by Feng Yin's stare. Although Feng Yin was still a young boy, his instincts told him that the way this boy looked at his little princess was not right. This guy had been staying close to his princess every day, which was concerning. Xiao Minji tightened his hold on Feng Qingyan to declare his ownership. "Prince, I didn't know it was you. I apologize for the intrusion." Feng Yin finally realized and quickly bowed to Xiao Minji. Feng Qingyan was suddenly embarrassed and hurried to free herself from Xiao Minji's embrace and stand up. But Xiao Minji didn't let her go as she wished.
Feng Yin, ai fine.
"You can go out now." Feng Qingyan was speechless. She didn't want to argue with Feng Yin in front of him, so she kept saying, "All right, call me if you need anything, master." Feng Yin clearly saw the silent tension between the two but looked at Xiao Minji, then turned and left the room. Once Feng Yin left, Feng Qingyan wouldn't give Xiao Minji any face anymore. "Let go of me. Are you waiting for me to give you a few injections?" The two of them were lying on the ground in front of others. What kind of manners was that? Did this person have no shame? He had already taken advantage of her several times today. If this continued, Xiao Minji might think she was someone who was easy to get. "Yenner, how can you be so cruel? I was worried about you falling earlier, so I kindly used my body as a cushion. Now you're turning your back on me." Xiao Minji looked aggrieved as he released Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan was speechless. From Xiao Minji's tone, anyone would think she was a shameless woman. He pulled up his pants and refused to acknowledge her. Feng Qingyan stood up, and Xiao Minji quickly followed, instinctively rubbing his leg that had just been pressed under Feng Qingyan. Seeing Xiao Minji's actions, Feng Qingyan asked repeatedly, "Does your leg feel uncomfortable now?" Normally, Xiao Minji's leg would need more time to fully heal. Feng Qingyan was worried that his sudden vigorous activity, combined with external injury, might affect his recovery. This was a matter of a lifetime, so she couldn't be careless. "It just went numb a little from pressure, but it's nothing serious." Xiao Minji shook his head happily. He was pleased because his little wife didn't seem very angry and even cared about his leg. Could this mean she was gradually accepting him? Feng Qingyan still felt uneasy and checked him again. "You're recovering well, but within half a year, avoid overexerting yourself." After a thorough check, she realized that Xiao Minji's physique was truly extraordinary. His leg looked completely normal, as if he hadn't been injured. But just to be safe, she decided to be cautious. "Okay, I will obediently listen to Yenner." Xiao Minji nodded repeatedly, acting like a good boy. Feng Qingyan was speechless. Was this still the cold, ruthless ninth prince, as the outside world claimed? "Your Highness, your wound needs daily dressing changes. You can't get it wet for 3 days. If there's nothing else, you can go back now." Feng Qingyan finished giving medical advice and started to send him away. "Let me personally you back to the general's residence. Today's group of assassins was probably sent by the Empress. You must be careful in the future." Xiao Minji was very worried. He couldn't even imagine what might have happened if he had arrived a little later. It seemed the Empress and the Crown Prince were too idle. It was time to find them something to do. Seeing Xiao Minji insist, Feng Qingyan didn't refuse anymore. She knew she couldn't avoid it anyway. Even if Xiao Minji hadn't come today, she wouldn't have been in much danger. At most, her secret would be exposed. And then she could just eliminate the witnesses. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji finished their preparations and left the clinic together. Feng Yin saw them come out and immediately approached. His gaze kept lingering on them. "Prepare the carriage. I will personally send the princess back," Xiao Minji instructed, raising his eyes to look at Feng Yin. This possessiveness. Even the princess has been called in. Feng Yin felt uncomfortable inside, but still went to pull the carriage over. "Who is your princess?" Feng Qingyan shot him a sharp look. When did this person become so shameless? No, wait, he was the same when Wang Zhifan was hospitalized last time. Could he be jealous? Feng Qingyan, who has been single her whole life, finally realized this. "Of course it's you, Yenner. We are married by the emperor's own decree." Xiao Minji suddenly felt grateful that the emperor had humiliated him back then by giving him such a good Feng Qingyan. Otherwise, it would be very hard to bring Feng Qingyan back to the 9th prince's residence in this life. Feng Qingyan was speechless. She would eventually make that foolish emperor step down, so Xiao Minji couldn't use his stupid imperial decree to justify himself anymore. When Xiao Minji came to the hospital, he left a secret signal for Mu Qing and the others, and now they all rushed over. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji got into the carriage, and Mu Qing, with sharp eyes, followed and said to Feng Yin, "Let me drive the carriage. You go ride a horse." Their prince finally had a chance to be alone with the princess, and they couldn't waste it. He had to add some fuel to the fire. Feng Yin knew he hadn't protected Feng Qingyan well before, but he was reluctant. He looked into the carriage. "Don't worry, I'm a good driver." Mu Qing didn't understand Feng Yin's thoughts and smiled as he spoke. Feng Yin couldn't refuse anymore, so he gave Mu Qing a seat and then rode a horse to follow the carriage. At first, Mu Qing's driving was normal. But gradually, Feng Yin noticed something was wrong. Mu Qing always deliberately took uneven roads, making the carriage shake badly. Feng Yin understood his little tricks. He frowned slightly. If he had known, he would never have agreed to let Mu Qing drive. When Mu Qing saw a pothole ahead again, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he showed no intention of slowing down, rushing straight over. This should be enough now. The carriage wheels fell into a ditch, jolting violently. The space inside the carriage was small, and Feng Qingyan, unbalanced, accidentally bumped into Xiao Minji's chest. Xiao Minji, worried she might hurt herself, immediately held her waist to steady her. Hearing the sound inside the carriage, Mu Qing smiled proudly, finally getting the carriage back on track. Feng Yin heard Feng Qingyan's movement and quickly approached the carriage, asking worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" I'm fine." Feng Qingyan was indeed fine. But at this moment, she was like an octopus, leaning all over Xiao Minji. I have to say, Mu Qing truly is a master helper. "Is Yen throwing herself at him?" Xiao Minji deliberately asked loudly with a smile. His purpose was obvious, to let Feng Yin outside here. That little brat hasn't even grown up yet, and he's already coveting his little wife. Since she's his little wife, he can't hit or kill her, so the only thing he can do is make him give up. Hearing Xiao Minji's words, Feng Yin tightened his grip on the reins and wisely slowed down. Feng Qingyan really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She glared fiercely at Xiao Minji. This person must be doing it on purpose. She quickly climbed off Xiao Minji, full of anger but with nowhere to vent, and she opened the curtain to shout at Mu Qing in front of the carriage. "Mu Qing, do you even know how to drive? Are your eyes growing on your backside? Can't see the big potholes on the road? If you're really useless, you might as well dig them up and kick them like glass balls." Feng Qingyan's way of arguing was quite sharp, making Xiao Minji almost laugh. His little wife is just too adorable. He was doing it for their master after all. If their master didn't speak up for him, he wouldn't mind, but he was still laughing. Your Highness, please calm down."
Calm down.
"It's too dark, and the road is indeed difficult to walk. I beg for forgiveness." Mu Qing, in his haste, blurted out, "Your Highness, directly. It seemed he had already regarded Feng Qingyan as the wife of their ninth prince.
Who? Who is your wife?
I haven't married your prince yet. Stop calling me that. Feng Qingyan's face turned red, and her anger seemed to be instantly extinguished by the words, wife. The wedding date between the prince and princess isn't far off. You will be the lady of our ninth prince's residence sooner or later. I'm not wrong to call you that. Mu Qing's flattery was really hitting Xiao Minji's heart. But Feng Qingyan was not happy. Why did they all think Xiao Minji was set on her? We must never let them have that illusion. Feng Qingyan thought for a long time, but couldn't find a reason to argue. Even if she and Xiao Minji are in a contract marriage, they shouldn't show it outside. This is really difficult. Feng Qingyan was conflicted all the way. Suddenly, she realized that the 3 months mentioned in the emperor's decree didn't seem to be very long. Does she really have to marry into the ninth prince's residence and spend her future days with Xiao Minji? Can they truly live together day and night as the contract states? Thinking about everything Xiao Minji did today, she felt overwhelmed and confused. When they arrived at the general's residence, Feng Qingyan didn't even greet Xiao Minji. She got off the carriage and headed straight inside. Soon after, Xiao Minji also got off the carriage, looked at her back, and shook his head helplessly. When will he be able to win his wife over? Feng Yin came over, took the carriage from Mu Qing's hands, and spoke with a slightly unfriendly tone. Next time, there's no need to trouble Mu's guards. Our young lady dislikes the carriage bouncing. It was obvious these two were working together, deliberately teasing his lady. Mu Qing was confused by Feng Yin's attitude. Isn't this also for their young master and lady? Why is this person so angry with him? After Feng Yin left, Xiao Minji summoned Mu Yun from the shadows. From now on, stay close to the princess and keep an eye on that Feng Yin. Xiao Minji's eyes narrowed slightly. He hopes Feng Yin will be sensible and not cause trouble. Mu Yun, being a bit careless, didn't ask more. Mu Qing, however, had to think more. Isn't Feng Yin supposed to be their future princess's person? What does their prince mean? Your Highness, does Feng Yin have any problems? Mu Qing asked cautiously. Don't you think he looks familiar? Xiao Minji chuckled softly. No wonder Feng Qingyan found Feng Yin familiar when she bought him at the market. Only today did he remember who this person really was.
Is he? Could it be?
He didn't die after all? Mu Qing looked at Xiao Minji in disbelief. Xiao Minji nodded. Since he has taken on a new identity, don't mention him in front of others again. Otherwise, it could bring trouble to the princess. This matter could be big or small, and Xiao Minji doesn't know how much Feng Qingyan is aware of. He plans to have a serious talk with her about it another day. Why does he approach the princess consort? Mu Qing asked confused. We don't know yet, but I hope he has no bad intentions. Otherwise, he would never be so kind-hearted. In Jingren Palace, the queen suddenly burst in, stumbling and rushing inside. She immediately dismissed everyone around her. Did you complete the task successfully? Seeing Wu Ming injured by an arrow, she showed no mercy or sympathy. She only cared if her plan was going well. Feng Qingyan has a top expert around her, and I am no match for him. Wu Ming felt a pang in his heart. Over the years, he had been close to the queen, and he almost forgot his real name. If it weren't for that reckless night in his youth, and the bond they formed, he might have left long ago. But he didn't realize that even that night was a trap set by the queen to deceive him. Her goal was to make him willingly serve her. The queen truly has a heart as cold as a snake's, willing to do anything for her power, even betray her childhood friend.
You
can't even kill a mere Feng Qingyan. How can you deserve the title of the best warrior in the palace? I've raised you for so many years, and now I find you useless. The queen was furious, showing no respect for Wu Ming. She never expected that even when she sent Wu Ming personally, he would still fail. Feng Qingyan is truly extraordinary. Since your majesty thinks I am useless, it's better to let me go. I stay here only because of my duty. Now it seems you no longer need me. Wu Ming looked pained. In the queen's eyes, he was just a loyal dog she carefully raised. Now that this loyal dog is no longer useful, she might discard him at any time. Wu Ming. You've become bolder, daring to threaten me. The queen was furious when she heard his words. How dare I threaten your majesty? You should know I've never spoken of the past to anyone, nor interfered in your majesty's life. I just really don't want to live like this anymore. He was nameless and faceless, like a walking corpse, working tirelessly for the empress every day. Yet, he still had to endure her cold words daily. He was truly fed up. Don't you even care about that child? The empress's heart tightened. She could see that the nameless man was really thinking of leaving. But now was a time when she needed people, so she had to use her last resort to keep him. Does the empress have the right to command my subordinates? The man looked sad and laughed at himself. He felt like his life was a big joke. A life completely controlled by others. Just thinking about it made him feel hopeless. Today, he didn't put in his best effort on his task, maybe just to have a reason to leave. If you insist on leaving, I won't stop you. But you'd better think carefully. The empress looked at him seriously, her commanding tone not softening at all. She dared to bet that he would never leave. After a long pause, the nameless man stared at the increasingly unfamiliar woman before him. Was she still the young girl who once talked about life with him? Her coldness and ruthlessness felt like a sharp sword stabbing his chest again and again. But the wounds on his body were nothing compared to the pain in his heart. In the end, the nameless man said nothing and silently turned around, disappearing instantly into Jingren Palace. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan returned to the general's residence and Feng Yin quickly followed. He didn't know why, but a voice in his heart kept struggling and finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, is the ninth prince really with you because he likes you, or is it because of the power behind the general's house? This isn't your concern." Feng Qingyan was worried about Xiao Minji, but when Feng Yin asked, she became even more annoyed. Then, do you truly want to marry the ninth prince? Feng Yin was persistent and kept asking. Of course. The ninth prince is handsome, charming, and like a jade tree in the wind. Every girl dreams of marrying him. Marrying him would surely be very happy. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow, noticing Feng Yin's little thoughts, and deliberately said, "It's normal to have some naive ideas during adolescence, but they must be stopped early. Otherwise, feelings can easily lead to big mistakes." Yes, Feng Yin also hopes that the master can be happy. Hearing Feng Qingyan's words, Feng Yin's face showed little change, but inside, he felt a bit hurt. However, he couldn't show it. He was afraid that Feng Qingyan would discover his little secret, and if she deliberately distanced herself from him, what would happen? Feng Qingyan is like the moon in the sky, bright and pure. She is the only light in his darkest days and his salvation. As long as he quietly stays by her side and watches her be happy, he feels very satisfied. The next day, Feng Qingyan did not wake early to go to the hospital. Instead, she took Feng Yin out of the city. Now, the empress couldn't hold back anymore. She would also want to quickly build her own power. Even if she was very capable alone, she couldn't fight against thousands of soldiers. She definitely wouldn't rely on Xiao Minji. Following the directions Feng Bailing had given her earlier, Feng Qingyan found an old, deserted house. At the door of the house, under a big tree, sat two elders, one dressed in black and the other in white, playing Go leisurely. The elder in black looked serious, shook his head, and sighed, as if he had just lost. He was about to take his stones back when Feng Qingyan approached the table, looked at the game, and stopped him. Wait a moment. This game seemed to be a lost cause, but there might still be a chance. This game is already decided. Does the young lady have a way to turn it around? The elder in white looked up at Feng Qingyan, puzzled. What if the black stones move here? Feng Qingyan took one of the black stones from the elder in black and placed it on the board. Brilliant! Young lady, your chess skills are amazing. The elder in black looked at the board, where Feng Qingyan's move suddenly changed the situation, and he was shocked. He immediately became alert. Sir, you're flattering me. I only know a little. Feng Qingyan was modest. She had won the National Go Championship in 5th grade. She had seen many such situations in her previous life. It was not difficult for her at all. Seeing this, the elder in white quickly continued to respond. Young lady, you're too modest. You can find a way to break the game in an instant, which is not something an ordinary person can do. You must have studied a lot in your spare time. The elder in black stroked his beard and looked at Feng Qingyan with more admiration. This girl is calm and patient, showing a personality that is quite extraordinary. Just a little interested, she said casually. Feng Qingyan was not bothered. In modern times, with computers and advanced technology, many chess games had been practiced millions of times, so it's natural that her skills were better than those of ancient players. After another round of intense fighting, the old man in black finally won. Well done, girl. You fought bravely and showed great courage and strategy for someone so young. I am impressed, said the white-haired old man. This time, the old man in white also admitted defeat sincerely. People say that watching chess can reveal a person's character, demeanor, and overall qualities. Feng Qingyan's move showed she was not an ordinary girl. Sir, you flatter me. I dare not claim such praise. May I ask, do you know who owns this house? Feng Qingyan noticed the courtyard was locked and looked like no one was living there, so she asked the old man. I am the owner of this house, the old man replied. May I ask what brings you here, young lady? The old man was surprised this time. He looked at Feng Qingyan and had some guesses in his mind. Do you recognize this item? She asked, showing a jade pendant she carried. The two old men looked at each other and showed surprised expressions. Are you from the Feng family in the capital? They asked. Seeing the jade pendant, they roughly understood Feng Qingyan's identity. I am Feng Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the Feng family from the capital's military house. May I ask your names, two elders? Feng Qingyan's eyes lit up, thinking she had found the right people. I am Lin Feng, the leader of the Feng Guard. This is second leader Wang He, the white-haired old man introduced. Young lady, please follow me, said Lin Feng, and Wang He, satisfied with her manners. The house looked ordinary from the outside, quite dilapidated, but inside it was a different world. After passing through the gate, the first thing that caught her eye was a bagua formation. Feng Qingyan had studied some mechanisms and formations in modern times. Not sure if it was intentional, but as soon as Feng Qingyan and Feng Yin entered the bagua formation, they were quickly left behind by the two old men. Feng Qingyan immediately realized that they had just used the opportunity to activate a formation. It seems that to gain the support and approval of the Feng Guard team, one must earn their trust. After all, throughout history, no organization is willing to pledge loyalty to an ordinary person. Master, what should we do now? Feng Yin knew nothing about formations and felt like he had entered a maze. He kept feeling like he was going in circles. He looked at Feng Qingyan with some helplessness. Just follow my lead. Feng Qingyan only observed briefly and saw the key point. Such a small device was no match for her. Based on her deduction, Feng Qingyan calculated the location of the life gate in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. According to her judgment, she moved step by step toward the life gate. In an instant, she reached it. Master, you're amazing. You even understand formations. Feng Yin looked at Feng Qingyan with admiration. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt he was far behind. There was so much he needed to learn. After leaving the 8 trigrams array, Feng Qingyan and Feng Yin arrived at a small bridge. It looked like a normal environment, but it was actually another formation. Feng Qingyan picked up a small stone and gently threw it at the center of the formation. The entire formation was easily broken. Smart and brave. This young girl has some real skill. Lin Feng, standing ahead, slightly raised his eyebrows and said to Wang He beside him. He had planned to test Feng Qingyan with this formation, which he had studied for a long time. He didn't expect her to solve it so easily. It proves that talented people emerge generation after generation. It seems they are truly getting old. Feng Qingyan and Feng Yin passed through the formation and successfully caught up with Lin Feng and Wang He. They entered the inner courtyard, which no longer looked dilapidated. Compared to the mansions of princes and ministers, it was not at all inferior. Master Lin's 8 trigrams array was indeed good. It can trap ordinary people easily, but for someone skilled in formations, breaking it isn't too difficult. If the life gate and death gate are combined, where the life gate is the death gate and vice versa, would breaking the formation be even more difficult? Is this part of the assessment? Feng Qingyan naturally wanted to show her real skills, so they would be convinced, or it would be hard to gain their respect. Miss Feng is absolutely right. With your advice, this formation is now even better. You truly are extraordinary. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Feng knew his own formation had flaws, but had been unable to find a way to improve it. Unexpectedly, Feng Qingyan pointed out the issue clearly, making him deeply admire her. Master Lin, you're too kind. I have a book on this mechanical formation technique. Are you interested in borrowing it? Feng Qingyan could see that Lin Feng had some knowledge of mechanical formations. This secret manual from her past life was enough to impress him. Lin Feng took the book from Feng Qingyan and casually flipped through it. One glance was enough to shock him with its content. Wang He, standing nearby, couldn't help but step forward to look at the book as well. Although he wasn't skilled in mechanical formations, he often studied with Lin Feng and had some understanding. Just by observing Lin Feng's expression, he knew how valuable this book was. Miss Feng, may I borrow this book for a few days to study? Although Lin Feng was quite old and felt his request might be a bit much, he knew this book was as important as a martial arts secret manual. Asking to borrow it directly didn't seem appropriate. Still, he mustered his courage to ask. This showed how much the book attracted him and how important it was to him. If Master Lin is interested, I can give it to you. It's not very useful to me anyway, Feng Qingyan said lightly with a smile. She was very familiar with the contents of the book and could apply its principles easily. To Feng Qingyan, this book was almost like waste paper. It was a perfect gesture to give it as a favor. Miss Feng, are you serious? Lin Feng was so surprised his eyes almost popped out. Such a precious item, and Feng Qingyan was willing to give it away. Was she serious? Of course I am. If Master Lin has any questions or better ideas, we can learn from each other. Feng Qingyan replied calmly, without arrogance or impatience. But she had already expected Lin Feng's reaction. This book contained the essence of many years of her ancestors' wisdom. Its value was naturally high. Miss Feng, your generosity is admirable. Because of a book, Lin Feng was completely convinced by Feng Qingyan. Wang He glared at Lin Feng angrily. The proud leader of the Feng Guard was actually bought over by a book. What a shame. Miss Feng, since you've come this far, you must be here for the Feng Guard. Let me be straightforward. To gain our support, you need the approval of the 4 main elders of the Feng Guard. Once officially recognized as the leader, you can command the Feng Guard. Wang He knew Feng Qingyan had some skills, but their old rules couldn't be broken. Whether Feng Qingyan could win people's support depended on following the rules. Oh, I wonder how I can earn the approval of the elders. Feng Qingyan's eyes lit up. She loved challenges the most. This could also be a good test. Miss Feng, you've already passed Lin Feng's test. Now I will test you in the second round, Wang He said seriously. Then, what will the elders test me on? Feng Qingyan looked at Wang He carefully. He looked honest and brave, with the bearing of a soldier, but his build didn't seem like a general's. She guessed he might be a strategist in the Feng Guard. This test will be about military strategy and tactics. Wang He stroked his beard and smiled at Feng Qingyan. Women usually know little about military strategy, so he hoped she wouldn't disappoint him. Please, Lord Wang, give the test. Feng Qingyan didn't expect the test to be so easy. She was confident she could handle questions about military strategy. Books like Sun Tzu's Art of War, Sun Bin's Strategies, and the 36 Stratagems were all within her reach. She could pick any one and impress them all. Listen carefully, Miss Feng. Suppose 2 armies are fighting. Wang He briefly explained a battle scenario, asking Feng Qingyan to analyze the situation and suggest the best plan. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, then their alliances, then their troops, and finally lay siege to their city. Why not use clever tactics to defeat the enemy's strategy? Direct confrontation would cause huge losses. Instead, we should avoid fighting the strong and attack the weak, striking behind the enemy lines to force them to retreat. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans first, then to weaken alliances, then to fight their armies, and finally to attack their cities. Defeating the enemy's intentions is the best approach. Wonderful. Miss Feng, your strategic mind and broad thinking impress me greatly. Wang He couldn't believe it. Feng Qingyan, so young, had such deep understanding of military tactics. You flatter me, Wang Hall Master. Feng Qingyan simply had read a few military books and applied what she learned from them. By considering the actual situation, she made correct analyses. It was not worth mentioning. Miss Feng, you have such skill in military strategy. May I ask who your teacher was? I would love to learn from you. Wang He was always passionate about military tactics. Without caring about his pride, he immediately asked humbly. I just read a few military books. I haven't had a teacher. I don't dare to claim to teach you, but I can discuss strategies with you. Feng Qingyan didn't hide her knowledge. She summarized the essence of what she learned from those books into her own words and shared it with Wang He. Insightful, brilliant, high-level, truly impressive. Wang He was stunned, listening and constantly praising. He was afraid he would forget, so he kept asking Feng Qingyan to slow down, eager to take notes. Lin Feng watched the scene with a look of amusement. Now that Wang He was silent, he looked like he was out of luck. I learned most of this from these books. If Wang Hall Master is interested, you can take a look. Feng Qingyan was tired of wasting words and directly handed Wang He a copy of The Art of War, letting him read it himself. Wang He's eyes lit up, and he quickly flipped through it. This is truly a divine book. This time, Wang He no longer thought Lin Feng was bought off for a book because he was starting to think the same. He found it hard to speak, hesitating for a long time. Feng Qingyan saw Wang He's thoughts clearly and didn't hold back. She immediately said, It seems Wang Hall Master also likes this book. I will give it to you. I also have 2 other books here. If you like them, take them all. Feng Qingyan had known these books since she was young, and they were no longer very useful to her. She took them out of her space and handed them to Li He. Li He was completely focused on the military books now, so he didn't think about why Feng Qingyan was carrying so many books with her. Thank you, Miss Feng. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask, and I will do my best to assist you. After hearing this, Feng Qingyan successfully passed her test with Lord Feng's words. She only used a few books to simply impress the 2 main leaders of the Feng Guard. Next, she still needed to pass the tests for the other 2 leaders. Feng Qingyan was taken by Lin Feng and Wang He to a martial arts arena. As the saying goes, people are soft-spoken and short-handed, meaning kindness is appreciated. When they arrived, Lin Feng and Wang He briefly explained the basic backgrounds of these 2 leaders. The 3rd and 4th leaders are different. One is skilled in martial arts, the other in business. So, the last 2 tests are quite clear. At the arena, Feng Qingyan saw a young man practicing swordsmanship. He was quick and agile, with fast sword movements. His sword style was like a flowing dragon, changing constantly, with calmness like a mountain peak and power like a flood. Every move was precise and powerful. He was young but already very skilled in swordsmanship, a rare talent. Feng Qingyan's eyes lit up. She loved talented people and admired his sword skills. The young man's name was Luo Tian. He was the 3rd leader of the Feng Guard, known to be cold and difficult to get along with. When Luo Tian saw the visitor, he frowned deeply and stopped practicing. He hated being disturbed when training. Is there something you need? Luo Tian glanced at Feng Qingyan, paused for a moment, then turned to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng tensed up. Why was this guy releasing such a strong cold aura?
Well.
Lin Feng hadn't yet figured out how to answer Luo Tian, but Feng Qingyan spoke first. This young hero's swordsmanship is very unique and impressive. It made me want to practice it in my mind. I wonder if you could kindly give me some guidance. Feng Qingyan was naturally talented. Whatever she learned, she mastered quickly. She also had a good memory, and just by looking once, she remembered all of Luo Tian's moves. If she wanted to win over her opponent, she had to show real skill. Guidance? I dare not accept. This young lady only watched once, and was able to practice the essence of this sword technique in her mind. She must be extraordinary. Luo Tian spoke politely, but his attitude clearly showed some disdain. This sword technique is a family secret passed down by the Luo family. It is already fortunate if outsiders can understand even half of it. Feng Qingyan confidently claimed she had practiced the moves mentally. Does she really think these techniques are so fragile? He didn't believe it. Just one look at Feng Qingyan and she could understand these moves? Then I will humbly show my skills.
Please advise me.
Feng Qingyan didn't care about Luo Chen's gaze. She drew a soft sword from her waist, which she had taken from her space bag earlier, and walked toward the training ground. Without stopping, Feng Qingyan almost perfectly replicated all the moves Luo Tian had just practiced. Since Luo Tian hadn't finished learning the entire sword technique, Feng Qingyan filled in the rest based on her understanding.
Who
exactly are you? Luo Tian couldn't believe it. He was sure this sword technique was not shared outside. Moreover, the second half of Feng Qingyan's practice was not exactly the same as his family's secret moves. In fact, it seemed even better. So, Feng Qingyan definitely hadn't learned this sword technique from anywhere else beforehand. But how high must her understanding of swordsmanship be to perform such a complete set freely? It had to be said, Feng Qingyan's swordsmanship deeply shocked Luo Tian. Not only Luo Tian but Lin Feng and Li He also looked surprised. She was skilled in strategy, trap formations, and now even swordsmanship, with an extraordinary level of insight. She was truly a rare talent in 100 years. If Feng Qingyan knew what they were thinking, she would definitely laugh. The skills she demonstrated today were just the tip of the iceberg. There would be many more surprises in the future. I am Feng Qingyan, the legitimate daughter of the Feng family in the capital. Feng Qingyan sheathed her sword calmly, showing no signs of being affected by Luo Tian's surprise. Since she was a child, countless people praised her as a martial genius, talented in everything she learned. While others were fighting for food, she was being fed by the heavens themselves. Hearing Feng Qingyan's title, Luo Tian turned to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded slightly, secretly smiling. He thought to himself, this kid shouldn't be so arrogant anymore. He was just crushed by a younger girl. Miss Feng, I am Luo Chen, the third leader of the Feng Guard. I would like to ask you about the swordsmanship you used earlier. Why do you think the next move should be performed that way? Luo Tian was very interested in Feng Qingyan's later moves. He had practiced swordsmanship for many years, but he kept hitting a wall and couldn't break through. Now, it seemed he had found a way to improve. It's not about why, she replied. Sword moves are about surprise, change, and following the heart. Why should they be limited by rules? I think this sword technique is unpredictable, and using a hard sword might actually restrict its true power. Some people are too stuck in tradition, studying martial arts from old books with great effort. In the end, those techniques might not suit them at all. I see. Thank you for your advice, Mississippi. Luo Tian suddenly understood and nodded slightly. He was truly convinced by Feng Qingyan now. He looked at his own sword with a bit of disdain. Turns out, all these years, it was holding him back. Feng Qingyan slightly smiled. She was teasing him a little. Forget it. In the future, they would all be her subordinates. It was better to be friendly. This soft sword of mine is usually not useful, and keeping it is just a waste. If you don't mind, I will give it to you. Feng Qingyan's soft sword was quite special. In her past life, a master swordsmith spent 2 full years forging this divine weapon. Its unique material was something even ancient craftsmen couldn't produce.
Give
it to me? Lin Feng and Li He were used to receiving rare treasures from Feng Qingyan, so they were numb to it. But Luo Tian didn't know that. He was stunned again. He was a sword expert, and he could tell how precious Feng Qingyan's sword was. Probably, in the entire Great Xia, there was no other weapon like this. Feng Qingyan casually offered it to him. And just moments ago, he had looked at her with disdain. What's wrong? Don't like it? If you don't want it, I can give it to someone else. Feng Qingyan saw Luo Tian silent for a while and turned to speak. Could this guy be so unappreciative? Thank you, Miss Feng, for your kindness. Luo Tian snapped out of his surprise and quickly took the sword. This precious treasure is so rare that even carrying a lantern can't find it easily. If he misses it, he will regret it for a lifetime. After dealing with Luo Tian, only Zhuan Yu, the fourth hall master, remains. Feng Qingyan feels no pressure at all. When talking about business strategies, Feng Qingyan has been influenced by this since she was young. For a hidden noble family to grow and expand, money is essential. Making money is also very important. Recently, Feng Qingyan has been very busy. She has planned her business map but hasn't had the chance to put it into action. She has many project ideas and isn't worried about making money. She also needs an assistant, and this is a good chance to see if Zhuan Yu meets her standards for hiring. When Feng Qingyan saw Zhuan Yu, she decided to take the initiative. She couldn't always be tested by others, or it would make her look unqualified. It was also time for her future master to evaluate the strength of the Feng Guard. Hello, I've heard of your reputation. I understand you are good at business. I happen to have a business strategy. Could you give me some advice, young hero? Feng Qingyan took out a planning chart she made earlier from her space and handed it to Zhuan Yu. At first, Zhuan Yu didn't think much of it, but as he looked further, he was shocked. He couldn't help asking Feng Qingyan about some unclear parts. What does this shared economy mean? The shared economy is a new economic model where people temporarily enjoy the use of certain items in exchange for some reward. For example, Feng Qingyan explained the core idea of the shared economy and gave Zhuan Yu 2 examples. She also analyzed the current situation in Daxiao in detail, explaining which fields are suitable for shared economy. Zhuan Yu, being a skilled businessman, quickly understood the business model Feng Qingyan described. He also offered his opinions and analysis. Since Feng Qingyan doesn't know the specifics of Daxia as well as Zhuan Yu does, he has a better grasp of these details. Then what is this franchise model? Zhuan Yu looked at it eagerly and asked more questions, eager to learn. We can use our core technology to license all our business resources to others for franchise operations, earning profits from it. Feng Qingyan knew that these modern exclusive terms would be unfamiliar to ancient people. She patiently explained each one to Zhuan Yu. Isn't this similar to opening a branch office? Because the concepts involved were new to Zhuan Yu, he understood only part of it. If you say it that way, you're not wrong. Franchising is somewhat like opening a branch, but the business models are completely different. Or rather, the ways to earn profits are different. Feng Qingyan gave Zhuan Yu some more examples. This time, Zhuan Yu finally understood clearly. Later, when he encountered things he didn't understand, the two of them engaged in lively discussions as if no one else was around. Feng Qingyan also provided solutions to all the unreasonable proposals Zhuan Yu suggested. So, her entire plan was not just talk on paper. She had deeply understood and analyzed it. Miss Feng is truly a business genius. I am deeply impressed. Zhuan Yu finally grasped most of Feng Qingyan's overall business plan and couldn't help but praise her. He couldn't imagine how a young girl like Feng Qingyan could have so many ideas in her mind. It really opened his eyes. Master Zhuang, you're too kind. Your experience and mind in business are also far beyond ordinary people. Feng Qingyan was not just flattering Zhuang Yu. His thinking truly was ahead of its time. She could better accept and operate these modern business models and plans she proposed. May I ask when you plan to start implementing this business plan, Miss Feng? Zhuang Yu was already looking forward to it. Although he was already a well-known wealthy merchant in Daxia, he had never thought of such bold innovations from Feng Qingyan. He couldn't even believe what kind of prosperous era it would be in a few years. Of course, the sooner the better. Are you willing to work with me to build our own business empire? Feng Qingyan's words were not arrogant. In her previous life, she used her knowledge to quickly rise to the top of the country's wealthiest list within just a few years. In ancient times, when everything was backward, she was even more confident and skilled. If the master needs anything, I will do my duty without hesitation. Zhuang Yu knew that Feng Qingyan had passed his test, and the 3 people before him had already approved of her. So he changed his tone and called her Master. This meant that Feng Qingyan had fully gained the official approval of everyone in the Feng Guard. Feng Qingyan was not too surprised. As a powerful figure from a mysterious family of the 22nd century, if she couldn't win over a simple organization, she would have lived in vain. Do the four elders find my test satisfactory today? Feng Qingyan was no longer humble now. She exuded the authority of someone in charge. It made people want to submit to her. The four elders of the Feng Guard bowed to the master. Lin Feng, Li He, Luo Chen, and Zhuangyi looked at each other, then bowed to Feng Qingyan. They officially accepted her as the new leader of the Feng Guard. For elders, listen up. From today on, everyone in the Feng Guard will follow my orders. I will make detailed plans for each of you to help the Feng Guard improve. Do you have confidence? Since they were her subordinates, Feng Qingyan would be responsible for them all the way. She aimed to make the Feng Guard a unique and elite team. Not just for herself, but for everyone in the team, to help them achieve greater dreams. We swear to follow the master forever. Lin Feng and the others were truly convinced by Feng Qingyan. Her future was definitely limitless. Following such a thoughtful and talented leader was their blessing. Feng Yin looked at Feng Qingyan and felt genuinely happy for her. He realized he needed to work harder to keep up with her pace. Not far away, a dark figure saw this scene, slightly smiled, and quietly left. Who else but Xiao Minji could it be? He heard that Feng Qingyan had left the city. Remembering the last assassination attempt, he was a bit worried, so he secretly followed her. Seeing Feng Qingyan successfully win over the four elders of the Feng Guard, Xiao Minji felt proud of her from the bottom of his heart. He knew his little princess was the best. Seeing that Feng Qingyan was safe and sound, he relaxed and quietly left. Xiao Minji truly seems to love Feng Qingyan very much. Meanwhile, Rong Min and Feng Qianqian, after returning from the emperor's birthday banquet, are also feeling upset. Feng Bailing went straight to find Feng Yunian after leaving the banquet. Today, I am here to give you this document to cut off our father-son relationship. I will publicly announce it at the government office. From now on, your family's fate is no longer connected to the general's residence. Do not involve the general's residence again. If anyone dares to have bad intentions toward Yenner, don't blame me for not caring about the years of friendship. Today, Feng Bailing has completely lost hope in Feng Yunian and the others. He originally wanted to drive them out of the general's residence, so he wouldn't have to see them anymore. But in the eyes of outsiders, they are still considered part of the general's residence. The trouble they caused also affects the residence, which has to clean up their mess. Feng Bailing now wants to cut off all these hidden dangers. From now on, if Feng Yunian and Rong Min do something reckless, he will not interfere anymore. Father, this is impossible. Don't you care about the many years of father-son bond? Can you really be so heartless? Feng Yunian was completely panicked this time. He could see that Feng Bailing was serious. This time, he really planned to give up on them completely. Last time, when he was angry and drove them out of the residence, it wasn't this final. He could only keep pretending to be pitiful, trying to soften Feng Bailing's heart. Now I must tell you the truth. Your father died in battle, and your mother passed away from depression. I took you in because I felt sorry for you. I believe I have treated you well all these years, always considering you as my own son. I never expected you to show no gratitude. Now that we are completely estranged, take care of yourselves. Feng Bailing finished speaking and left. From this moment, they are officially cut off. He has done his best for Feng Yunian. Feng Yunian looked at Feng Bailing's figure leaving, feeling stunned. He is not Feng Bailing's biological son? No wonder Feng Bailing was willing to hand over the military token to an outsider after Feng's death. Feng Yunian's face darkened with anger. This person is just a treacherous ingrate. Not only does he not appreciate Feng Bailing's kindness in raising him, but he also harbors resentment. Feng Yuyan couldn't understand why Feng Bailing suddenly made such a decision. After asking, he learned what happened today at the emperor's birthday celebration. It's all your fault. You too. Why did you have to provoke Feng Qingyan? Are you satisfied now? Feng Yuyan, now only acting tough at home, harshly scolded Rong Min and Feng Qianqian. He is not Feng Bailing's biological son, so Feng Bailing probably won't care about him anymore. Without the support of the general's residence, what should he do? It's all because of these two troublemakers. Father, how can you blame us? Mother, and I only did it for our future. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. Now they have no ties to the general's residence, which makes things difficult. Especially since the prince's plan is also ruined. You're just good at causing trouble. The mess you made is yours to fix. If the emperor and empress blame you, you deal with it yourself. Don't drag me into it. Feng Yuyan has been lazy and useless all these years. Now, faced with this problem, he doesn't know how to solve it and just wants to shift the blame. Without the protection of the general's residence, he's nothing. After venting his anger, Feng Yuyan left cursing. Feng Qingyan, it's all her. I must kill her, kill her. Feng Qianqian's face twisted with hatred, her mind full of Feng Qingyan's smug face. She truly hated her. Qianqian, what do you think we should do now? Rongmin no longer had her former confidence. Being the head of the general's residence or the main wife, Feng Yuyan no longer cared for her. The prince is probably disqualified because of this. Looks like we need to find another way. Feng Qianqian's eyes narrowed. She absolutely couldn't be defeated by Feng Qingyan. But what about the baby in your belly? Rongmin, experienced in these matters, understood Feng Qianqian's thoughts. Women who want to cling to power often resort to such tricks. Why don't we come up with a plan to deceive everyone? Feng Qianqian's eyes narrowed further, clearly having a plan. After all, no one knows about the baby in her belly yet. What do you mean, Qianqian? Rongmin immediately became interested. This child, if used wisely, might help you and me achieve endless wealth and glory in the future. Feng Qianqian is really shameless. She even has designs on the emperor. Feng Qianqian roughly shared her idea with Rongmin. The plan is good, but isn't it too risky? Rongmin also thinks Feng Qianqian's idea is feasible. After all, the crown prince's future is uncertain, so it might be better to directly seek the emperor's favor. Both of them truly are mother and daughter, with morals that have no bottom line. But Rongmin still feels a bit worried. Fortune favors the bold. Feng Qianqian feels that since she's already in this situation, she might as well take a chance. Before she finished speaking, they happily made their decision. Every year after the emperor's birthday, he goes to Lingyin Temple in the eastern suburbs to pray. Feng Qianqian planned ahead, ready to meet the emperor by chance at Lingyin Temple. A pure place of worship, yet Feng Qianqian boldly tries to attract the emperor's attention. Truly clever. In the morning, after praying, the emperor went to the back courtyard to rest, and in the evening, he would recite scriptures with the abbot. At this moment, Feng Qianqian suddenly appeared out of nowhere and bumped into the emperor. Your Majesty, I am so sorry. I didn't realize you were here. Please forgive me for my mistake. Feng Qianqian looked frightened, her pitiful appearance making people feel compassionate. Lift your head. The emperor examined the woman in his arms. She was dressed simply, but her charm stirred his interest again. Your Majesty, Feng Qianqian looked shy and coquettish, glancing at the emperor, then quickly looked away. Her attempt to was very obvious. The emperor immediately recognized Feng Qianqian. At yesterday's birthday banquet, he had thought about making her part of his harem, and now they met again so soon. He truly felt favored by fate. With a beautiful woman offering herself, how could he refuse? Unknowingly, he had become the one to take responsibility for his own son. The emperor was pleased and immediately lifted her into his arms. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Put me down. Feng Qianqian pretended to resist, pushing against the emperor, but she didn't put much effort into it. Little beauty, don't be afraid. Let me pamper you properly. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. At this age, she is still full of energy and skillful. Feng Qianqian now feels somewhat lucky to have chosen the emperor. After all, the emperor's skills on the bed are much better than those of the crown prince. I wonder how the emperor and Xiao Jingyi would react if they knew what Feng Qianqian is thinking right now. Probably would turn green with envy. Everything is happening naturally. Things have reached this point, and Feng Qianqian has nothing to hide anymore. Her goal today is to completely win over the emperor so she can enjoy endless wealth and happiness in the future. Your Majesty, why not let my young daughter serve you as well? Feng Qianqian, thinking about her future, ignores her shame and takes the initiative to show her devotion. That sounds good. The emperor naturally has no reason to refuse. For this kind of physical activity, a little practice now and then is enough. He prefers to indulge in pleasure. Are you satisfied with my service, Your Majesty? Feng Qianqian, young and beautiful, uses all her skills and her exceptional talent in bed to successfully win the emperor's heart. She even forgets the afternoon prayers and chanting. She feels a bit proud of herself. Little fairy, do you want to take my life? How about I make you a consort today? The emperor, full and satisfied, looks at the fallen red petals on the bed and is very pleased with Feng Qianqian. Just leave it to Your Majesty to decide. Feng Qianqian smiles slightly, having prepared well in advance. As long as she wins over the emperor, she has nothing to worry about. Once she becomes a consort, she will make Feng Qianqian pay her back 10 or 100 times over. The emperor keeps his promise. Once back in the palace, he issues the decree to make Feng Qianqian a noble consort. In the harem, women are like factory lines, many women but little impact on the emperor. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Feng Qianqian is virtuous and talented, beautiful and wise, and is hereby made concubine Qian. Grandpa Wang initially went straight to the general's residence, then found Feng Qianqian's place after asking around. Long live the emperor! Feng Qianqian happily accepts the imperial decree. Now she can finally relax and put her worries aside. When Feng Inian heard the news, he was slightly shaken but quickly accepted it. Because not only was Feng Qianqian made a consort, but her official rank was also elevated. It is truly said that when one person succeeds, everyone around them benefits. He naturally has no reason to be unhappy. Empress Dowager Jingren Palace also received the news and scolded Feng Qianqian's ancestors for generations. This little brat actually went to Lingyin Temple to the emperor. How shameless! At the palace banquet, the empress had already sensed the emperor's interest. She didn't expect Feng Qianqian to have such thoughts. Your Majesty, don't get too upset. Even if she enters the harem, she will still have to follow your rules. When the time comes, you can decide how to deal with her. Qinglian kept comforting her, knowing the empress's temper very well. That makes sense. If this little girl is lucky enough to come in, she also has to be lucky enough to stay alive. The empress looked down on women in the harem. Feng Qianqian was just a small player. Since Xiao Jingyi had been out of the Eastern Palace recently, he didn't know about Feng Qianqian being made a consort. When the two met in the palace, Xiao Jingyi's expression was priceless.
Why?
Why are you in the palace? Seeing Feng Qianqian's outfit, Xiao Jingyi felt something was wrong and couldn't help asking. Why can't I be here? I am now a consort personally appointed by the emperor. Feng Qianqian had been in the palace for a few days, but the emperor seemed to have forgotten her existence. She was repeatedly mistreated by the empress and was annoyed, so she naturally didn't look kindly on Xiao Jingyi.
How?
How can you be the emperor's consort? Xiao Jingyi felt like his head was turning green with jealousy. And, to make matters worse, it was his own father who was involved. It was unprecedented and extraordinary. But he dared not speak out. The emperor was already disappointed with him because of rumors about his relationship with the dragon and phoenix, and he might even want to kill him. Feng Qianqian also knew this, so she didn't care much about him. Why can't I be the emperor's consort? Is it your business? Feng Qianqian was too lazy to bother with Xiao Jingyi. Instead, she thought about how to meet the emperor. To secure her position in the harem, her only reliance was the emperor. Soon, she could use the child in her belly to gain status, mother and child sharing power. When Feng Qingyan heard that Feng Qianqian had entered the palace and was made a concubine, she was truly surprised. Feng Qianqian was willing to do anything for wealth and status. She couldn't even imagine what the child in Feng Qianqian's belly would be called once born. But whether the child would survive was uncertain. After all, the empress had many ways to deal with Feng Qianqian. It only took a flick of her finger. Feng Qianqian was really naive, thinking that becoming the emperor's woman would make her rise to great heights. But Feng Qingyan had no time to care about Feng Qianqian's foolishness, as she was busy preparing for the grand opening of the first KFC in the Great Summer. When it comes to industries that always stand strong, the food industry is definitely one of them. People always need to eat. No matter the time, people can't live without food. Ancient people paid great attention to food. Since KFC and McDonald's can be popular worldwide today, they can surely win over ancient tastes too. The key now was how to let these ancient people quickly taste the food. Combining fried chicken with cola and small barbecues can sometimes be more satisfying than a huge feast. In recent days, Feng Qingyan was busy decorating the shop. To match KFC's style better, she incorporated many modern design ideas. Besides the original features of KFC, she added some other popular foods. For example, she trained a group of chefs to use secret sauces to recreate modern-style small barbecues. She also had a pastry chef successfully make pizza. Additionally, Zhuangyu was asked to hire some masters to prepare drinks like cola and fruit juices based on her recipes. These drinks are essential. Feng Qingyan in modern times was a true foodie. She knew a lot about various modern delicacies. Many she had even made herself. Now, her knowledge came in handy. Before the shop opened, promotion was essential. Feng Qingyan printed many colorful flyers in her space. Zhuangyu was arranged to distribute them at restaurants and tea houses. To make the flyer distribution more effective, Feng Qingyan even provided the staff with special internet celebrity doll costumes. The internet celebrities, such as the cute frog, bear, and rabbit, immediately drew a large crowd when they appeared. Distributing flyers was very easy, and some people were curious enough to come forward and ask for them directly. The colorful flyers featured images of fried chicken, burgers, and small barbecues, all of which looked very tempting. And these were foods they had never tried before. With the flyers, people could also go to KFC to receive a free tasting set. Free is always attractive, so naturally, no one would refuse. Before KFC even officially opened, a long line had already formed outside the store. Some who tried the food wanted to buy more and come inside to purchase, but Feng Qingyan refused them all, citing that the store had not yet officially opened for business. "Master, is it okay to just refuse customers like this?" Zhuangyu watched as one person after another asked to buy in bulk, but Feng Qingyan kept refusing, saying the store wasn't open yet. He was a bit confused. People were very enthusiastic. With such a good opportunity, why not make some money? This is called hunger marketing. You know the idea that rare things are more valuable, right? Our store is the only one of its kind in Daxia. As long as they like it, they won't be afraid they won't come back. If they liked KFC's food, they would spread the word elsewhere. Since they couldn't buy it elsewhere, they wouldn't worry about missing out on this place. And during the process of asking around, they could also do some free advertising for us. Why not? Only things that people keep thinking about can truly attract their interest. Master, this tactic is really clever. Zhuangyu quickly took out a small notebook and started writing it down. Over the past few days following Feng Qingyan around, he had learned a lot. He had gained many new insights. Compared to Feng Qingyan, the wealthy merchants of Daxia seemed insignificant. His old ideas were no match for her wisdom. In the 28th year of Yongqing, on the 12th day of the lunar month, Feng Qingyan's nationwide KFC franchise officially opened. Is everything ready? On the first day of opening, there could be no mistakes. Feng Qingyan confirmed with Zhuangyu again. She stood on the second floor of KFC, watching the eager crowd below, feeling very satisfied. They had worked so hard and prepared with so much care. Now, they were finally about to see the results. "Everything is ready, please rest assured, Your Highness." Zhuangyu was actually more worried than Feng Qingyan, since this was the first step toward their great plan. He would be a senior contributor in the future, and just thinking about it made him excited. Feng Qingyan opening her shop would surely attract Feng Biting, who would come to support his beloved granddaughter. As a famous general of the Great Xia dynasty, Feng Biting was highly respected, and many people came forward to greet him. Wang Zifan, representing the Wang family, also came to congratulate her. Although Feng Qingyan had already promised herself to someone else, who was beyond his reach. But Feng Qingyan was his lifesaver, so he definitely had to show his support. However, among all the guests today, the most attention-grabbing was Xiao Minji. The mighty ninth prince of the great Xia dynasty arrived, immediately drawing many eyes, especially because of the rare treasures he brought, each one dazzling everyone. There was also a plaque made entirely of gold, shining so brightly it almost blinded people. The ninth prince really values his future bride. Look at the weight of these gifts, almost like an engagement present. Feng Qingyan is so beautiful and talented. Which man wouldn't like her? The ninth prince is no exception. The ninth prince and the eldest daughter of the Feng family are truly a perfect match, born for each other. Xiao Minji listened to these comments and felt quite pleased. Feng Qingyan, however, slightly frowned. Is this person really trying to make things difficult for her? Today's main star was her KFC shop, so what was this person showing off about? Thank you all for coming today. Please support us. Xiao Minji knew how to be modest. After entering, he toned down his brilliance. He even took the initiative to greet the customers entering the shop. As soon as they entered KFC, the cartoon decorations at the door greeted them with a welcome. What's inside? Why does it make sounds? This is so amazing. I want one too. Just a small toy immediately drew a lot of attention. No wonder there would be customers in the future. Yes, Feng Qingyan's KFC mainly used modern elements. After all, it was modern cuisine, so how could it lack modern charm? Especially the ordering system. Customers entering the store looked at the large screen displaying food that looked so real they almost believed it was actual food. They couldn't help but feel amazed. This drawing looks so much like real food. I almost thought it was genuine, one said. I don't know who made it, but they really captured the food so accurately, another added. In general, every step people took brought new surprises, which made their curiosity grow even more. Finally, when they ordered food and saw the automatic delivery robots, everyone was so surprised their eyes nearly popped out. Is it alive? Someone asked. How does it know what we ordered? Another wondered. It can even talk. Someone exclaimed. This is so amazing, they all said. While eating, they watched the smart robots delivering food and discussed excitedly. Not only did it satisfy their hunger, but it also opened their eyes to new technology. They couldn't stop praising KFC. On the first day of KFC's opening, business was extremely busy and many customers kept coming back. One store was not enough to meet everyone's needs. So, Feng Qingyan quickly decided to open 4 more branches in the east, west, south, and north parts of the capital city. Zhuangyu was very good at running businesses. With his previous experience opening the headquarters, these 4 new stores opened smoothly without much help from Feng Qingyan. Each store was crowded with customers. Feng Qingyan earned a lot of money quickly and celebrated a successful start. This marked the beginning of her business empire. As time went on, KFC's reputation spread. Naturally, some people saw this as a good business opportunity. Would it be long before franchise stores spread all over the great summer country? But that's a story for later. Once KFC was running smoothly, Feng Qingyan trusted Zhuangyu to manage everything. She didn't stay idle either. Because of her amazing medical skills, Renxin Hospital became very famous, and it was time to open branches. Healthcare was very important for a country's development. With her advanced medical technology, she wanted to help more people by opening hospitals everywhere in the country. She aimed to make sure everyone could get medical help when needed. To achieve this, Feng Qingyan had previously recruited a group of apprentices with Yi Tianyi, teaching them medical knowledge every day. Some doctors who heard about her came to apprentice under Feng Qingyan. Additionally, Renxin Hospital set up a special green channel to help common people who have difficulty seeing a doctor and cannot afford treatment. Apart from the shop left to her by her biological parents, Feng Qingyan began planning in various fields. Although she just started, her prospects look very promising. It's no exaggeration to say that her future businesses will flourish everywhere. This will naturally create job opportunities for others. As long as they are willing to work hard, they can earn a new life through their own efforts. In a short time, Feng Qingyan has already helped many people succeed. She has become not only a famous doctor in Daxia but also a beloved figure in the hearts of the city's people. Her many great deeds have caused quite a stir, so how could those in the palace not know? Because of her previous conflict with the unnamed person, the Empress has become more cautious and no longer dares to attack Feng Qingyan rashly. After all, Feng Qingyan is now the future 9th princess. If she angers Xiao Minji, she might not benefit either. As for Crown Prince Xiao Jingyi, he is deeply regretful to learn that Feng Qingyan is not only stunningly beautiful, but also incredibly talented. He wishes he hadn't broken their engagement. Now, not only does he have a beautiful woman in his arms, but she also helps him greatly in his future ambitions. The person in the palace most anxious is probably Feng Qianqian. She cannot accept the praise Feng Qingyan receives from everyone. Now that the emperor knows Feng Qianqian is pregnant, her status has naturally risen. This child is considered the emperor's late-born son, so the emperor is very attentive to Feng Qianqian. Send someone to summon Feng Qingyan to the palace. I want to see her. Feng Qianqian hates Feng Qingyan deeply and cannot allow her to be so proud. She is now the emperor's favored concubine, and Feng Qingyan is just a mere girl. She doesn't even put her in her eyes. Feng Qingyan was surprised when she received the palace's message. What good could Feng Qianqian want from her? She heard that Feng Qianqian has been made a concubine, has a child, and is very favored. Most likely, she's looking to cause trouble. But who is Feng Qingyan? There's no way she's afraid of Feng Qianqian. Trouble is the least of her worries. She still holds Feng Qianqian's weakness in her hands. I really want to see how Feng Qianqian would react if she found out about this news. Feng Qingyan followed the people into the palace and arrived at Feng Qianqian's residence. Feng Qianqian was surrounded by a group of palace maids, and the display was even grander than that of the empress. It was clearly arranged to be seen by Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan found it all very amusing. The saying goes, only you know your own feelings. Whether Feng Qianqian is living well is her own business. Is it necessary to show her? Is life not tiring enough? Feng Qingyan, why don't you kneel when you see this palace? Feng Qianqian looked at Feng Qingyan for a long time, but she didn't see any sign of her bowing. Her expression changed instantly, and she put on her noble demeanor. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. She didn't bother to bow to the emperor, so why would she kneel to Feng Qianqian? She might as well wait for the sun to rise from the west. Are you worthy? In front of so many palace maids, Feng Qingyan showed no respect to Feng Qianqian at all. Feng Qingyan, don't be so arrogant. Are you afraid I will tell the emperor you disrespected me and cut off your head? Feng Qianqian's face turned green with anger. She had to show Feng Qingyan her strength to let her know her place. If you say that, I'm not really afraid. Feng Qingyan shrugged dismissively. The emperor is just a paper tiger, weaker than Xiao Minji. Now she and Xiao Minji are on the same side, so the emperor wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even if the emperor wanted to harm her, her modern weapons at her space are enough to resist thousands of soldiers. If she didn't care about consequences, she could send him to the afterlife at any time.
You.
Feng Qingyan, I forgot to tell you, the emperor will soon make me a noble consort. Feng Qianqian felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Thinking about how the emperor was infatuated with Feng Qingyan at the birthday banquet, her hatred for Feng Qingyan grew even more. Then I should congratulate my sister in advance. But I wonder, in the future, should this child call the emperor grandpa or father? Feng Qingyan smiled. Even if she became a noble consort, she wouldn't care about being empress. Feng Qianqian made others think like her, as if that position was something valuable.
Feng
Qingyan, what do you mean? When Feng Qianqian heard Feng Qingyan's words, her face instantly turned pale. Does Feng Qingyan know something? Don't you understand what I mean? Feng Qingyan glanced at Feng Qianqian's belly. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Allowing the emperor to happily become a father and still acting so boldly, does Feng Qianqian think everyone is naive? I really don't understand her thoughts. If Feng Qingyan doesn't cause trouble for her, she should just be happy. Now she's even rushing to seek trouble.
What?
What are you talking about? Feng Qianqian would never admit it. That could cost her life. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. By the way, I kindly remind my sister that long-term use of abdominal bindings can affect the development of the fetus. Also, if Princess Qian has nothing to do, I will leave the palace. Feng Qingyan didn't need Feng Qianqian's approval and turned to leave on her own. Soon, someone might have trouble sleeping peacefully. This time, Feng Qianqian was completely convinced that Feng Qingyan really knew her secret. After Feng Qingyan left, Feng Qianqian became more and more anxious, feeling uneasy and restless. No, I can't let Feng Qingyan live anymore. If Feng Qingyan reveals her secret, she'll be doomed. She must find a way to get rid of Feng Qingyan quickly. Recently, Feng Qianqian heard some rumors that the emperor once fell in love at first sight with Feng Qingyan's mother, Chu Qianxuan, more like being attracted to her looks. To win her over, he even disregarded everyone's objections and wanted to make her his empress. Unfortunately, Prince Xiang's dream goddess had no interest, and the emperor's love was unfulfilled. So, when the emperor saw Feng Qingyan's true face at the birthday banquet, he was immediately captivated by her. If this is true, the empress would definitely be the most unable to tolerate it. A standoff benefits the outsider. Feng Qianqian slightly curled her lips, secretly having an idea. Just as Feng Qingyan left Feng Qianqian's palace and was heading toward the palace gate, she encountered a man on the way. He was dressed in a fine robe, noble and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor. Since he appeared in the palace and was dressed so well and looked somewhat like the emperor, he was probably a prince. Feng Qingyan didn't pay much attention. She was about to walk past him when the man stepped forward and blocked her way. "Your Majesty's nephew, I am here to pay my respects." The man respectfully bowed to Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan was speechless and stunned. Suddenly, a young nephew appeared, which was quite shocking. "Who are you?" Feng Qingyan looked up and carefully examined the man. He seemed harmless. She hadn't even met most of the princes in the palace, so she didn't know who he was. "I am the 6th Prince Xiao Jingrui. To be honest, my nephew has a favor to ask. I wonder if the 9th imperial aunt can help." Xiao Jingrui didn't hesitate and spoke directly. It seemed urgent. The 6th prince's mother is Consort Su. The Su family is one of the 4 major families in the capital, on par with the empress's maternal family, the Shen family. Therefore, Xiao Jingrui is one of the strongest contenders among the current princes for the throne, especially against Xiao Jingyi. Now that Xiao Jingyi has been involved in a scandal, he is likely to be dismissed, and Xiao Jingrui's chance to rise is quite high. "Tell me more." Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Consort Su, Xiao Jingrui's mother, and the empress are sworn enemies. Feng Qingyan hadn't yet had the chance to settle scores with the empress from the last birthday banquet. This consort, Su, seems open to negotiations. After all, enemies of enemies can be friends. "My mother suddenly suffered a heart attack a few days ago. The imperial doctors are at a loss. I heard that the 9th imperial aunt's medical skills are extraordinary. Could you please help diagnose and treat my mother?" Xiao Jingrui originally planned to leave the palace to find Feng Qingyan. But when he received the news, he found out Feng Qingyan had been summoned into the palace by Feng Qianqian. He had thought that if Feng Qingyan was mistreated by Feng Qianqian, he could step in to help and earn a favor. But Feng Qingyan didn't give him a chance to show himself. So, he had no choice but to wait here for her. "Lead the way." Feng Qingyan was straightforward. Whether out of duty as a healer or to find a good ally, she decided to go. She followed Xiao Jingrui to Consort Su's Ikuan palace. Consort Su was lying weakly on her bed, looking very unwell, clearly tormented. When Feng Qingyan arrived, she didn't react much, showing she didn't trust Feng Qingyan's medical skills. The imperial doctors were at a loss. Could a young girl with yellow hair really have such extraordinary skills? Feng Qingyan didn't mind and simply stepped forward to check Consort Su's pulse as a symbolic gesture. In fact, She had already activated the scanning system to perform a full-body check. Your Highness, are you experiencing occasional difficulty breathing, as if something is pressing on your chest? Especially in the mornings, when the symptoms are more obvious. Do you also feel a burning sensation, suffocation, sweating, restlessness, and irritability? Today, have you also experienced nausea, vomiting, or bloating? After a thorough examination, Feng Qingyan confirmed that Consort Su was suffering from a sudden heart attack. From some details, she also roughly understood when the attack started and the current situation.
You're
amazing. All the symptoms you mentioned are correct. What exactly is wrong with me? Consort Su suddenly became alert, looking at Feng Qingyan as if she had found a lifeline. She didn't expect that just by checking her pulse, Feng Qingyan could accurately diagnose her illness. She truly underestimated her. Your Highness, this illness is caused by high blood pressure and high cholesterol, which led to a heart attack, Feng Qingyan replied directly using modern medical terms. Anyway, she figured Consort Su probably wouldn't understand much of the explanation. Heart attack? What kind of illness is that? Consort Su asked curiously. She had never felt any discomfort in her body before, and suddenly she fell ill for no apparent reason, which puzzled her greatly. A heart attack, or myocardial infarction, usually happens because the heart tissue is starved of oxygen and blood, leading to tissue death. It often occurs suddenly, causing severe chest pain. If not treated promptly, it can be life-threatening. In modern times, heart attacks are common. Many people die because the attack happens so suddenly that they can't get help in time. Feng Qingyan wasn't trying to scare her. In ancient times, knowledge about this disease was limited. It was fortunate that her sudden illness didn't lead to her immediate death. Why did I suddenly get this illness? What caused it? Can it be prevented? Consort Su asked, though she didn't fully understand the details Feng Qingyan explained. Still, she could tell her condition was very dangerous. One misstep, and her life could be lost at any moment. Consort Su, do you often eat sweets and greasy foods? Feng Qingyan conducted a detailed checkup on Consort Su again. Although Consort Su is not very old, she already suffers from high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar. Most likely, these are related to her diet. I have loved eating sweets since I was young, and enjoy meat very much. Recently, the palace kitchen has been sending a variety of delicious pastries and meats, and I have eaten more than usual. Could this be related to my illness? Consort Su's face changed color as she looked up and exchanged a glance with Xiao Jingrui. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. It's clear something is wrong here. Women in the palace often have no peace in their lives, and sometimes they unknowingly put their lives at risk. Your eating habits have caused some issues with your body functions. Eating excessively lately might have triggered this. Feng Qingyan was almost certain that Consort Su's illness was not a coincidence. Xiao Jingrui slightly frowned. He had heard about Feng Qingyan using surgery to save people, and it was indeed hard to accept. It seemed that saving his mother would not be an easy task. To cure Consort Su's illness completely, surgery is needed. That means opening her chest and placing a stent in her heart. Whether you can accept this depends on you. Feng Qingyan was straightforward. Clear communication before surgery is very important. Otherwise, medical disputes can easily happen. Moreover, she didn't want to leave any hidden dangers when saving someone for the royal family. Xiao Jingrui frowned deeply, looking troubled. He knew it would be like this. At that moment, Consort Su, lying on the bed, spoke. I can accept it as long as it cures my illness. I am willing to try any method. Consort Su was always bold and straightforward. She didn't fuss over such matters. She was also waiting to recover so she could take revenge on that unworthy person, Shen Liuli. For years, Consort Su and the Empress had been fighting secretly and openly. The Empress, relying on her status as the head of the palace, often made things difficult for her. Now that she finally had control over the palace, Shen Liuli had come up with a sneaky trick, making her give up her power she had just gained. Since that's the case, if you've made your decision, go directly to Rinjin Hospital. This illness can't be delayed. Here is an emergency heart relief pill. If you have a sudden attack, you can take one to ease it. No one knew when Consort Su might have another attack. To be safe, Feng Qingyan took out a bottle of emergency pills and handed it to her. Thank you, Ninth Imperial Aunt. Xiao Jingrui looked at the medicine and immediately knew it was valuable, thanking her repeatedly. No need to thank me. But I want to make one thing clear. If you accept the surgery, you must follow my instructions throughout the process. Otherwise, I won't take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Feng Qingyan said everything clearly. Royal family matters are not easy to manage. She didn't want to cause more trouble later. Everything will be arranged by Ninth Imperial Aunt. Since Feng Qingyan dared to take on this task, she must be confident. Otherwise, she would have refused right away. Xiao Jingrui understood what Feng Qingyan meant. If she agreed to treat his mother, it was almost like opposing the empress. She was willing to help and didn't mind getting involved in this complicated matter. Naturally, he also wanted to show his sincerity. Then I will go back and wait for your news. Once everything was settled, Feng Qingyan didn't stay long and turned to leave. Xiao Jingrui hurriedly personally saw her off from the palace. Feng Qingyan's visit to Ikuan Palace was not kept secret. It was known in the palace. The empress also received news that Feng Qingyan planned to treat Consort Su's illness, and she was immediately furious. That little troublemaker Feng Qingyan is everywhere. She had carefully planned for so long and couldn't let her ruin it. Consort Su's illness is serious, and even the top doctors are helpless. Feng Qingyan is young. How could she possibly cure her? Maybe the empress is overthinking. Qing Lian's mind moved, and she quickly stepped forward to comfort the empress.
You don't understand.
Feng Qingyan is very capable now. We have to be careful, since the last time at the emperor's birthday banquet, the empress had been wary. Plus, her repeated failed attempts to assassinate Feng Qingyan made her afraid to underestimate her now. Why not do this, Your Majesty? If Feng Qingyan ends up killing Consort Su, then... Qing Lian thought for a moment and whispered in the empress's ear. The empress found this idea more and more feasible and immediately smiled. As expected of my trusted aide. Once this is done, I will reward you generously. Feng Qingyan wanted to treat Consort Su's illness, right? Then let her do it. If she accidentally causes her death, it won't be anyone's fault. Xiao Minji would never sit idly by, and the Su family wouldn't give up easily. This way, the Su family and the Ninth Prince's residence would definitely become enemies, and she would also eliminate a major threat, Consort Su. It was almost as if heaven was helping her. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. Qing Lian had been close to the empress for a long time and had learned quite a lot. She often helped the empress come up with plans. As soon as Feng Qingyan left the palace, she saw the carriage from the Ninth Prince's residence at the palace gate. Seeing Feng Qingyan come out, Mu Qing hurried forward.
Princess.
The prince is waiting for you in the carriage. She had already called her princess before, so she didn't bother to change her words. Soon, Feng Qingyan would marry into the Ninth Prince's residence. Feng Qingyan slightly frowned and looked up at the carriage. What does this person want to do now? Mu Qing was truly at a loss. He always felt like their prince was showing warmth with his face, but giving her the cold shoulder. Can't their prince just come to see her sometimes? They are engaged, after all. Feng Qingyan knew Mu Qing couldn't explain it either, so she simply walked toward the carriage. When she entered the palace, she was riding in the carriage sent by Feng Qianqian. Now, Feng Qianqian was probably so angry she might explode, so she wouldn't send her back. She was also too lazy to wait for someone to pick her up, so she took the free ride. The carriage from the Ninth Prince's residence was quite big. Feng Qingyan sat in the farthest seat from Xiao Minji, just in case something like last time happened. Xiao Minji saw her small movements and slightly frowned. Does his little princess really dislike him that much? His heart felt cold. Did Feng Qianqian trouble you? Xiao Minji asked casually. He knew everything that happened earlier in Feng Qianqian's palace. It's good that she didn't cause trouble. Xiao Minji thought very highly of her. Does he really think Feng Qianqian would be afraid just because she became the emperor's concubine? It's not about fear, but about caution. Feng Qianqian won't let this go easily. Yenner should be careful. Xiao Minji was truly worried about Feng Qingyan. Even though he knew she was capable, he still couldn't help but worry about her missing something. It was probably time for him to act on his plan. If he didn't show those people some color, they might really think the ninth prince's residence had fallen. The incident last time was a small to the crown prince's wife. Most of it was done subtly by Mu Qing. Xiao Minji ordered him to take down the crown prince's faction, and Mu Qing quietly replaced and absorbed people. In the end, Xiao Jingyi didn't even get the news. Xiao Minji had silently done a lot for her, and Feng Qingyan wasn't truly indifferent either. But some things are rare and hard to find. She felt a bit lost and didn't know how to face it. Love-mindedness is not good. Being too clear-headed can also cause you to miss the chance of finding happiness. Independence, self-reliance, not depending on men, daring to love and hate, perhaps these are qualities modern women should have. So Feng Qingyan chose to follow her heart. Last time, I heard Mu Qing say you really like these pastries. I specially had someone prepare some. Come and try. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan staring blankly, so he quickly took a box of pastries from the hidden compartment of the tea table in the carriage. The pastries came in several styles, all of which Feng Qingyan usually liked. Feng Qingyan didn't refuse. In front of delicious food, she always has no resistance. She first took a small piece of osmanthus cake and put it in her mouth. It was crispy, sweet, and very tasty. Then, with the second and third bites, she enjoyed the feast alone. She completely ignored Xiao Minji beside her. Like at home in her previous life, Feng Qingyan wouldn't deliberately hold herself back or worry about her manners as a noble lady from ancient times. She might accidentally reveal her true self. Xiao Minji looked at her and thought she was honest and adorable. Seeing that Feng Qingyan had crumbs on her lips, he couldn't help but reach out to wipe them away. Feng Qingyan naturally knew her lips had crumbs, so she habitually stuck out her little tongue to lick. Her warm lips and tongue lightly brushed Xiao Minji's fingertips, and both of them were stunned. Xiao Minji felt as if a current was passing through his fingertips, tingling and spreading into his heart. Yenner, are you deliberately teasing me? He quickly withdrew his hand and saw Feng Qingyan staring blankly, so he couldn't help but smile.
You. Don't talk nonsense.
Feng Qingyan suddenly realized what she had just done, and her face turned bright red. Who would him? How could this person be so shameless? Say whatever he wanted. Yenna, your face is red. Are you shy? Seeing Feng Qingyan's reaction, Xiao Minji looked even more charming and became more persistent. If he wasn't shameless, how could he chase his wife sooner?
Who's shy?
I just suddenly feel a bit hot.
And you?
Can you move a little further away? Why are you so close? Feng Qingyan quickly turned her head and opened the curtain of the carriage window for some fresh air. She wanted to prevent Xiao Minji from getting more daring. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan being cautious around him and slightly smiled. In a few days, they would get married, and sooner or later, he would take his little wife. During the rest of the journey, Feng Qingyan kept looking out the window, too bored to pay attention to Xiao Minji. Mu Qing noticed the subtle tension in the car. To give the prince and Feng Qingyan more time alone, he deliberately took a quieter, slightly longer road. Feng Qingyan stared out the window, feeling so bored her toes almost curled out of her shoes. Suddenly, she saw a lush hill beside the road, with some medicinal herbs growing on it. Mu Qing stopped the car first. In her past life, Feng Qingyan had studied medicine and made great contributions to healthcare. She was very familiar with herbs, and the ones on this hill looked different from usual. Mu Qing immediately stopped the car when he heard her command. Feng Qingyan got out quickly and headed toward the hill. Xiao Minji watched her with interest and also got out of the car. Your Highness. You. Mu Qing looked around nervously. Is it really okay for their prince to get out and walk openly? What if someone sees his leg? It could cause trouble. Mind your own business. Xiao Minji glared at Mu Qing irritably. Didn't he see his little wife had already gone far? What if there's danger? And soon, he would marry his little wife. He even wanted to ride a horse to welcome her. How could he stay in a wheelchair forever? If he's discovered, so be it. He's not afraid of trouble. Besides, for his little wife, any trouble is worth it. Mu Qing immediately shut up. He felt like he was just worrying over nothing. Could he just stay out of it? As Feng Qingyan moved further up the hill, she noticed the soil was special. If she guessed right, this was modern-day selenium-rich soil. Scientists have found that blood selenium levels are closely related to cancer risk. So, organic foods grown in selenium-rich soil taste better and can help prevent cancer. Additionally, selenium is beneficial for people's eyes. It can help prevent vision loss and other eye problems, and it also protects and repairs the heart. In short, selenium-rich soil has many advantages. This is why food grown in modern selenium-rich land tends to be more expensive. Similarly, using selenium-rich soil to grow medicinal herbs can lead to surprisingly good effects. Now, Feng Qingyan's Rinxin Hospital has opened a branch, and more branches are planned for the future. The source of medicines is very important. Having a direct supply from their own factory is the best way. That's why Feng Qingyan wants to grow her own herbs. Not only is it more trustworthy, but the quality is better. In the future, there will be no worries about a shortage of medicinal herbs. It can also create an industry chain providing more jobs for poor people. Is there something special about the soil on this mountain? Xiao Minji followed Feng Qingyan and asked curiously, noticing she was paying close attention to the mountain soil. Feng Qingyan wouldn't have stopped Mu Qing without a reason. She must have discovered something. The soil here has a small amount of a special element that makes what grows here better and more valuable. Feng Qingyan picked a herb and examined it. Whether in size or appearance, it is definitely better than others. Do you have any ideas, Yenner? Xiao Minji continued to ask. Feng Qingyan is good at business, and Xiao Minji clearly saw she had her own plans again. If I'm right, these mountain peaks probably all have this kind of soil. I want to grow herbs on the mountain. The hospital needs herbs, and we can't always rely on others. If demand increases, problems will happen. Earlier, Feng Qingyan's cooperation with Su Hang was just a temporary measure. And this is also a good business opportunity. Why give it away for free? Growing herbs yourself is good, but the princess shouldn't overwork herself. Xiao Minji couldn't help but worry for Su Hang. The top merchant of Daxia might be about to be replaced by his little princess. That wouldn't be good. Most importantly, Feng Qingyan wants to break up with him. And she is focused on her career, so she has no time for romance. The mighty great Xia war god prince has become a love-struck fool?
There's no need to worry about that.
I just need to teach them the skills, and the rest can be handled by Zhuangyu. I just don't know who owns these mountain peaks. Feng Qingyan isn't worried about the future herbal planting. As long as she suggests a plan, Zhuangyu can almost always accomplish it. However, whether she can take control of these mountain peaks is still uncertain. Normally, since these are so close to the imperial city, they are mostly owned by the emperor. If that's true, it could be quite complicated. Don't worry about the mountain peaks, Yenner. These peaks belong to the 9th prince's estate. They've been abandoned for a long time and aren't useful. If the princess likes them, she can use them directly. When you go back, I will have Mu Qing give you the land deed. Others give gold or silver when they pursue a wife. But Xiao Minji casually gives away a few mountain peaks, which shows how generous he is to Feng Qingyan. Are these mountain peaks all owned by the 9th prince's estate? Feng Qingyan is slightly surprised. She knows Xiao Minji is wealthy, but she didn't expect all the mountain peaks in the imperial city to belong to their family. Isn't that a slap in the face for the emperor? Is there a problem? These mountains were granted by the emperor a few years ago. Talking about these mountain peaks, it all started after Xiao Minji's great victory in battle. He made a big contribution, so the emperor's reward was inevitable. Although he was very reluctant inside, he still had to pretend to be happy. To protect the imperial treasury, the emperor awarded these useless mountain peaks to Xiao Minji. Since that's the case, why don't we do this? I can use the mountain peaks for free. In the future, when I grow herbs, we share the profits equally. How does that sound? Feng Qingyan showed sincere sincerity. After all, the herbs she grows are extraordinary. And being close to the imperial city and working with Xiao Minji also gives her peace of mind. If Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan's thoughts, he would definitely say, Yenner, don't worry. Even if you don't share the money, I will protect you. Of course, that's fine. Xiao Minji was very pleased. He kicked out Su Hang and could now work with his little princess. It's just perfect. Feng Qingyan continued walking toward the mountain top, feeling more and more nervous. Did I see that wrong? She even couldn't resist taking out an instrument from her space to test it. Is there any problem here? Xiao Minji asked Feng Qingyan curiously, noticing her surprise. It seems there are a lot of jade and minerals under this mountain. Feng Qingyan felt like she was incredibly lucky. Just by looking at this mountain, she found rich selenium soil, and it even hidden treasures like gold and silver jewelry. If the emperor found out these mountains had minerals, he might be very upset. Yenner really hit the jackpot. Xiao Minji smiled slightly. He didn't want to go back on his earlier agreement with Feng Qingyan just because there were minerals in the mountains. Well, mining needs to be careful. I can provide the technology, and when the prince sends people, we can split the profits 50-50. How about that? Xiao Minji's attitude made Feng Qingyan feel a bit embarrassed. After all, it was someone else's property. Keeping everything for herself would seem rude. Okay, as long as Yenner is happy. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with a loving gaze, his eyes full of affection. In his eyes, his wife was the most important, and whatever she said was what mattered. Feng Qingyan felt a bit awkward and quickly changed the subject. Let's find some time to examine these mountains thoroughly, and then plan accordingly, she thought carefully. The emperor's suspicion was growing. The more they tried to hide things, the more suspicious it seemed. They could easily grow medicinal herbs to cover their tracks and do things openly and honestly. Once the emperor understood the situation, he wouldn't pay much attention anymore. The next morning, Feng Qingyan changed into more comfortable clothes and arranged to meet Xiao Minji to ride over to the other mountain peaks. This time, Feng Qingyan brought more professional tools. Xiao Minji didn't recognize the tools, but after watching Feng Qingyan use them once and listening to her explanation, he could handle them confidently. He was just as good at testing, measuring, and drawing as Feng Qingyan. By the time they reached the last mountain, Feng Qingyan handed everything over to Xiao Minji. She lay on a nearby rock, basking in the sun. Feng Qingyan covered her face with a cloth to block the sun and chewed on a blade of grass. Her legs were crossed high, and she hummed a song, occasionally shaking her legs happily, looking very relaxed. Xiao Minji worked while enjoying the beautiful scenery, feeling an indescribable sense of happiness. Fame and wealth are just fleeting illusions. Having a loving partner who stays by your side is the greatest blessing in life. Xiao Minji quickly finished the remaining work and lay down beside Feng Qingyan. The breeze was gentle, the sunshine perfect, and even the air seemed sweet. A peaceful life like this is truly wonderful. Have you finished the measurements? Feng Qingyan turned to look at him, sensing his presence. Their eyes met, and they were so close that even their breaths seemed to mingle. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. All measurements are done. Qingyan, check if my records are correct. Xiao Minji hurriedly handed her the drawings to ease the tension. Feng Qingyan quickly took the drawings, turned her body to lie flat, and relaxed. That was much better. Xiao Minji, as a renowned warrior king admired by many, must have exceptional skills. His ability to learn quickly was undeniable. Even Feng Qingyan, a top student from her previous life, couldn't help but admire him. Yes, you did very well, Feng Qingyan praised sincerely. If only she had a capable assistant like Xiao Minji. Meanwhile, Feng Yin at the general's residence sneezed fiercely, unaware that someone might be trying to take his position. As long as you're satisfied, Qingyan, Xiao Minji said happily after being praised by his little wife. Feng Qingyan was speechless. Was it necessary to exaggerate so much? The mighty war god prince had never been praised like this before. His tail was practically wagging to the sky. Being praised by Qingyan for the first time, I can't help but feel excited, Xiao Minji explained when he saw her expression, knowing what she was thinking.
What?
What? Feng Qingyan was taken aback. Was Xiao Minji a mind reader? How did he know what she was thinking? Did she show it so clearly? As a top-secret family leader, how could she be so unguarded in front of Xiao Minji? It's nothing, Xiao Minji smiled helplessly. In fact, he was no different. I don't know why, but he unconditionally trusts Feng Qingyan. In front of Feng Qingyan, he doesn't need to be so guarded. This is also what he has always longed for. Feng Qingyan pouted. There's only a month left before our wedding. Are you ready, Yenner? Do you have any special requests for the wedding arrangements? Xiao Minji was actually quite nervous. After all, it's a major life event. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. He has no experience at all. He can only gather some details from the elders who often handle royal weddings. As for Feng Qingyan, he only tries to learn as much as possible about her. So, during her time in the hospital, Xiao Minji spent most of his time at the general's residence, discussing wedding details with Feng Biting. Of course, it would be better if he could get her opinion directly. No, nothing. Just prepare as you see fit, Feng Qingyan said, not expecting Xiao Minji to suddenly ask about the wedding. She seemed quite indifferent. It's just a contractual marriage. What does she need to prepare? In fact, did Feng Qingyan not have some expectations? Which woman hasn't dreamed of wearing a beautiful wedding dress, marrying the one she loves, and having a perfect wedding? But loving is easy. Staying together is hard, especially in ancient times, where true lifelong love is rare. Regret is a normal part of life. Feng Qingyan's situation is indeed special and unavoidable. It's just a process. What's there to prepare? She didn't even pay much attention to it. She only occasionally heard Feng Biting mention it and would dismiss it casually. It seemed she was deliberately trying to ignore this matter. The mighty 22nd century mysterious hidden family leader, afraid of marriage? All right, then I'll just prepare as I see fit, Xiao Minji said, feeling a little disappointed. From his little princess's reaction, it seemed she didn't have high expectations for their wedding. No matter what, he would do his best to give her a satisfying wedding. After all, he plans to spend his whole life with her. He doesn't want her to think of their wedding day as a regret in the future. The air on the mountain is fresh, peaceful, and undisturbed by worldly affairs, allowing people to relax together. No wonder many people like to live quietly in the mountains. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji stayed on the mountain for a long time, enjoying the peaceful moment before leaving. When Xiao Minji took Feng Qingyan to Renqin Hospital, it was almost evening. Outside the hospital, many people had gathered. Feng Qingyan sensed something was wrong. Inside the hospital, she learned that Consort Su's heart condition had worsened, and she had just been brought in by Xiao Jingrui. What's going on? Feng Qingyan quickly asked Xiao Jingrui about Consort Su's condition, ignoring everything else. She was fine this morning, but suddenly got worse in the afternoon. She has taken quick-acting heart medicine. Xiao Jingrui had planned to arrange surgery for her in the next few days. They didn't expect her illness to come on so suddenly. Luckily, Feng Qingyan had left some quick-acting heart medicine.
Got it.
Let everyone clear out. Can't you see the patient is struggling to breathe? She needs immediate surgery. Sign the consent form now. Seeing how bad Consort Su's condition was, Feng Qingyan quickly helped her breathe with oxygen. Xiao Jingrui followed Feng Qingyan's instructions and dismissed the people around Consort Su. At Feng Qingyan's request, he also signed the surgery consent form. Everything was ready. Feng Qingyan ordered someone to quickly take Consort Su into the operating room. Meanwhile, in the palace, Feng Qianqian also heard that Consort Su had a relapse and was taken to Feng Qingyan's hospital. Go and spread this good news to the people in Jingren Palace. Also, tell Gonggong Xiao and Li Gonggong, who is close to the Empress, that the Emperor's bedroom keeps a portrait of Feng Qingyan. Every night before sleep, he can't help but look at it. Feng Qianqian's plan to use this as a trap was very clever. She initially wanted to use the portrait to make the Empress suspicious of Feng Qingyan. Now, with Consort Su's incident added, she felt more confident. She didn't believe the Empress would still keep Feng Qingyan after knowing all this. When the Empress in Jingren Palace heard these rumors, she sneered disdainfully. Feng Qianqian still wants to use me to get rid of Feng Qingyan. Does she even realize her own limits? She had only been under house arrest for a few days. Feng Qianqian, relying on her pregnancy, was almost ruling the harem. Now she dared to scheme against her. She truly wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Feng Qingyan, but it was not so easy to be simply used by Feng Qianqian. Your Majesty, what do you need your servant to do? Qing Lian was also a tough character. Even if the Empress said something trivial, she would know whether it was fragrant or foul. She was really straightforward. Today, I heard an interesting piece of news. It seems that Feng Qianqian's pregnancy is more than a month along. If someone were to spread this news to the Emperor, do you think Feng Qianqian would still have a good outcome? The Empress said with interest. Whether the news was true or false, the Emperor would feel uneasy. If it was true, finding the real father would be a great thing. The Empress was thinking beautifully now, but she didn't know if she managed to catch Feng Qianqian's lover, she might not be able to smile anymore. This was also Xiao Minji's cleverness. Feng Qianqian didn't want to use the Empress to deal with Feng Qingyan, so he let them suffer the consequences themselves. In the end, neither of them would come out well. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Your Majesty, I will send someone to handle this immediately. The matter with Consort Su is also ready, just as Your Majesty ordered. But I still feel uneasy. Will Wu Ming cause any more trouble? Qing Lian also knew a bit about Queen Wu Ming's situation and couldn't help but worry. This was a perfect opportunity. Not only could they eliminate Consort Su, but they could also ruin Feng Qingyan, causing a feud between the 9th Prince's residence and the Su family. It was truly a 3-in-1 deal. If he messed this up, missing this chance, there would be no second one. Rest assured, he knows how important this is. The Empress's eyes narrowed slightly, confident and composed. She had found Wu Ming's weakness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to control him for half his life. She also made 2 preparations. Renxin Hospital, where Consort Su was rushed into the operating room. Time was too tight. Feng Qingyan briefly explained some matters to Xiao Minji, received his confident nod, and hurried into the operating room. As soon as she entered, Feng Qingyan directly moved Consort Su into the intelligence space. Consort Su's condition was too urgent. Performing surgery in a hospital operating room was too risky. Xiao Minji knew what Feng Qingyan was worried about. He didn't say anything but quietly helped her finish the work. Mu Qing, keep the door to the operating room secure. No one is allowed inside without the princess's order. Anyone who disobeys will be punished severely. Feng Qingyan's secret must never be known to outsiders. Even if she didn't say anything, Xiao Minji would keep her secret safe. Also, Feng Qingyan's surgery on Consort Su involved many risks. The people in the palace might take action, so Xiao Minji needed to make other plans just in case. Yes, Your Highness, you can rest assured. Mu Qing understood how serious the situation was just by looking at Xiao Minji's expression. The princess was now very important to their prince, like a treasure in his heart, and no mistake could be allowed. When Xiao Minji was about to leave, he glanced at Xiao Jingrui in front of the operating room. Xiao Jingrui felt a lot of pressure and quickly nodded to show respect. He wondered if he had ever offended his 9th uncle. Xiao Minji thought, making his little princess work hard to handle such dangerous matters, and he still says he hasn't offended him? Inside the smart space operating room, Feng Qingyan immediately activated the intelligent medical system and began preparing for Consort Su's surgery. A heart bypass is not a small operation. It carries significant risks. Fortunately, she had the full support of the small AI system. Feng Qingyan first gave Consort Su general anesthesia. Once the medicine took effect, she started the surgery. She made a cut in the middle of the chest and took the bypass blood vessels. Next, she opened the pericardium, inserted a tube into the heart, and established extracorporeal circulation. Then, she connected the bypass blood vessels to both ends of the narrowed coronary artery to restore the heart's beating. After that, Feng Qingyan placed a temporary pacing wire in Consort Su. Once her vital signs were stable and normal, she stopped the extracorporeal circulation. She completed all the steps, then stopped the bleeding, placed drainage tubes, and stitched the incisions layer by layer. The surgery might sound simple, but in reality, each step required extremely high skill and experience to handle emergencies. The entire operation took 8 hours. Because Feng Qingyan needed to stay highly focused, she was quite exhausted afterward. This shows how complex the surgery was. While Feng Qingyan was racing against time to save a life, chaos had already erupted outside, and a fierce struggle was underway. This time, the Empress really spent a lot to ensure that Consort Su would die on Feng Qingyan's operating table. Unfortunately, she might be doomed to disappointment. Outside Renxin Hospital, the group brought by Wu Ming couldn't even step past the hospital gate. Most of them were already dead or injured. Xiao Minji changed his clothes, wore a mask, and personally took charge to protect his young wife. There was no way they could take advantage of the situation. Wu Ming sensed a strong, familiar aura from Xiao Minji and immediately recognized him as the man who had attacked and fought him that day. "Are you afraid now?" Xiao Minji sneered. He still remembered how Wu Ming ran away in panic last time. If he's so afraid of dying, what kind of assassin is he trying to be? Who's the real coward here? Wu Ming's pride was hurt by Xiao Minji's words, and he couldn't accept it. His expression changed, and he immediately attacked Xiao Minji. The two fought fiercely. Outside, the fight was chaotic and intense. Xiao Jingrui, waiting outside the operating room, felt overwhelmed. The situation happened so suddenly that he didn't have time to prepare. He didn't expect the Empress to be so impatient to make such a big move just to harm his mother. Fortunately, Xiao Minji was already prepared. Otherwise, the few people he brought wouldn't be enough to handle this. It was really going to be over. Inside the operating room, Feng Qingyan finally finished everything and opened the door to come out. "Uncle Ninth, how's my mother?" Xiao Jingrui hurried forward anxiously. The surgery went well, but she needs to stay in the operating room for a while longer for observation. "Don't worry." Feng Qingyan briefly explained the situation to Xiao Jingrui. "Thank you so much, Aunt Ninth." Xiao Jingrui kept thanking her. Honestly, Feng Qingyan's medical skills were extraordinary and really helped him a lot. "What's going on outside?" Hearing the noise outside, Feng Qingyan guessed something and turned to ask Mu Qing. During the surgery, a few groups of assassins suddenly appeared outside, but the prince was very prepared and had anticipated this. The princess didn't need to worry. Mu Qing quickly praised Xiao Minji in front of Feng Qingyan. "Yes, I'll go see what's happening." Feng Qingyan immediately became interested. Fighting was her favorite, and she definitely wouldn't miss out on such a good show. Moreover, these people came specifically for her. If she didn't come out, it would be disrespectful to them. She had just finished surgery and her whole body was stiff, so it was a good chance to stretch her muscles. Feng Qingyan stepped out and immediately joined the fight. People block, kill people. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Soon, she faced Xiao Minji directly in a fight. "Feng Qingyan? You." Seeing Feng Qingyan suddenly rush out, Wu Ming was slightly stunned. Had her surgery finished? They hadn't even reached the hospital door yet. Is the surgery over? Was it smooth? Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan and asked with a smile. Although he already guessed the answer, he couldn't help but ask. "Yes, everything went well." Feng Qingyan nodded. "That's good." Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan chatting casually was almost an insult to Wu Ming.
You
too." He was really about to get angry. "What's wrong with us? Your injury last time healed? Still dare to come out and move around?" Feng Qingyan turned to look at Wu Ming and casually asked. Her tone was light, like greeting an old friend and asking if they had eaten. Wu Ming stiffened. "Don't hit so hard." "A minor injury. What can I do?" Feng Qingyan had a gunshot wound, which, although not life-threatening, was still a serious injury for Wu Ming. But now, he definitely couldn't admit it. "How would it feel if I shot through your heart this time?" Feng Qingyan's playful mood rose as she looked at Wu Ming and said with a smile. Wu Ming's face darkened, and he quickly attacked Feng Qingyan. He was the top expert in the palace, yet he was looked down upon by a young girl with yellow hair. "Uncle can tolerate it, but Auntie can't." "Be careful, Yenner." Wu Ming was no ordinary person. Xiao Minji clearly felt that he had deliberately held back his strength last time during their fight. "Don't worry." Feng Qingyan's strength was naturally not bad. If it weren't for saving Feng Yin last time, she might have almost fallen into Wu Ming's trap. This time, She definitely wanted to get revenge. Feng Qingyan was very interested in various martial arts and also wanted to study the fighting styles of these ancient top experts to learn and use herself. After the last incident, Feng Qingyan took a precaution and directly wore a bulletproof vest made from special material that is soft and skin-friendly. It can stop bullets and prevent sharp weapons from piercing through. It is like a fighter among bulletproof armor. Mysterious person saw Feng Qingyan so confident and became instantly angry, attacking more fiercely with his sword. Feng Qingyan moved very quickly, dodging his attacks and memorizing all his moves in her mind.
Yenner, catch the sword, she said.
Feng Qingyan is good at using a soft whip, but against a master like Mysterious Person, she can easily be limited. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan keep dodging and was at a disadvantage, so he quickly threw his sword to her. She caught it and fought back hard. She had almost fully learned Mysterious Person's fighting style.
How?
How can you do this? Mysterious Person looked at Feng Qingyan in disbelief. Every move he made, she could counter precisely, even predicting his predictions. It was incredible. Surprised? Your big sister has many surprises for you, Feng Qingyan said. Then she changed her stance, quickly adapting Mysterious Person's sword techniques into a better plan and struck back. Mysterious Person was caught off guard and struggled to respond. Is Feng Qingyan a genius? She only saw the moves once and then used her own sword techniques to control her attacks. Will he be the first expert in Daxia to die from his own sword moves? Yenner, his weakness is in the lower body. Hit his middle route and attack his lower part, Xiao Minji said nearby, watching eagerly and occasionally giving advice. His little wife is truly extraordinary. Not only does she remember everything at a glance, but she can also quickly understand and counter in reverse. Even he couldn't do that in such a short time. If it weren't for her slightly weaker internal strength, Mysterious Person probably wouldn't have been able to handle so many of Feng Qingyan's moves. Speaking of internal strength, ancient people trained from a young age. The original body Feng Qingyan is using has been carefully conditioned, but her internal strength is still a bit lacking. However, with her talent, she will likely improve soon. Feng Qingyan responded immediately. Mysterious Person thought she would follow Xiao Minji's advice and attack accordingly, so he quickly prepared his defenses. Unexpectedly, Feng Qingyan completely went against the usual way and directly attacked his head. Why didn't she follow the normal plan? Feng Qingyan's sword brushed past Wuming's neck, leaving a cut on his shoulder blade. If Wuming hadn't reacted quickly, he might have lost his head. Don't you know there's a trick called luring the enemy east while attacking west? Feng Qingyan glanced at Xiao Minji and smiled lightly. Is the top master in the palace really losing his wits? Who would reveal their real move in advance? As soon as Xiao Minji spoke, she understood his true intention. It was a kind of mutual understanding. You are too much. Wuming suddenly felt like he was being played like a monkey by two people. How can he show his face as the top master in the palace after this? He turned to look at his remaining companions behind him, feeling annoyed and restless. It seemed he couldn't go back to report today. Whether he could keep his life was uncertain. Wuming didn't care about anything else now and started a frantic attack on Feng Qingyan. Since Feng Qingyan had figured out his tactics, he would make his moves unpredictable. Soon, Wuming noticed a weakness in Feng Qingyan's internal strength and launched a fierce attack. Wuming's internal power was strong. With a single palm strike, a deep groove appeared on the ground. Feng Qingyan was startled, but managed to dodge in time. If she had been hit directly, she might have been turned into minced meat. Her eyes flickered, and in a quick movement, she turned sideways and pulled out a pistol from her space, aiming at his head and firing. Seeing this, Wuming quickly stepped back to avoid the shot. He recognized the weapon in Feng Qingyan's hand. It was similar to something that had injured him last time. Is that considered cowardly? As long as I can beat you, Feng Qingyan chuckled softly and fired again at Wuming. In life and death, did she still need to follow any rules of combat? Wuming's heart tightened, and he swiftly dodged to the side, then gathered all his strength and swung fiercely at Feng Qingyan. Suddenly, dust flew everywhere around him. Then, several flying darts shot out from his sleeve, all aimed at Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan was surrounded by dust and couldn't see clearly, let alone dodge the darts coming from all directions. She moved her mind and instantly disappeared into her space. When the dart landed, he quickly left the space. In that brief moment, no one outside noticed, except Xiao Minji, who had been watching Feng Qingyan's safety all along. Wu Ming smiled slightly. This time, Feng Qingyan would be badly hurt if not dead. He hurriedly took the opportunity to retreat into their group. As Wu Ming withdrew, he glanced at the dark figure nearby and chuckled to himself with self-mockery. So, the Empress had never trusted him to handle this task alone from the start. Of course, he failed again, didn't he? He really is useless. Seeing Wu Ming and the others trying to escape, Mu Yun and his men went after them, but Xiao Minji immediately stopped them. The incident happened too suddenly and Xiao Minji didn't have time to act. He knew Feng Qingyan's secret, but he was still worried. He quickly turned back to check on Feng Qingyan. "Yenna, are you okay?" Xiao Minji checked Feng Qingyan all over, his concern clear in his eyes. "I'm fine, but he got away again." Feng Qingyan looked a bit embarrassed. She had just hidden in the space to avoid the dart, and she was wearing a bulletproof vest, so she was only slightly affected by Wu Ming's internal energy. It wasn't serious. Unfortunately, Wu Ming escaped once more. She was too careless. Next time, she would make him taste the power of a grenade. He's just a pitiful clown. "Yenner, don't worry about him." Xiao Minji stopped everyone from chasing, worried about Feng Qingyan and also about the Empress's cautious style, which always leaves a backup plan. Wu Ming was just a distraction to mislead the enemy. The real strength was probably coming in the next move. Not far away, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Minji's somewhat familiar figure and frowned deeply. When did the owner of the first tower become Feng Qingyan's little follower? Xiao Minji's outfit and mask were exactly the same as Mo Yuan, the owner of the first tower. Because Xiao Minji was disabled in both legs, Lin Chen had always suspected Mo Yuan's identity, but never linked it to Xiao Minji. Recently, due to the assassination attempt on Feng Qingyan, the first tower kept bothering their secret group. Now, it seemed it was no coincidence. If Mo Yuan was connected to Feng Qingyan, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, both of them were so mysterious. "Boss, what should we do now?" Another leader of the secret organization asked worriedly. Bloodthirsty was already dead at Feng Qingyan's hands. Just Mo Yuan and his group were already far behind, not to mention Feng Qingyan. This task was almost impossible to complete. "Let's retreat first." The Empress's money was really hard to earn. Lin Chen realized that ever since he met Feng Qingyan, his secret organization hadn't made a single deal. He felt like canceling the cooperation with the Empress. Everyone in the shadows was leaving one after another. Feng Qingyan slightly raised her eyebrows. "Were those people also after Consort Su?" "Consort Su is just one part. I think Yenner is the main target." Xiao Minji's expression darkened. It seemed the lesson given to the secret organization last time was too small. They still dared to risk their lives for the Empress. Is the Empress losing her patience now? Feng Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was time to fight back. She couldn't act inside the palace, but outside, she could still do something. To destroy someone in a high position, the fastest and most effective way was to cut off their wings. And now, with Consort Su involved, there would naturally be people in the palace willing to help her. When someone is desperate, they can only jump over the wall. Xiao Minji could easily guess the Empress's thoughts. Because of Feng Qingyan, many people's fates had changed. For example, Feng Bailing taking control of the Feng family army, the power shift in the Wang family, Xiao Jingyi's situation, and the fate of Consort Su and her 6 princes. Of course, the biggest impact was on him. These changes directly affected the current situation of the entire Great Xia. This was very unfavorable for the Empress's family, so removing Feng Qingyan was urgent. The Empress didn't know that Feng Qingyan had already cured Xiao Minji's leg, or she would be even more panicked. Muyan took people to clean up the mess, while Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan returned to the hospital. Were those people just now from the 9th Prince's residence? Feng Qingyan keenly observed that the group just now was definitely not ordinary people. They were well-trained, quick, and precise, more like a professional assassin organization. Xiao Minji was completely open about everything. He was willing to share all his secrets with Feng Qingyan. "So, are you their leader?" she asked. "The #1 tower in the world is the top assassin organization in Daxia." Feng Qingyan had heard of it. It is said that the leader of the #1 tower is cold and ruthless, never hesitating to kill. She didn't expect this person to be right beside her. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan's surprised expression and nodded with a smile. Feng Qingyan wasn't too surprised. Someone like Xiao Minji often has hidden identities, which is quite normal. The Feng family even has the Feng Guard, not to mention Xiao Minji. Back at the hospital, Feng Qingyan went into the operating room and checked Consort Su again. All her data was back to normal, so she moved her to the care ward. Xiao Jingrui kept thanking Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan. He was smarter than Xiao Jingyi because he knew his own limits. He knew that if Xiao Minji was interested in that position, they wouldn't have a chance. So, Xiao Jingrui always showed respect in front of Xiao Minji and had no other thoughts. In the palace, the Empress was furious and smashed all the decorations in Jingren Palace. "Good for nothing, all useless. Why did I raise you? Since you're so useless, why don't the Empress Dowager let you go free?" Wu Ming, feeling defeated, ignored the Empress's scolding.
You
really have guts. Do you think I can't find someone better to replace you?" she shouted. The Empress was already angry and almost spat out blood when she saw Wu Ming's attitude. "The Empress Dowager certainly has that ability. I await your good news," Wu Ming said, then disappeared instantly from Jingren Palace. The Empress sank into the noble consort chair, her head buzzing. She realized that ever since she crossed paths with Feng Qingyan, she hadn't had a smooth day. Feng Qingyan was like her nemesis. Meanwhile, Feng Qianqian also received news that the Empress's attempt had failed. "Such a useless person. Even the Empress Dowager can't handle Feng Qingyan," she said with disdain. "The Empress, if you have the ability, go ahead and try." At that moment, the Grand announced that Feng Qianqian was to go to the imperial study. As soon as she entered, Feng Qianqian felt that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. "All of you, check Princess Qin's pulse." The Emperor didn't waste words. Without giving Feng Qianqian time to understand, he immediately ordered several imperial doctors nearby to examine her pulse. "Your Majesty, I know you care about me. I have been having doctorly check my pulse every day. There's no need to trouble yourself further." Feng Qianqian's heart tightened. Why would the Emperor suddenly order a pulse check without reason? He must have heard something. Seeing Feng Qianqian try to refuse, the Emperor's brow furrowed more deeply. "If I tell you to check, then check. No need for so many excuses." With the Emperor's command, Feng Qianqian dared not refuse anymore. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance just in case. The doctors examined her and found her condition quite strange. Her belly didn't look like she was over a month pregnant, yet her pulse didn't match. It seemed impossible to pin a real blame on Feng Qianqian. As soon as the doctors left the study, the Emperor's face darkened with clouds, and he stepped closer to Feng Qianqian. "Vile woman, how dare you deceive the Emperor? Tell me, who is your secret lover?" The Emperor's suspicion was strong this time. He believed even false things if he thought they were true. Although his suspicion was not wrong this time. "Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have no lover. Someone must be jealous of me and trying to frame me. Please, Your Majesty, do justice for me." Feng Qianqian looked wronged. The Emperor was just suspicious now. As long as those people couldn't produce solid evidence, she would never admit it. Otherwise, her life would be in danger. The Emperor saw Feng Qianqian's expression and felt a bit sorry for her. But just thinking about this matter made him uncomfortable. "Leave now," the Emperor impatiently dismissed her. Feng Qianqian heaved a sigh of relief and hurried out of the study. Her life was temporarily safe. Only Feng Qingyan knew about this. Feng Qianqian blamed everything on her. News reached Xiao Jingyi that Feng Qianqian had been called into the study and several doctors had checked her pulse. He knew something was wrong. Once Feng Qianqian's situation is exposed, he fears he will also be involved. This Feng Qianqian is always a troublemaker. Xiao Jingyi's eyes narrow slightly, clearly showing a desire to harm. In the evening, Feng Qianqian is deep in thought about how to deal with Feng Qingyan. Unaware of which palace maid, she receives a note from her maid. Seeing the message, Feng Qianqian's expression suddenly changes, and she quickly destroys the note. At midnight, Feng Qianqian dismisses her maid and servant, then secretly goes to a lotus pond in the imperial garden, near a rockery. She finds Xiao Jingyi, who had arranged to meet her. "Do you know why the crown prince asked me to come here?" she asks irritably. She doesn't consider the time. The emperor is already suspicious of her. Xiao Jingyi still dares to come looking for her. He is really causing trouble. What is going on? Why does father suspect you? Xiao Jingyi questioned sharply. If it weren't for the fear that Feng Qianqian might drag him into trouble, he wouldn't bother to see this unpleasant woman. I don't know, Feng Qianqian replies impatiently. The emperor's attitude toward her has changed completely. She's worried about how she'll get through the days ahead. She has no time to care about Xiao Jingyi. Feng Qianqian, it's your own fault for insisting on entering the palace. If something happens, don't blame others. Xiao Jingyi steps closer, his eyes full of hostility. Xiao Jingyi, what are you trying to do? I am now your father's consort, Feng Qianqian says, frightened, retreating. She never expected Xiao Jingyi to come out with the intention to harm her. Father has already begun to doubt you. I can't keep you any longer, Xiao Jingyi says, grabbing her neck and pressing her against the rockery. His crown prince position is in danger. If news that Feng Qianqian's child is his comes out, the emperor will surely dismiss him. He can't take that risk. Help! Help me! Feng Qianqian's face turns red as she struggles to breathe, desperately fighting back. Xiao Jingyi's grip is tight around her throat, and she can only make faint sounds. Because Feng Qianqian would never let others know about her relationship with Xiao Jingyi, she avoided everyone when she came. Now, she was truly helpless, unable to call for help or get anyone's attention. This made it easier for Xiao Jingyi to act and completely eliminated the risk of being discovered. Feng Qianqian, don't blame this prince for being cruel. Blame yourself for being too greedy. Xiao Jingyi tightened his grip on Feng Qianqian's hand, showing a nearly crazy expression on his face. Feng Qianqian was pregnant with his child, yet she still wanted to try to become his father's woman. She deserved it. Feng Qianqian gradually lost her strength to struggle and soon passed away. Xiao Jingyi remained calm and simply pushed her into the nearby lotus pond, making it look like she had slipped and fallen into the water. Then he quietly left without anyone noticing. Xiao Jingyi was also a ruthless person. This act resulted in 2 deaths at once, the woman and her unborn child, who was his. He was truly capable of such actions. The next morning, Feng Qianqian's people searched everywhere in her palace, but couldn't find her. They only discovered her drowned in the lotus pond. She had been in the water all night and looked terrible. Everyone could see that Feng Qianqian's death was suspicious, but no one had the time or energy to investigate. The emperor was already worried about how to handle Feng Qianqian's matter. Keeping the child would be uncomfortable, but if they didn't, and the child was truly his, it would be a loss. After all, he was eager to have a son. Now, this was perfect. With Feng Qianqian dead, he didn't have to worry about these issues anymore, nor did he feel guilty about the green hat on his head. Everything was happily resolved. The emperor didn't pursue the matter, and Xiao Jingyi could finally relax. As for the Feng family's second branch, out of guilt, the emperor promoted Feng Yuyan. This matter was also settled quietly. Feng Qianqian's life was truly not worth much. Rongmin had hoped to enjoy Feng Qianqian giving birth to a prince and becoming a noble consort, enjoying her blessings. She was quite proud of herself, acting like a royal relative outside. But after only a few days of pride, Feng Qianqian's people suddenly disappeared. Her fragile heart took a huge hit and fell seriously ill. Feng Yuyan, newly appointed official, was feeling proud and confident. He had everything he wanted: beautiful women, power, and status. Yeomin is now old and no longer attractive. Over the years, she hasn't even given him a son. He now wishes he could replace her and not care about her anymore. This family really has no good people. Empress Su woke up quickly after her surgery. After a few days of rest, her health improved a lot. During these days, she spent time with Feng Qingyan and liked her more and more. Qingyan, look at this. I think it suits you very well. Empress Su held a pair of jade bangles, which looked very valuable. To thank Feng Qingyan for saving her life, she sent her gifts every day, jewelry, delicacies, and rare treasures. She treats Feng Qingyan like her own daughter. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Your health is almost fully recovered. You can go back to the palace to rest today. Feng Qingyan gave Empress Su a full-body checkup, and all her health indicators returned to normal. From now on, only Yi Tianyi needs to come to the palace daily for follow-up visits. If Empress Su stays in the hospital, it's almost like half of Ikuan Palace is there, which is already affecting the hospital's normal operation. The matter with Empress Su is finally settled. Next, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji will start digging for treasure. To avoid attracting attention, Feng Qingyan has been busy these days, deliberately making a big show. They began to attract the attention of the people on the mountain. The emperor was worried that Xiao Minji might cause trouble, so he quickly sent people to investigate. I heard that Feng Qingyan found the soil on the mountain suitable for planting herbs, so she ordered large-scale cultivation. Spies patrolled around the mountain for 2 days. Every day, they saw people digging and planting seeds or seedlings. They didn't find anything unusual. Feng Qingyan, we're serious about planting herbs.